show as planned. Leaving last, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Trying to keep this show as planned. Leading last, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Lee, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Lainey, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, lady, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, lady, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine your life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leaning last, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leaning last, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. In the studio we laugh all day. She's got that sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Queen with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leaving last, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day.
Okay. Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Hold on a minute. You guys, I don't know what happened here. I don't know what happened here. There's lives everywhere. I know, I don't know if it was my computer. Welcome everybody. Hello. Hi. I'm Lainey. No, there's so many I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened, but it's regardless, we're here now, and I figured out at least today's live. That's what I figured out. Good to see everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here. I know I'm a little bit late. Please forgive me. I was trying to figure out what was going on with this. I see we're a little bit late in the courtroom. You guys, I'm a little bit frazzled, but I'll get it together. Let me find out exactly where we are. I know in the beginning that the judge immediately calls a sidebar. I don't know, you guys, these sidebars. And then, so we're about 7 minutes behind. So I'm going to go ahead and get this started, try to figure out what's going on with this YouTube thing or the stream. I think it's StreamYard. I don't think it's YouTube. figure out what's going on with the StreamYard thing, and I'll go ahead and get started on the trial right now, so you guys don't have to listen to me doing all that crap. It's good to see everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. I'll do roll call at morning break. I'm sorry, I'm a little frazzled. So let's see. Let me see what's going on. Let me see. Okay. So let's make sure it's on your screen as big as it can. Yep. Let's get rid of their chat. There we go. Let me go ahead and push play. Watch your guys' ears. I can't control your volume. I can only control mine. Like I said, they were at sidebar. All right, so now they're back. At this point, the jury's not in the room, you guys, and we are a good, looks like about 8 minutes behind. So I'm just going to let it play through because something's going on in the court. I think the defense attorney has lost weight just since doing this trial. I have too. Good morning. Thank you guys so much for being here. All right, let me shut up so we can hear. The sidebars always keep them late. Jimmy, you're so right. So good to see you guys. Look, even Lindsay's like, what the fuck is going on now? Yeah.
All rise, please. Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Well, good morning, everyone. Nice to see everyone. I hope everybody had a chance to kind of rest up a little bit and come back here, and we're going to get right back to the trial. So I want to do first, ask you those questions since we had a long break, and then talk a little bit about the schedule and kind of today's schedule and kind of where we go from here. So first question, as you know, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? All right. Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. Today's schedule is that it may be kind of a little bit stop and start. Okay, so kind of bear with us on that. Might be a couple times you got to take a break just after a short amount of time, and then we'll bring you back in. It's just the nature of cases at this point. It's anticipated that the Commonwealth will close their portion of the evidence today. All right. Then at that point, the defendant has the opportunity, if they want to present witnesses and evidence if they want to. But remember, they don't have to. The burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth. All right. If the defendant offers evidence, then the Commonwealth is then given the opportunity to offer rebuttal evidence. All right, and so that's kind of the next phase that we're about to go into after the Commonwealth rests. And I'll go into a little bit more kind of how that goes, but I just kind of wanted you to kind of see where we are and where everything's going to fit procedurally as we go forward from here. So with that, we're going to return to the Commonwealth's case. And Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Ian Whiffen.
Good morning. This is Alan Craig with the testimony of the evidence. You shall take the court and
I would rather I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right. Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Ian Whiffen. IANWHIFFIN.
Where do you work?
Cellbrite.
What is Celebrate?
Cellbrite is a digital intelligence company working in the digital forensics field.
And how long have you worked there?
Since 2020.
What is your role at Celebrate?
I'm currently a customer engagement manager.
What does that mean?
I work with customers, helping users of our tools to understand the digital evidence that they're finding and presenting.
And what does digital evidence consist of?
Any information which is extracted from a cell phone, primarily or from a computer, which can be interpreted by the examiner and presented as evidence. It could be call history, messages, location data, media, anything that you can find from a digital device.
And could you just briefly describe your educational and training background that qualifies you to do this work?
Yeah, I've worked in IT for many years. In 2013, I began my career within Calgary Police Service in Canada as a digital forensics examiner. That was after spending approximately 9 or 10 years working as a patrol officer in the UK and in Canada. As part of my role as a digital forensics examiner within the Calgary Police, I went on numerous training courses. The Canadian Police College, they did an introductory course into digital forensics, and then further courses focusing on mobile data provided by some vendors, such as Blacklight or Cellbrite at the time, as well as further courses presented by the Canadian Police College, specifically about cell phones.
And Celebrite, the software produced by Celebrite, is that software used to extract and analyze data from cell phones and computers?
Yes, there are several tools within our catalog. One of them is designed to extract as much data as possible from a cell phone. And then one of the other tools is designed to take that extracted data, decode it, decrypt it, make sense of it, and provide it to the user in a way which can be searched, filtered, organized, reported, and presented.
Does Celebrite's ability to access cell phone data continually change based on improvements that are done to the phones themselves?
Yes, there's constantly changes being made to devices which make it difficult to extract the data. There are changes being made to the software that means that the data that we extract is now different to the data that we extracted previously. A new feature, for example, or a change that's made by the software developer. So we're constantly changing our software to be able to extract that data and to decode more data.
Were you asked to locate Apple Health data and other information that could be relevant to the investigation of an incident that occurred at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th, 2023?
I was, yes.
And what is Apple Health data?
Apple Health is a component of the iOS operating system, which logs sensor data from multiple locations. So there's sensors built within an iPhone that monitor steps taken, flights climbed, for example, as well as third-party devices, Apple Watches, Fitbits, any other device like that. All the information is brought into the Apple Health application, aggregated, and made available for the user to see.
Roughly how many phone extractions have you done?
Since around 2013, well over 1,000 phones.
And how many times have you done analysis on phone extractions?
The analysis is part and parcel. So of those 1,000 phones or so which I've extracted, I've done analysis on all of those phones as well.
And then you've also done analysis on extractions, like in this case where someone else did the extraction and provided the information to you and you did the analysis?
Correct, yeah. Whenever I'm helping customers or users of our tools, they may provide me with the extracted data. So the data which I'm analyzing is more than the devices I've extracted.
And have you testified previously in courts about what you've done in terms of extracting and analyzing information?
Yes, I've testified in multiple courts around the world, approximately 28 times.
Now, you received a copy of the extraction for Lindsay Clancy's iPhone 13, correct?
Correct.
And when you received that extraction, did you also want to know all the specific information about the case and the investigation?
Typically, when I'm working a case, I don't want to know a lot of detail. I'd rather come to my own conclusions based on the data that I'm viewing rather than note the intricacies of the case. All I require is an outline, the date that something happened, the time, who was involved, basic information.
And in terms of the extraction that was done on Lindsay Clancy's iPhone, that extraction, what type of extraction was it?
That's what's called a full file system extraction. It's essentially all of the data which is being extracted from the device that is still live.
And did you use specific tools to conduct your analysis?
Yes, there's the Cellbrite physical analyzer tool created by Cellbrite and also my own tooling applications that I've been working on for several years.
So you've actually made your own tools that allow you to examine phone extractions?
Correct. There's some tools that I've been working on since prior to joining Cellbrite. Tools that as an examiner I decided that I needed to create for myself and make available to others. And I still use those tools to this day.
And these tools that you used, are those the tools that allow you to examine and categorize the information, the data that you find in the extraction?
Yes, the primary point of the tool is to go into the data, decode it, provide it in a way which is easy to filter and search, but also additional tools there that allow you to dig into the data and look at the raw information, the databases, the files, all of the raw information, which is what our tools initially decode.
And did you focus in on a particular time frame when looking at the data on the defendant's iPhone?
Primarily, I knew that the date of the incident was 24th of January 2023, so that was the main focus of my analysis. But some of the data I was aware could be from further afield than that, so I took a look of, I think it was around 3 weeks before that, so early January to late January.
Were you able to look at the health data on January 24th, 2023 that was in the defendant's phone extraction?
I was, yes.
And what is health data? And how does it show up on a phone?
The user of the phone would be able to access the health data via the health application, where the information is broken down to explain how many steps have been taken over a particular period of time, the approximate distance that was traveled, the number of stair flights that were climbed. That data is stored on the device itself in a database. So as a forensic examiner, I can take a look at that database in its raw form, understand exactly where that information is coming from, and present it to the user of our forensic tools in a slightly more forensic-friendly method than the user of the application on the phone would see.
Showing you on the screen here, page 4 of your report. Looking here, we have a section here heart rate data, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're able to see here, what can you tell about the heart rate data from the extraction?
So heart rate data comes from wearing an Apple Watch or a similar device, not from the phone itself. In the case of this phone, there was an Apple Watch paired to the device, and all of the heart rate data, which is recorded periodically throughout the day, is stored within the health database.
And what was the name associated with the Apple Watch?
So as it says in the third paragraph down, the Apple Watch itself was called Lindsay's Apple Watch.
And here in the report, you're able to show the recorded heart rates throughout the day. How is the heart rate recorded and sent to the phone?
There are sensors on the Apple Watch itself on the rear, which periodically check the heart rate at any given time, and that information is sent to the phone via Bluetooth.
And are you aware of how often an iWatch will record the data and report it to an iPhone?
The actual cadence at which the watch is checking would depend on what the user's doing. So if you were in the middle of a workout, it would be a lot more consistent than just periodically throughout the day. And I actually don't know how often it is throughout the day. If you're not doing any particular workout, there doesn't seem to be a set cadence. Every device I've looked at, it's slightly different.
I'm showing you page 5 of your report, this database of the heart rates. For example, in several locations, there'll be a heart rate report, maybe a few seconds in between them, and others there's 7 or 8 minutes in between the heart rate report. Is that what you're talking about, how it varies depending on what you're doing at that point in time?
Yes, this is typical from what you see when you look at the database. The timestamps are never consistently at a recognizable cadence.
And the highlights in green, what do those represent?
So I actually tried to just highlight some of the high points for the day. I realized a few days ago while reviewing this, there was records there that show a high of 123 and 122, which I had not highlighted.
And that's right there, below, right around 1146.
Yes.
And what was the last time a heart rate was reported from the watch to the defendant's phone?
So the last heart rate recorded was at 17:23:52, so 23 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, with a heart rate of 57 beats per minute.
What was the average heart rate for the day for the defendant's phone?
There was a range of heart rates going between as low as I believe around 50 and as high as around 122. On average, it was around high 80s, early 90s.
And so at 5:23 p.m., the last recording of her heart rate was 57?
Correct.
And there aren't any further heart rates reported to the phone after that point, correct?
That's correct.
And what are some of the reasons why a watch would no longer be reporting a heart rate to the phone?
If the watch was taken off, if the watch was turned off.
If the battery died?
The battery was dead, yes.
Okay. You also mentioned flight climb data. What is that?
Flight climb is information which the Apple Health application stores every time it detects that you walk up a flight of stairs. So a flight of stairs would be considered either a 3-meter or 10-foot incline at over 16 steps. So the device has detected that both the altitude has changed by 10 feet and there were steps being walked at the same time.
So there's 2 factors being considered there: the steps that your watch monitors as you walk, and then the altitude. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is it? Is it GPS or something that's keeping track of your altitude?
The altitude is being monitored by a barometer or an altimeter, which is inside the device, just measuring for differences in air pressure.
And this information, the flight climb data, can that be monitored by both a watch and your phone if you have it on you?
It is. Both devices have got the barometers built in. Both devices can monitor flight climb events.
Can anything simulate or kind of fake out the watch or the phone into thinking that a flight of stairs is being climbed when it's not?
There are some circumstances where that can happen. They're typically quite rare, but it can happen.
Is an example of that being in a car and going up a hill?
Correct, yes. If there is movement which the device can mistake for steps at the same time as the incline is being driven, then that could accidentally record a flight climb.
But if a person's not in a car and is in their home, then it would be flights climbed, not hills being driven, correct?
Correct. If the person is in a house and there are flight climbs being recorded, then the only rational explanation is that the person was climbing stairs.
How is the data in terms of flight climb data, how is that data displayed? Or in the health data itself?
Within the application or within the forensic tool?
Within the forensic tool.
Okay. So within the forensic tool, we break down, or within Physical Analyzer, we break down the health data into hour segments. So for an hour, we may say that there are 3 flight climbs. And then it's up to the user to dig in a little further. They can select that 1 hour and then see how that activity breaks down over the hour. So you would see that there were 2 flight climbs that occurred at 10 minutes after the hour, and then another flight climb occurred later on.
So showing you page 6 of your report here. The top box here, is that showing the general hour data where 3 flights have been climbed?
Correct. So in this case, the user is looking at a time period between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. And the health data that's been pulled from the database has been aggregated. And it tells you that there's 98 samples being considered. The maximum heart rate during that hour-long period was 108. The distance traveled was approximately 759 meters. And there were 5 flights climbed within that hour.
And then below that, you break that down a little further, correct?
Correct. So this is further down the screen in the interface, where we can see actual time of 10:17:27, where there's 2 flights climbed. And again, another record at 10:17:28, where there were 2 flights climbed, and then a further flight climb at 10:49.
And then going down to the bottom here, this table, what are we seeing here in this table?
So you may have realized in the slide above where there was 2 flight climbs at 17 seconds past and 2 flight climbs at 18 seconds past. That's an unrealistic measurement. It's because one of those measurements comes from the phone and one comes from the watch. This table breaks it down to say which of these records came from the watch and which came from the phone, because there are some which overlap.
So what you're saying is the prior table showed the 4 flights of stairs being climbed at the same time within seconds, which isn't rational. But this breaks it down to show some of that data is coming from the watch and some of it's coming from the phone, correct?
Correct. So if we look at records 4 and 5 here, for example, we can see a start time of 10:17:27 and an end time of 10:27:06, where the watch recorded 2 flight climbs. And then 1 second later, a start time, and 2 seconds later for the end time, we see the watch also detected 2 flight climbs. This is just the same 2 flight climb events that happened, but both devices recorded those flight climbs with slightly different timestamps.
And that will happen if I'm wearing my watch and I have my phone in my pocket and I go up the stairs?
That's correct.
Did you do something to compare these times and make a table where the where you ignored or disregarded the double entries?
I did. I tried to correlate and discard all of the duplicate information. So where there was an event of a flight climb that was recorded on the watch and the phone, rather than provide information that said there was 2 flight climbs, I would ignore one of them and limit it to just the ones which we could prove happened.
And that's displayed here in this chart at the bottom of page 7 of your report?
Correct.
Going to page 8 of your report, we have here at the top of page 8, does that show the last flight climbs recorded on either the defendant's phone or watch?
It does. It shows that there was additional flight climb events logged by the phone, which were not logged by the watch, at 17:03 and 17:33.
So these records indicate that at 5:03 p.m., the defendant's iPhone was with the person as it went up the stairs, and then at 5:33 p.m., the iPhone was with the person as it went up the 2 flights of stairs.
Correct.
And there's a time difference there. The start time is 5:33 p.m., and the end time is 5:38 p.m. For 2 flights of stairs. So that's roughly 5 minutes in between the 2 flights. Is there a way to explain that length of time?
The way the Apple Health data records this information, aggregates it, it tries to group events together. So in this case, it would have recognized that there was a flight climb on the phone at around 17:33:34, and a second one at around 17:38:33, and it just grouped them both into one event. It doesn't mean that it took 5 minutes to walk up 2 flights of stairs. It's just within that 5-minute period, there were 2 flight climbs.
So if I have my phone in my pocket and I climb up a flight of stairs and then I spend a few minutes on that floor, and then still with my phone in my pocket go up another flight of stairs, that's representative of what we're seeing here at 5:33?
Correct. There tends to be around a 10-minute window where it tries to check every 10 minutes, but it can reduce that window in a case like this where it sees that there's group data within a smaller time period.
And then further down on page 8, we have another table here, which seems to have combined data of heart rate and flight climb data. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you also look at web usage on the extraction of the defendant's phone?
I did, yes.
And what did you do to look at the web usage on the phone, and what time frame did you look at?
For web usage, I expanded the time of interest to early January to the 24th of January, and just took a look at any web history over that time. There was over 1,300 records recovered. I took a cursory look down that list and highlighted some which potentially were relevant to the case, and then provided the 1,300 actual records as a appendix report.
And going to page 12 of your report, looks like you started here on January 10th, 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And basically here you list various searches that occurred on each day between January 10th and January 24th from the extraction. Is that correct?
That's correct. Broken down by day with the time of the search, the website that was visited, the title of the web page, and then the identifier in the database.
And looking at these searches, on January 12th, 2023 at 19:48. So that would be 7:48 p.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
There was a search. In the title, it says, "How quickly does Wellbutrin work for depression?" Is that the title? Is that what the user is putting into the search?
If I could see the search, please.
I'll zoom in on that.
So the top entry here we can see starts with https www.google.com/search $Q. The text after the Q, how quickly does Wellbutrin work, is what the user searched. Typically that is exactly as the user typed it, assuming that there are no auto-completions in place. In this particular case, it appears it was searched using Safari. So there's no auto-completion. That is essentially what the user typed in. And then the title, how quickly does I can't say that word, I'm afraid. Wellbutrin, thank you. Work for depression, Google search is the title of the page which Google assigns.
So where it says after the Q, how plus, quickly plus, does plus, the user's not putting in those pluses, correct? Is that, what were you calling those?
So that's part of the attribute. It's how the data is encoded in a URL or in a web search. You can't have spaces within this address string, so they replace the spaces with the plus symbol.
So I type in how quickly does, and the computer adds the pluses in the space marks?
Yes, it's URL encoding to make it safe for the browser.
And then at 7:49, there's a search for Lamictal for depression.
Yes, and depression spelled with a B at the end instead of an N, which demonstrates that this is what the user typed in rather than a page that was being visited.
And then a few minutes later at 7:55 p.m., the user typed in Elavil for depression, correct?
Correct.
And then on page 16, on January 18th, 2023, at 10:25, we have a search there, ketamine for suicidal ideation, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, that's the user typing that in?
Yeah, again, those words were typed in by the user.
And then on January 19th, 2023, on page 17 of your report, we have symptoms of postpartum psychosis searched on January 19th.
Correct.
And again, so we're looking at, this is AM, correct? 9:24 AM that was searched?
Yes, the morning.
And then 9:30 AM, there's another search for psychosis symptoms?
Yes.
Going back to that same page, page 17, at the bottom for January 24th, we have here searches for Kids Miralax at 4:02 p.m. and Takeout 3V at 4:13 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then CVS Pharmacy at 4:47 p.m. Correct?
Correct.
There was also an Apple note that you found in the records, correct?
There was.
The Apple note, in your report, it says it was created on December 22nd, 2022 at 10:23 a.m. Strike that, and then modified at 10:23 a.m. on January 23rd, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And are you able to tell what in the note was modified?
No, there's no real auditable log to look back and see how many times it's been modified over the course of its life. I was able to do some amount of recovery to see that on the day it was created, it started in a very similar way to as it's written on the 24th or 23rd of January, but the exact changes between when it first was created and the last time it was modified, we don't know.
And then you also looked at messages, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to compile the messages that were sent and received between the defendant and her mother and the defendant and her husband on January 24th, 2023?
I did, yes.
And were you able to arrange it using the tools that you use in a way that looks like you might see it on your phone?
Yeah, I tried to prepare it in a report which would be easy for any viewer to understand based on their own usage of text messaging.
So showing you page 19 of your report, what we have here is an enlarged version of what you might see on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And so is this in blue, is this Lindsay's phone?
It is. The messages in blue on the right would be outgoing. The messages in grey on the left would be incoming.
And so we have a photo being sent out from Lindsay's phone to her mother, and then a reply coming back, and that pattern goes on and on, correct?
Correct.
And then looking at page 22, you were able to do the same in terms of her contact with Patrick Clancy that day, correct?
I did, yes.
And so in gray, we have Patrick Clancy sending a message to Lindsay Clancy, and in blue is the response, correct?
Correct.
Were you, were you also able to look at the phone calls that occurred either incoming or outgoing to the defendant's phone on January 24th, 2023?
I did, yes.
And looking at page 27 and 28 of your report, first on page 27, just looking closely at the phone. Here in the report, it says 2024. Is that a typo? Is that supposed to be 2023?
That's meant to be 2023, yes, I apologize.
Okay. And so what we see here, can you just tell us what these columns are?
Yeah, the start time of the call, typically when it is answered by the recipient. The end time, when the call's ended. The metadata is information including who the call was to or from, how long the call lasted, and then the reason that the call disconnected, and then a record ID. So if you had the database, you could go in and find this record based on the ID number.
And looking at page 28, this is the continuation of that table regarding the phone calls, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what we're seeing here is at 17:33, which would be 5:33 p.m., there's an incoming call from Patrick to Lindsay's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
And it says duration 8 seconds, 0 seconds. Does that mean it was not answered?
In this case, it was an unanswered call.
And then at 5:34 p.m., roughly a minute later, there's an outgoing call from Lindsay's phone to Patrick's, correct?
Correct.
And that call was approximately 14 seconds?
Correct.
And then at 6:09 p.m., another incoming call from Patrick to Lindsay that went unanswered?
That's correct.
Now, you also, in a section you call media, you have some photographs that were taken from the phone with some metadata included, correct?
Correct.
What is metadata?
Metadata is information about that photograph. It could be the device that captured it, the time that it was captured, the location, information about the lens, the lighting, etc.
And so looking at page 29 of your report, just for an example, what we have here are 3 photographs, correct?
Correct.
And the metadata for the first one shows captured at South Shore Medical Center, is that correct?
Correct.
How were you able to determine that's where that photograph was taken?
The metadata of the photo included the latitude and longitude where the image was captured. I took that latitude and longitude and looked on Google Maps to see a physical address. In this case, it came down to the South Shore Medical Center.
And then the third photo here, that shows captured at the home address on Summer Street, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you looked at device usage. What is device usage?
Device usage would relate to how the user is operating the device. So when they have it unlocked, locked, what applications being used at any particular time. Essentially anything which is not a message or a phone call or results in additional data like that.
And looking at page 32 of your report, in that device usage log, it shows that the last time the device usage was logged was at 5:13 p.m., correct?
So this table relates just to the locking and the unlocking of the device. So the last time the device was unlocked was at 17:13:16. The device was locked again around 2 minutes later at 17:15:12, and the device was not unlocked again.
And so where the device was not unlocked again after 5:16 p.m., but we have a phone call being made at 5:34 p.m., how does that happen?
There is a setting within iPhones that allow you to use a locked device to call back numbers for missed calls. So in this case, Lindsay had the missed phone call. That would have shown on screen as a notification as a missed call. And without unlocking the device, you're able to call that person back.
So you just press on the icon that shows up, you have a missed call, you press on that, and you can call the person back without unlocking the phone?
Correct.
And then what is application focus?
Application focus is literally the application which is visible on screen at any given time.
And at 4:13 p.m., 16:13, on January 24th, you've highlighted it in green here. What are we seeing there?
At 16:13:23 until 16:14:50, the Apple Maps application was being used, visible on screen.
Is it then used again at 5:13 and 5:14 p.m.? Or is that a different application?
So at 5:13 until 5:14, it was mobile Safari. So the mobile version of Safari, the internet browser, was on screen. And at 17:14:47 until 17:15:08, it was the mobile SMS or messaging application, which was on screen.
So do you just look at the part that's in parentheses to see what application was open or being used at the time?
Correct. What application was on screen at the time?
So for example, where it says 17:34, which would be 5:34 p.m., and in parentheses is in-call service, does that represent a phone call?
It does. That's the screen that indicates you're in a phone call.
And staying with the same page, page 34, you've made some notes here. Let's go out a little bit. regarding Apple Maps, Safari, and messaging. So can you just explain what you pulled from the data for Apple Maps?
Yeah, Apple Maps was used to plan a route from the user's current location, the home address, to a restaurant called 3V.
And that was at 4:13 p.m.?
It was.
And then in terms of Safari, you have the last unlock at 5:13 p.m.?
Yes, so the last unlock of the device was used for the purposes of viewing Safari, where PDLX was searched using Google.
And then in terms of messaging, what did you pull from the data there?
At the same time, or in that same device usage, so the device was unlocked, Safari was used to search PDLX, and then the messaging application was opened to send a message to Patrick saying PDLX liquid stool softener.
And that was at 5:15 p.m.?
It was.
And then did you create a timeline combining all the data that we've talked about into one timeline?
I did, yes.
I'm going to the last page of your report, page 43. Is this the last page of the timeline?
It is, yes.
And in that page, can you explain what we're seeing here?
Yes, so the very first column is the timestamp. The next few columns, which show typically colored, is related to the activity, which will become a little bit clearer in a moment. The row or the column in the center explains what the record is. So if, for example, we look at the 17-13-16 record, we can see a U, which means the device was unlocked in pink. That unlock event lasted until 17-15-12. So hence that entire column is in pink and shows the relevant lock event.
So here we have 5:13 device unlock.
Yes.
5:15 device lock, and there's this column connecting them, correct?
Correct. And then any activity that happened during that unlock time is then shown within the rows between. So again, we see Safari open at 17-13-16. Safari was closed at 17-14-47. Messaging was opened at 17-14-47. While messages were open, there was an outgoing message sent for PDLX. Then messaging was closed. Messaging was opened again, and messaging was closed prior to the device locking. So everything in the colored columns tries to show all of the events that happened at the same time or during that parent event.
And what we have here at 5:33 p.m., we have the flight climb started, is that correct?
Correct.
And flight climb ended at 5:38, so
Yes.
that line again connecting them?
Correct. So 2 flight climbs occurred during that time period.
And in between when the flight climb started and the flight climb ended, you have the 2 calls, the incoming call that was missed from Patrick and then the outgoing call to Patrick, correct?
Correct.
So the first flight climbed had already been started. Someone had already started climbing up a flight of stairs when that first unanswered call happened, correct?
So flight climb started is how it's listed within the database and within the software. But it actually, the flight climb time is when the flight climb has been recognized by the device as the device has already climbed up those stairs. So even though it says flight climb started, that's technically the time that the flight climb or the first flight climb had ended.
So where it says 5:33:34 flight climb started, that actually indicates the person has gone up that first flight of stairs already.
Yes, that indicates the phone has now realized I'm 3 meters higher than I was the last time I checked. Therefore, a flight climb has already being completed at that point.
And then the calls happen, and then the phone realizes at 5:38 that another flight has been climbed.
Correct.
I would move to submit the report as the next exhibit.
No objection. All right, that report may be admitted.
266.
I have nothing further.
All right. All right, so members of the jury, remember I said it might be a little stop and start here today. This is one of those stops. All right, so we're going to take a short break, and then we'll come right back and we'll return for the cross-examination of this witness. Okay?
All rise, please, your attention.
Just trying to make sure that he didn't say anything outside of the jury.
Jurors have exited the quorum. Court's in session.
All right, so the court will be in a short recess at this time. Thanks.
Court, all rise.
Okay. Did you guys hear the whispering? I'm going to have to go back and listen to that because it was a man and a woman. The only two at a table in front of a mic is the defense table. So that was actually Lindsay Clancy talking with her lawyer. Welcome, everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here. Sorry about the screw up this morning. I take full blame for that. But anyways, we're here now, and we're getting caught up. We're about 8 minutes behind, but that's okay. We'll catch up. It's going to be like this all day where there's I don't understand what's going on. I'm sure quite a few people probably maybe rewatched some testimony this weekend. I did as well. Lisa said she was listening and said that she had heard that prosecution was actually going to close today. That will be nice. That will be nice. You couldn't make it out, so I'm going to replay that because that's the first since we heard Lindsay talking to the judge whenever they stipulated to those situations that they put before the court. You can actually hear her say something other than "Yes, Your Honor." So I think we need to listen to that again, see what they were talking about. You know, we need to get in there and figure stuff out too. It's interesting. People are still on the fence about this. I've been checking into things all in and out of different news stations and people like Nancy Grace and Brian Enton, you know, people that I trust. And everybody's still like right on. Nobody understands. This is a divided case. Like, to me, it's straight down the middle. Welcome, Maggie. Hello. I thought you were taking the whole day off, girlfriend. Sorry about that. I hope you didn't have to rush back because I screwed up this morning's live.
Walking and my mic's off. No, I was going to have the day off. I was going to Ronda's, wasn't I? But it hasn't been a good night, but I'll tell you later anyway. So I'm here.
Okay. Maggie, we're going to listen real quick because I just want to go back a little bit because you could actually hear the defense table talking. They're whispering, but you know it's Lindsay Clancy talking to her lawyer. So let's see if we can make out. Let me go back over here and see if we can make out what they're saying to each other. I think that's interesting. I know it was during this time right here.
Have I missed anything that I need to know about, Lee?
Yeah, this morning has been interesting once I figured out what was going on. Listen, they're talking about mainly. Yeah, let's play this real quick. You guys listen
Yeah,
closely.
go on.
Turn up your sound. This is interesting. I don't know if they say anything interesting, but it's just interesting that they forgot to turn off the mic at this point. So let's listen in.
Have you got the sounds on, or is there just no sounds on it? Yes.
No, the sound's on. Can
I
you guys
can't
hear
hear
it?
anything.
Can everybody else hear it?
Can anyone else hear the sounds? I can't hear anything at all. I wonder if it's low on my side. Can
Oh,
anyone
hold
hear?
on. It was my fault. It
No.
was my fault. All right, hold on. They already are speaking to each other, so let me back it up just a little bit. Hold on. See the witness. All right, you guys turn up your mic so you can hear it.
For the cross-examination of this witness. Okay?
All rise, please, your attention.
Kendra might be coming here on Thursday. Why? She's doing that.
Jurors, consider the quorum. Close the session.
All right, so the court will be in a short
Leanie?
recess.
Did you guys hear anything?
This time.
All
Right,
I
I
heard.
could hear whispering, but listen, put your captions on and it'll come up what they're saying.
Okay, good thought. Let me do that real quick. I heard something about she's not coming in on Thursday. Who the hell are we talking about? Let's see. Let me try to find the captions. Hold on. Oh shit, where am I? What's happening here? I don't know what I just did. Y'all, my computer's acting so funny. Okay, so there's that. Let me it's recording visual
I
effects
have to watch
audio.
everything, guys, with the subtitles. Otherwise, I don't know what they're saying. I'm deaf.
I can't find the subtitles. Where are they? Are they in general?
Let me have. I'll have to go in, pretend I'm doing it. Hold on. Let me have a look. Hello to everyone. Hope you're all okay. I'm a bit dead. I'm not sick. I'm not sick or anything like that. I'm just tired. Right, I'm going in there now.
Okay.
Right, so the subtitles, Lee, if you scroll over, they're at the bottom on the right-hand side. You know the way you make your screen bigger?
Mm-hmm.
Can you see them?
Mm-hmm.
Now, on the
No,
one I've got, there's no subtitles. It's saying no subtitles on mine.
all I can see is how to make the screen bigger and smaller.
So can you see the settings, the cog? And then next to that, so you've got where you make your screen bigger, you've got the square, then you've got the cog settings, then you've got CC, the captions,
No, I don't have CC, honey.
then pause.
Nope.
No. Well, my subtitles are not even available.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if it's because of let me look up here, see if I can get it. Nope.
No.
No, it's not even giving me the option for the subtitles. Not for captions either. Nope.
Right, I've got them on here. Hold on. Okay. If you give me a timestamp, I'll take it to there and then we can listen. If you want me to share my screen.
Yeah, absolutely. Take us to oh, I see what you're talking about. You're not talking about You weren't talking about StreamYard. You have to do it from. Okay, I got it. I got it,
No, I'm
Max.
in
Hold on.
StreamYard, but I actually have to do it on the Court TV.
Yeah,
You,
that's what I just did. That's where I see the seat. But it
can you
says.
see it now?
Okay, let's see if we can see it. Hold on. Let me dark it up just a little bit. Okay. I don't know what's going on with this damn thing. Maggie, is that you messing with it? I think we're working against each other.
No, I can't do yours, Lee. I don't have any control over yours.
Okay, hold on just a second.
I'm just sitting waiting.
It's working itself then. Hold on.
No, it must be
me
waiting.
eclipse.
I'm just sitting watching.
Okay, so right here is where the
Yeah, see I hope the captions on under the Q's killing one. They're behind that thing they've got on the screen.
Kendra might be coming here on Thursday. Why? She's doing that.
You know, Kendra might be coming here
on Thursday.
Court will be in a short
Thursday. Why
recess
she's doing that, I was saying.
at this time. Thanks.
After the court session, all right, so the court will be in a short recess at this time, thanks.
All right, so I mean, so they're talking about someone named Kendra. Kendra being there on Thursday. Whoever Kendra is. Don't know. Let me see where the court's at right now. Let me fast forward this if they're live or no, we are still on break. I just want to make sure that we're there because Maggie, I balls the whole thing up this morning.
I always balls it up.
No, girl, it was terrible. I didn't even take roll call. I didn't say hi to anybody. I didn't do anything. I was having a
What
panic
happened?
attack.
Was you late? Because I was in the toilet. I got the phone was ringing and ringing and ringing. So I liked it. By the time I got there, it went off. Then it started ringing again, and it was Mel. She went, Maggie, you want a day off? I went, yeah. Why? What's up? She said, Leanie's not there, and it's whatever time. And I went, oh shit, I'll come in now. Explained to her that I wasn't going to Ronda's, blah blah blah. And I forgot what I was going to say to you then. Oh yeah, so then I'm talking, she went, oh hang on, where's Leanie now? So I said, oh God, thank God. So I said, I'll have to see who's rang me. And then I said, oh, it was Liz. I said, she was probably ringing me to say the same thing. Where are you?
Thank you, Dolores. Good to see you, honey. I'm sorry. Hi, Rebecca.
Hi, Dolores. Hi, Rebecca. So when you come in, you were all disorientated, was you? Had you been asleep?
Did you know that there's like 4 live scheduled for today or something like that? It was
No, because what it is, it gives you 2 because one's the vertical and one's the portrait one. You've got a vertical, you've got a horizontal and a vertical, haven't you? So it puts if you go into StreamYard and look, it shows you both of them.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, but see, I know I thought it was my computer because last night I was trying to ship some stuff and I couldn't get anything to come up, and I think it's because of all the water that we've got, because all of our internet lines and everything are buried underground. So I think it's just messed up the whole thing because I can't find none of my stuff on the computer.
It's because we've got 2 lives going each time we go live. You know where you tell people to come over? Well, it shows them. It shows each of them. Do you get what I'm saying? So if I'd only schedule one day, it'll show 2.
Misty says, yeah, but day 15 and 16 are all scheduled for today. It doesn't matter. We found each other.
Now I'll go in and fix it. It won't take a minute.
TN, good to see you. TN says, all I understood was they said, becoming your own person. She said, why? He said, she's coming. She said, she's staying till 1. Okay. Well, I did hear Thursday in that, and then we did hear, well, Caption said a name. I didn't hear the name personally, Kendra, but Caption said they did. But sometimes
What day are
Captions
we on,
also,
Lee?
we're on day 14 right now.
14, okay. So day 15 is...
Uh-oh. Anyways, so you guys, listen, I have to tell you this really, really quick before court starts. Again, my husband has been on 2 murder trials. I have not been on Jack or Jill, okay? They know that I'm just going to mess up the whole thing. They're not calling me in. Anyways, he's been on one here in Indiana recently, like I think it was last year. And then he's been on a murder trial in his home state of Oklahoma. So he knows a little bit about the case. He works, so he obviously, even if he wasn't working, he's not listening to me. But anyways, I asked him because, he's done this before. He's been in a jury. And so I said, so let me explain to you just a little bit. And I did. And I said, I don't know at this point, like if I'm a juror, what I'm supposed to be thinking. I said, so I can give you like 3 really big arguments for this being premeditated murder. I said, but then on the other hand, over here, I could give you 3 really big arguments that she was in psychosis. And I said, so at this point, if we were going back to the jury room right now, and I can't make sense of this, what are we supposed to do? I said, I would just quit. He said, you're not allowed to quit. And he said you'd have to have a doctor's excuse to be let go of or something really bad and the judge has to prove it. He said, you just told me that you have doubt either way, right? And I was like, yeah, because just by the evidence in the courtroom that's been given to us, not by anything I believe or think, just by the evidence, I said I could give you like 3 big reasons that says, this looks premeditated. I said, I may be able to give you more. I'm just being, I'm just telling you, there's at least that many I could give you. I said, and then there's at least 3 I can give you that says she was in psychosis. So what are we supposed to do at this point as jurors? And he said, they have not proven their case within a reasonable doubt. He said, you have reasonable doubts because what they have presented in court gives you can prove to the fact that it was premeditated. And then they've given you other evidence in court that can prove to the fact that she was in psychosis. He said, so if that is called reasonable doubt, he said, there is unreasonable doubt that the court will not accept. He said, but if you're telling me, and I went ahead and told him 3 things, I think I told him 2 things of premeditated, 3 things on psychosis. And he said, I, as a juror, would have to say not guilty because they couldn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this was premeditated. He said, you're always wondering if you're doing the right thing, if you're a human, right? He said, but when that comes to your head, if you just go right back into the evidence and take your heart, your head, all of that out of it, only see what was presented in court. He said, what you're telling me as a juror, I would have to say not guilty because they haven't been able to, how did he put it? They haven't, like, the premeditation, the defense hasn't been able to come in and defend that and say, no, that happened because of this. Now, I did tell him, I said, well, the defense hasn't taken over yet. We're still on prosecution witnesses. And he said, no, that may all change. Just give it time. But he said, if you at the end of the trial feel the same way, well, this wasn't explained, so I still have I still feel like it could have been premeditated. And this over here hasn't changed, so I still feel like she could have been in psychosis. Then the legal thing to do and the moral thing to do would be to say not guilty because you have reasonable doubt. Dolores says, I've been in two my throat's dry. I've been in two murder jury trials. We had more fight back in the courtroom than heard in court. You know, that's what who was it? Vinnie Politan had somebody on there, and they were saying they said that this is going to be an ugly jury room, really ugly, a lot of fighting. Hello, Natalie. Mary Jane Doe says it's your civic duty. I know, but I just think, you know, if I look, you know, if I'm just like, no, judge, I just can't do it. I'll do my 30 days in jail. Okay, can I get a pack of cigarettes and a cup of coffee and a Diet Coke, and I'll be fine. And I'll sit in the corner and probably won't talk much. Well, I'm going to talk. I'm probably going to talk, but I'll try to be quiet. And I know I'm just being facetious. Dolores, I'd be curious though, if at right now, and I know we still have all of the defense witnesses coming, right? So this could just change on a dime, right? I mean, in a day or two, it may just make all sense. Everything just makes sense to us. But if you had to go to the jury right now on this, you know, you're going in to deliberate and you had to make a decision right now, only based on what you have heard in court so far, what would your vote be? I'm curious to hear, especially since you've already been on murder trials before. Hi, Natalie. Good day to you, lovely people. Hope it's a good day. Hi, Leanie. Hi, Maggie. So good to see you, Natalie. MJ says, I'm worried others will use explanation, excuses, psychosis. Yeah, so, you know, because I would have felt, unless I understood, I always understood reasonable doubt, but I guess I wasn't looking at that as being reasonable doubt. I was just looking at like, well, wow, you both have a reason to argue over this. I mean, but I guess I just didn't realize that if it's reasonable and it can be argued on both sides and totally make sense, that there's no way to prove one way or the other because both scenarios make sense. You have to say not guilty, no matter what your heart feels, no matter what your head feels. Sharon says not guilty by reasonable doubt. Because remember last week, y'all, I was like, this is a hung jury. And I was saying, that's what I told Beefcake too. It was like, no, it would be a hung jury because I would say, I just can't make a decision. He said, how can you not make a decision? He said, you just told me what has been presented in court so far. And you said that it can be proven that you can see where it can be proven premeditation. And then on the other hand, you can see where it can be proven psychosis. He said, that's not a hung jury. He said, people use that as a hung jury because they don't want to be responsible. He said, that's not a hung jury. That is not a true and right verdict that you're given. He said, you have to be on. He said, not everybody is. He said, but you would hope to, especially if you were the one on trial. And I was like, and he's a lot smarter than I am about stuff though, y'all. He he thinks deeper than I do. I'm a surface thinker. Well, I say that. I'm a deep I'm an obsessive thinker, there's a difference. Dolores says it wasn't her fault. She blacked out from drugs, but we'll see. I hope they bring Patrick back.
Yes. All right. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I wanted to ask Patrick more questions too. All right, you guys, I will mute out. And we have got the jury coming in, and the defense is fixing to cross-examine this witness. That is where we are at right now.
All right, please, jurors entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, all parties present, including 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Reddington?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Whiffen, just a couple of things. One of the takeaways or question that I had is that you were talking about, in reference to the Apple Health data, it's fair to say that there's an issue as to the accuracy or reliability of the Apple Health data. You've actually done research on that.
I've done research on it, yes.
Okay, and one of the things that you did is back about a year ago, June 28th of 2025, you did a blog article on Apple Health accuracy and reliability, and it talked about using a pitch, which I think is, you guys refer to like a football field?
It was a rugby field, yes.
And then you had somebody put the watch in their right pocket, somebody with the left pocket, and then someone else held it in their hand, you measured it, and things of that nature, right?
Correct, it was 3 phones.
Some of the things were off a little bit, but basically you put that in your report and you were able to draw your conclusion as to the accuracy and reliability, as you say, of the Apple Health data, right?
Correct.
Now, if someone is wearing an Apple Watch, is that what records heart rate?
As the heart rate is on the watch, yes.
It is on the watch,
yes.
Okay. And the steps that the person takes, things of that nature, the movement, is that on the phone or would that be on the watch?
That's on both the watch and the phone.
Okay. Now, if you have an Apple Watch and you test it or you examine it, would you be able to determine what information was actually recorded by the watch while the person was wearing it?
Yes, the information that's recorded within the Apple Health database does specify whether the information comes from the watch, the phone, or from a different device.
Okay. And in this case, if I understand correctly, the Apple Watch stopped recording data at, is it 5:23?
It was around that time.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to give you your report. Feel free to just refresh your memory or look at it or whatever helps you out.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. I just want to get the times down. I think you indicated that the watch stopped recording information at 5:23 p.m.
Yes, the last heart rate was 5:23:52.
52, okay. 5:23 and 52 seconds. And then I believe the phone and watch stopped recording at 5:38, was it?
The last usage of the, let me double check this. I believe the last usage of the phone to record flight climb data was at 5:38, yes.
All right, and after 5:38, it's pretty much blackout. There's no further information or recording, right?
Yes, not until the phone was seized by police, I believe.
By the police.
There's other activity, but appeared to be after the incident.
So the further activity would have been the following morning on the 25th of January, say around 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning?
I ended my analysis on the 24th.
Okay. Well, so 5:23 p.m., the watch stops recording information. 5:38 p.m., both the watch and the phone stopped recording any information until the police picked up the phone apparently the following day, right?
Again, there would have been activity later on, but it wasn't usage, it wasn't health data. It would have been things like incoming calls.
Okay, so when you went through the stair climbing and talked about the steps that were taken, the distance that was taken, that stopped at 5:38 p.m., right?
Correct.
Now, you don't know, when I say you, I mean there's a witness, but also the police, whoever was wearing the watch, for example, if Lindsay's wearing the watch or carrying the phone after 5:38, you don't know what was happening at 5:39.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening at 5:40, 5:45, right?
Correct.
Right up till 5:58, 6 o'clock p.m., right?
Yeah, purely the data on the device.
So it could have been, the phone could have been put down, the watch could have been put down, battery died, whatever those issues could be, and the person would still be going down the stairs, going up the stairs, going in the backyard, doing push-ups, whatever.
Correct.
You just don't know, right?
Yes.
Okay. One of the things, you're familiar with the concept of location data, right?
Correct.
And location data, one of the things you looked at or you're aware of would be from Lindsay's phone on August 23rd of 2022. Is that correct?
Apologies, August 23rd, 2022?
Yeah.
I didn't go back
Okay.
anywhere near that date.
You have tested and written blogs, though, on location information, right?
Correct.
You actually testified in the case of Commonwealth versus Victor Arrington in Suffolk Superior Court in Boston in support of the accuracy of this particular artifact or information, right?
Correct.
So you're a true believer that the phone does in fact record accurately significant locations on the iPhone, right?
It certainly can, yes.
All right. And are you aware, or if I was to approach you in your expertise, it's just a doctor's note. That's all. You were talking earlier about latitude, longitude, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
Okay. So just to, you're familiar with, for example, significant location visits on Lindsay's phone, August 23rd, 2022 at 9:34. Do you know what that says or what that means?
The created time
Yeah.
of 9:34. That'd be when the device decided that the device had visited this location enough to consider it a visit.
Okay. Do you know what that location is? If I suggest to you it's a doctor's office, would you be aware of that?
I don't recognize it from the coordinates.
Okay. Okay. This here you're familiar with too as well, right? The geo data with the latitude and the longitude?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the fact that you can take the metadata off of the information on the cell phone, one of which would be latitude and longitude. You'd be able to determine, for example, that this would be the Lindsay Clancy home, correct?
Yes, correct.
You've seen this before, right?
It rings a bell, yes.
Okay. I'd offer this, Joe.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
Thank you.
Exhibit 267.
All right, thank you.
Now, you have your report in front of you, right?
Yes.
And that's captioned Digital Forensic Report, and it's in evidence, so the jurors are going to be able to review it in its entirety, right?
Yes.
If I could direct your attention to page 11, I believe. Yeah, page 11. Okay.
Yes.
And just so the jurors are able to acclimate themselves to it, that would be this item here that you went through with the district attorney, right? As far as the searches, Google searches.
I have a different page 11.
Different page?
That looks like this page 12.
Oh, okay. Well, let me approach you with what is your digital forensic report number 1?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Is this the same?
So this is a revision.
A revision?
The revision submitted in February that just had a different record highlighted.
Yeah, okay, so basically there's no big deal difference, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we can go by, you have the revised and I have the old. Can you look at January 10th on the Google search, for example?
I can.
You have it?
Yes, sir.
So looking at January 10th of 2023, just read along with me, and the jurors again would be able to look at this in the jury room. Prescription information at it says 14:55. What does that mean? 12:14 in the morning?
14 a.m. Yes.
All right, and then 19:11, which would be at 7:11 in the morning.
7:11 p.m.
Oh, PM, okay. Trazodone and Benadryl goes on about an hour later. Trazodone headache, Google search, goes on. Trazodone and ibuprofen goes on. Trazodone and Tylenol goes on to 2032, which would be 8:32 p.m. Trazodone and Tylenol interactions, right?
Correct.
Fair to say that these are things that Lindsay Googled on her cell phone. That's what this document refers to, right?
Somebody used this cell phone to Google it, yes.
Oh, you don't know who was actually using it, but this is Lindsay's cell phone.
Yes.
You're aware of that. If we jump ahead, looking at all of these various Google searches, follow with me on, let's say, randomly, page 13, 1948, which would be 17:48 p.m., I guess. You with me on that?
Yes, 1948?
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
How quickly does Wellbutrin work for depression? That's what was Googled, right?
Correct.
Followed by Lamictal for depression, Elavil for depression, how to tell if you're sleep deprived, ketamine for suicidal ideation, right?
Correct.
These are all searches that were done on Lindsay's cell phone on that particular date. Chronologically would have been the 12th of January, right?
Correct.
Now, without boring everybody, it goes on and on and on with searches along those lines. Suicidal ideation, drugs, trazodone, mixtures, things of that nature, right?
It does.
Page 17, if you have it, would be the Apple Note counsel asked you about.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I suggest to you, sir, that this is the Apple Note, I believe a previous witness may have read this to the jury, so they will have this in the room to read. But basically, this is the note that says, I was the healthiest, happiest mom. I worked out every morning, meditated, took care of myself, and basically my life has turned to crap, right?
Correct.
So what was modified in this? If you know, because counsel asked you if there were modifications and things of that nature, and I'm just asking if you know, what was modified in it?
Exactly at the moment, I don't have all of that in front of me. It's possible to see snippets going back over time. I do recall on the 22nd of December when this was created, it started with the same sentence.
Yep.
And there was a few essentially spelling differences as time went on. But as much as you can recover from the earlier versions of the note, it's a snippet. It's essentially two sentences, basically, and the rest of it is it's essentially the same note.
Okay, thank you, sir. Going forward onto page 18, page 19, and 20, would you agree with me that, well, actually, in 21, they basically contain photographs that were sent from Lindsay's phone to, it looks like Patrick's phone. Would you agree with that?
I believe the first few pages are sent to Mommy.
Okay. And this basically is the, there we go. This is the snowman in the backyard being made, right?
Correct.
And then Lindsay's phone is sending the blue.
Yes, the blue messages are outgoing.
A response?
Yes.
And can you tell me what the response is?
The one on screen at the moment is the response sent from Mommy to Lindsay's phone saying that's a big roll of snow. I was wondering if you got enough for the kids to play in, and it's a pretty nice day too. Gives them something to do on a day without school.
Okay. And then your report then goes on with additional photographs of the snowmen. There's a box of Cheerios, apparently. And then there's a photograph of a young boy appearing to be very exuberant with his arms up in the air. And then there's the Lindsay phone responds with a picture of a little girl with a mask on, right?
Correct. And this is a conversation with Patrick.
Patrick, okay. So are you able to tell what Patrick said, if anything, when he sent the picture of the little boy with his arms up in the air?
So at the very top of that message above the photograph, it says, got himself dressed. And that would be the message that was sent alongside the photograph.
Okay. And then what was her response?
Initially, it was just the photograph.
Did she respond any further in your report or your research?
Sorry?
Did you see any response in your research of the phone?
I don't remember seeing any response.
All right. Can you look at page 22?
Yes.
Okay. And this would be on January 24th, 2023. And it looks, what time is that? 8:19 in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, sir, you can even look in your report. This is in the same thread with the little girl making the snowman and the text about, it looks like a nice day, hoping you got snow, things of that nature. And there was a reference by the mother or mommy to get the hot chocolate ready, things of that nature, right?
The message at 8:19 a.m. that says cutie was sent by Patrick in a different thread to the snowman photographs.
Okay, but I'm asking you about the one that's underneath the snowman and the mummy text. The last commentary is get the hot chocolate ready.
Oh, yes, that's the one from...
And that's from the mother, apparently, right?
Correct.
Or someone that is in the phone as mummy, right?
And that was at 11:33 a.m.
Now, if you look on page 22, we can get to what you were talking about. It looks like January 24th at 8:19 in the morning, cell phone number 781-375-8564. And what does that say?
Cutie.
And that, so just tell us, so is that Patrick's phone?
Yes, that would be the phone stored as Patrick sending a message to Lindsay's phone.
And how did Lindsay respond, or how did her phone respond?
It appears that Lindsay reacted to an image with the love emoji.
Like a little heart thing?
Yes.
And then what did Patrick say?
Patrick asked, how's it going?
What did she say?
Good.
And then did she say anything further?
Yes, she also responded, okay, her urine looked good, so nothing going wrong with her kidneys, a few.
So that she indicates that her urine looked good, nothing going on with her kidneys, and then phew, like whew, you know, something like that, right?
That's how I read it.
P-H-E-W?
Yeah. Yes.
And then he said good, right?
Yes.
And then as you go forward, there's more pictures of the kids with the snowman, making the snowman. Patrick then says to her at 11, looks like 11:29, am I reading that right, in the morning?
11:29.
What does he say to her?
You're a good mama.
And does she respond?
She responds with an emoji, which is the face covered in hearts.
The face with the hearts? And then they go back and forth with each other up until getting the menu and asking what you want for takeout and things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Page 25, just in case you were looking. All right. Can you look at page 28 for me? And page 29, I can hold them up. Basically, they basically are just a continuation of photographs, little thumbnails of the kids doing snowman and sitting in the doctor's office, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of the things that you did is that you actually performed a comprehensive search. Is that a full focus extraction? Is that what you call it?
Full file system extraction.
Okay. And you did that for the phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy, right?
Correct.
That would be what you refer to as your appendix?
The appendix 1 of the Lindsay Clancy phone is 1,300 and some web search visits.
Okay. So I'm going to hand you what says report number 1, iPhone belonging to Lindsay Clancy, and ask if you can recognize that.
Yes, this appears to be just the web history from Lindsay's phone.
Okay, so that's pretty much if anybody cares to look at it, that's the entire web history, right?
Correct.
All right, I'd offer this, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
268.
Then, Mr. Whiffen, you also had report number 4, which would be the digital report for Patrick Clancy's
I did.
computer. I'd offer that, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted as well.
269.
All right, thank
And
you.
finally, report number 5 says Surface Pro laptop belonging to Patrick Clancy.
Yes.
So this would be your search of his laptop as well, correct?
Correct.
I'd offer this.
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
207.
Approaching you with an item, sir, I'm just going to. Well, I'm just going to ask it. I'm not going to do it. No problem. This says extraction report, Apple iPhone. You recognize that?
Yes, I didn't create it, but I recognize the report.
Okay, so that is a Celebrate report of the extraction of Lindsay's phone, correct? Yeah, you can look at whatever you want. Yeah, of course.
Yes, this is a report generated by physical analyzer, a Celebrate tool of the device.
Okay. Now, if you look at the report, for example, just randomly on page, let's say, 9, bottom line, it says web history. I just grabbed that random. January 24th, 23, correct?
Yes.
And then you go to the right, and it says Lindsay's iPhone mobile library.
Yes.
Okay. And then it has the time that it was recorded, right?
Yes.
And what time would that be on that date, which is January 24th?
It would be 9:35 local time in the morning.
So if you jump ahead to January 25, 2023, let's say, is that 7 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And that says, what is it measuring at 7 o'clock in the morning on January 25?
So this is for the hour of health data. So it's been aggregated and it shows between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. There was 47 meters traveled.
Okay. And then it goes on and it talks about, again, 7 o'clock in some seconds, it talks about 134 distance traveled.
Yes.
Okay. And for example, January 25 at 8 o'clock in the morning, it talks about distance traveled, steps counted, and distance would be 47 meters or feet.
Meters.
Okay. So is that information that is coming off a cell phone, the Apple Watch, or what?
That's coming from the watch and the phone and being displayed
Right,
as
so
one amount of information.
It's coming from the watch, right?
The way that the data is presented there is coming from the watch or the phone.
Okay. And the data is coming from Celebrate, right?
Correct.
And Celebrate is God's gift to cell phone searches, right?
I like to think so.
I mean, you work for them, and you're also a guy that created all of this stuff for them, pretty much, right?
I've created some other tools, yes.
If I tell you, sir, that January 25 at 8 o'clock in the morning, Lindsay Clancy was in a coma, laying in a bed with tubes coming out of her body, and certainly not wearing her Apple Watch. How did that happen?
Based purely on the report there, I'd suggest the data came from the phone rather than the watch.
As I just told you about the watch. Did you ever look at this watch?
No, we can't actually pull data directly from the watch. We pull it from the phone.
How do you look at a watch?
We extract the data from the phone, which is synchronized to from the watch to the phone.
Okay, so I'm handing you, is that an Apple Watch?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. And if I suggest to you that this was found a number of days later in Lindsay's bedroom in a drawer that the police never seized. Have you ever seen this before?
I've never seen this before, no.
How long have you been working on this case for the government?
I started looking at this case in November last year.
Okay, thank you. That's all we have, Judge.
All right, redirect.
Thank you. Sir, from the documents that defense counsel just showed you, the activity on January 25th, was it your testimony that it could have been from the watch or the phone?
It could have been either device.
What he showed you, did that have enough data on it to tell you specifically whether it was from the watch or the phone?
No, I'd need to take a look at the database itself and see where that information came from.
And you were saying that you cannot pull data from the watch itself, is that correct?
Correct. We don't extract the memory from the watch itself. We extract data from the phone, which is synchronized to the watch. So we ultimately get the watch data from the phone.
And why is it that you don't pull it from the watch itself?
Apple's proprietary connections, the encryption that they use on the device complicates extraction. And essentially, considering we get everything from the watch via the phone, it's just additional work required to pull data from the watch, which would just be a duplicate of what we already have.
And you said that the watch syncs itself to the phone, relaying all data that it's collecting to the phone, correct?
Correct.
And Lindsay's watch was synced to Lindsay's phone, correct?
It was.
And if you were able to look at the data from the dates defense counsel mentioned from the extraction itself, you would be able to tell whether the January 25th data was coming from the watch or the phone, correct?
I would, yes.
But you can't from what he showed you, correct?
From the printout, no. I'd need the actual data.
And if on January 25th, the police have the phone, and they're bringing it to an evidence room, and then they're bringing it to storage room, is that going to show steps and distance traveled?
Yeah, whenever the device is turned on, or whenever the phone is turned on, it will consistently record steps walked regardless of who's carrying it. It will consistently record flights climbed regardless of who's carrying it.
And so if the watch is turned off in a drawer somewhere, the phone would be what's relaying, or not relaying, but the phone would be what's recording the distance traveled and the steps taken, not the watch, correct?
That's the presumption, yeah. If the watch is turned off, it's not doing anything. Any data would be from the phone.
And earlier, defense counsel just put in some exhibits of your indexes for all the data that you looked at for the phone and the computers, correct?
Correct.
And those indexes, do they contain everything that was on the phone and everything that was on each computer that could be pulled from the phone or the computer?
No, they were focused reports or focused searches. So for my reports, they were focused to essentially the internet history on those devices. The large Cellbrite report, again, I don't know who created that. I don't know what options were selected by that user, but there will be data on the device which is not covered in that report by virtue of that's how decoding works.
And on the defense counsel asked you about the flights climbed and how the last reading was at 5:38 p.m., correct?
Correct.
The last incoming phone call that you registered on your charts was the 6:09 p.m. phone call from Patrick to Lindsay that she did not answer, correct?
Correct.
From 5:38 p.m. to 6:09 p.m., were there any other flights climbed showing from either the watch or the phone?
Don't believe there was, no.
And Your Honor, we'd move to submit the full extraction as the next exhibit. It's being copied now, so we just put a disc envelope in its place.
Yeah, no objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
If I may, Your Honor. So you make reference to 5:38 for her question that there's no flights climbed, recorded, or anything up until 6 o'clock, right? You just answered that question.
Correct.
That's because the phone was either dead, off. We already went through that. She could have been walking all over the house, the yard, anywhere, right?
Yeah, the phone did not detect anything. I don't know why the phone didn't detect anything, whether it was
So your answer is you
set
don't know
down.
what, I don't mean to be rude. Your answer is you don't know why, right?
Exactly. I don't know why it wouldn't
Okay.
record.
And you did not report at all on the steps and distances, did you?
I didn't know.
Okay, thank you.
Anything on that, Como?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You may sit down. Thank you.
Como for us.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. There are some exhibits. My mistake. I believe they're by agreement.
Yeah, they were by agreement.
All right.
And then you address.
All right.
We have the 2 Sperry Hospital records, 2 discs. 272A, B. Mass General Institute Health Professions transcript. So the 273. For the PIAC transcript.
Who was that?
For the PIAC transcript. 74. And then employment records from Mass General Hospital. 275. We rest.
All right, and with that, the Commonwealth rests? All right. All right, so members of the jury, as you heard from Terry Sprague, the Commonwealth has rested. All right, so at this point, I've got to address some matters with the attorneys. So I'm going to, it's another one of those stops. We're going to take a stop at this point, have you go back to the jury room, we'll address a few things with the attorneys, and then we'll bring you right back in. Okay?
All rise, please, jurors. Thanks.
Jurors, can I extend the quorum? This court's in session. Please be seated.
Before we do the motion for required finding, Your Honor, is this a good time to take a morning break?
Sure, do you want to take a short break?
Looking something up, that's all. I
All right.
apologize.
So the court will be in a short recess, and we'll come back without the jury. We'll address the motion, and then we'll kind of go from there. Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise.
All rise.
All
Oh,
rise.
God, I need to know what's happened this morning. I'm still half deadly.
Listen, I have never been so happy to hear the words, the Commonwealth rests in my life. Not that I've really heard that too much, but just to hear anybody rest, this would be number 1 on my list. That I'm so
Richly.
happy. They're done. So prosecution is done. They rested. So now,
Oh,
the defense
it
is
is
going to take
the
over.
defense now. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah. So it's going to be, if Kevin, and I just can't pronounce his last name, so I'm not trying to be disrespectful of this man whatsoever. But if he is the bulldog they say that he is, and I mean, I even listened to my boo thing, Nancy Grace, and she was like, he's just not someone you want to go up against. So I kind of feel sorry for these 2 new, if you're looking at Kevin's, the defense attorneys, if you're looking at what his resume would look like, right, compared to both of the women who are the DAs there in the prosecutor's office, I would be scared. To me, they look very young. I don't know how many they prosecuted between the 2 of them, but I would be scared to go up against somebody like this. This man knows his shit, y'all. That takes
Yeah.
years I mean, you can read so many books, but in the end, yeah, you got to have some kind of game. And he's got game, y'all. That matters. That
Oh,
matters. So I'm excited to see what happens here. Basically, Maggie, what you missed this morning was pretty much the same. At first, I couldn't understand. I'm not going to lie. I thought, I was like, we've already, because he was giving us credentials and where he studied, what he does, all that stuff, which is highly impressive. I mean, for me, anything above a anything above a Hamburger University degree like I have is pretty impressive. Y'all don't laugh at me. I really did go to Hamburger University in Chicago, Illinois. Okay, graduated
I know
top of my
when you
class.
walked past and you needed the toilet, so you run in. I know, girl.
Yeah, I did my thing, y'all. Listen, I graduated top of my class. I had so much fun in that class, you guys. I mean, one day we'll have to talk about it. I was the most unruly student there, and I demanded cigarette breaks. Demanded. I'm holding up a cigarette to the guy in the front.
Oh, so you really did go?
Yes, I really did go. I'll send you pictures. I went for a week. There really is a Hamburger University for McDonald's. You had been working at McDonald's for years. They sent me to it. I knew pretty much everything. I wasn't ever good in the office because I hate sitting down, but I like to be up and I like to be doing stuff. And so, I mean, I'd sit there for like 3 hours, and obviously the two people who were running our class, they weren't smokers. So I would hold up a cigarette like after 3 to 4 hours and been like, Blondie needs a break. And so after they knew me for like a day or two, then I would just show him a cigarette like off to the side when he's up front talking. And he's like, oh, Blondie needs a break, y'all. Let's all go for a cigarette. So my whole class loved me because I kept getting us out. But that's another story. No, it really, I'm not lying about that. It's the truth.
I thought you were lying.
No,
Natalie Davies says, what does it mean that they rest?
That means that they are done bringing forth any witnesses to their case. So now the defense is going to start calling their witnesses in. This is where we may see witnesses we have already seen before, but they were called to testify for both sides. So Patrick just may show back up. Other people may just show back up. And what the prosecution's job now is what we've been watching Kevin do, where he just stands up, he cross-examines, try to make their testimony with the prosecution look like shit. That's now what the prosecution's going to do with Kevin's witnesses, even though they may have already testified for the prosecution. So it'll be interesting to see, because I haven't seen a list. A lot of times they'll put out a list for you guys, or for all of us guys. They'll put a list out of witnesses, but they didn't. And I think it's just because there's witnesses being called and uncalled and here and there and everywhere, and there's sidebars. So there's that. So it'll be interesting from here. Not that it hasn't been interesting. I think it's been interesting, but some of it just went too damn far. I mean, and then they didn't close it up. It's like they ripped the seam open. They started stitching it back together, and there's still holes. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't closed up at the end. So let's hear from the defense on one way or the other, because I'm still sitting on the fence. I'm not rooting for anything but the truth. Let's hope that the defense can close up all these holes that we have. I mean, he's better at this. And I'm not saying it because he's a he or he's the defense or anything like that. He's got many years of doing this. He's got to be brilliant. What says you, Maggie?
Not much.
Not much.
Gail. Not much. I'm still asleep. I'm just nicely listening to you. It was nice, but I am really not with it today. I'm so out of it. I'll probably wake up about midnight. That's what's going to happen to me.
You know what, Maggie? If you need to go, take a day off.
No, I want to be here.
Oh, okay.
If I wasn't here, I'd be snoring, and I don't want to do that. I'll sleep tonight. Honestly, if I didn't want to be here, I wouldn't be here.
Taco Suka says, I give a fuck, sane or not, knock her. Okay. Well, that's your opinion, and you're welcome to it. And thank you for the view. I appreciate that. Thank you for coming in. So this morning was about the same as what you've heard since you come in. They talked about how, and I didn't, y'all, I am so retarded when it comes to any kind, and don't be offended by my words, you guys. I'm old school. I cannot keep up with what offends anybody anymore. I'm so sorry. Listen, I'm just gonna put a tattoo on my forehead, get a new tattoo on my forehead, and it's gonna just say, sure to offend you. That's what it's gonna say. So there will be, everywhere I walk, there'll be a trigger warning with me. So listen, I am the trigger warning, this mouth. But I am so retarded when it comes to anything technological. And so when he was talking about her wearing her iPhone or having her iPhone on her, whether it's in her pocket, in her hand, whatever, and then she was wearing an iWatch. Remember, they did say that the iWatch was found at the was it on the bed, you guys? Where was the iWatch found? It wasn't on her anymore. It was taken off before she went out the window. So, anyways, he was comparing the two, Maggie. He had broke it down by what was being collected by the iPhone, what was being collected by the iWatch in terms of elevation. Who knew that? Okay, so it can see if she's going upstairs or downstairs. It could see how long it took her to get upstairs or downstairs. It shows how many steps she's doing, how fast she's taking them. And that's how it's showing her heart rate. Of course, we know that. I did know that.
So does it show how long she was down in that basement?
I missed a lot. Just, you know how we do. We're talking in chat, trying to answer questions, and
Does anyone hear it?
and me, I'm
I know
joking
you
with
miss
the chat.
everything, don't you, when you're in the chat?
Yeah, because they make me laugh, and I have to laugh back and say something, so I miss a lot. That's why I rewatch the testimony.
I'm going to sit here like the teacher. I'm going to go, pay attention. No talking. No talking.
Put your hands
when
up here. We're going to wrap
session,
your hands.
Lindsay.
It's me. You probably need to start with me. I need my hands wrapped, and my that's what they used to say when they would take the stick to the kids' hands whenever they'd be in trouble. Remember that? I watched that on an old movie once. I thought it was very, very sad. I wanted to beat the hell out of the woman who was doing it. But anyhow, that was really a movie, but I know it really happened. But anyhow, they say something that's funny, and then I get off.
Did you get the timeline, Leanie, at all?
No.
Because everyone wants to see the timeline. We need the timeline.
I'm hoping if you guys think back on, and this is the reason why I didn't, because we did on all the other ones, Nancy Guthrie and Koberger, all of those, we did our own timelines on it. So we did have it. But if you guys look, the exhibits that are really being shown, like on big cards and stuff, that is coming from the defense. So I'm thinking that there is going to be, he's going to have his own timelines going on. But yes, there, as far as like the cell phone data, the Apple Watch data, all that stuff, they do have a timeline on it. But no, I didn't screenshot it or even get it. Hi, Erica. Good to see you, honey. Dolores says, I think the watch was on the bed upstairs, but didn't. That's what I thought I saw too, Dolores, but I wasn't sure if I was mixing that up with a different case. You know how that goes. You have to remember which one you're talking about. Natalie says, Dolores, I agree. Something doesn't seem right. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Erica says she's nervous. I'd be nervous too. Gemma says, I can't wait to answer, but I do take in a lot. Supermom says, take care, Maggie. I also say the R word, and I have an uncle who is mentally retarded. I have never taken offense to the word. Listen, everybody's offended, and I just can't be responsible for your feelings that much. I do the best I can to respect everybody, but everybody's too much into their feelings, and I'm just like, what about my feelings? What about me? You want me to learn a whole different language when you guys are already fucking up the language that was already given to us? I mean, I can't be responsible for everybody's problems. You know, I have my own, like saying retarded, which I grew up saying. So, not that it, well, I mean, I could say not that it makes it right, but in my generation, it wasn't wrong either. So, there's that. I guess I got no more excuses for that one. Charlotte says, but just the devices picked up movements. Still, nothing to say by who. That's right, Charlotte. That's right. Nothing to say by who. The only thing that we have for sure, right, is what's on the video. We know exactly what time, according to their clock, because all of our clocks, I guarantee you, all of our clocks are set a few seconds on or a few seconds off each other, maybe some minutes off of each other, right? So the only thing that's provable here is what time Patrick was in the restaurant and what time Patrick was in the CVS. Other than that, you can bring up all the data you want. That doesn't mean that Lindsay did that or that Patrick did that. Where's the cameras? That's right. There were no cameras in the house at that time. So, and look, I'm not saying somebody disassembled them or that I don't know what the reasoning is. That was just another piece of the material that they ripped open and they didn't sew back up for us. So we don't know if the neighbors had some kind of Wi-Fi or internet problem that Patrick claimed. But do remember, even though he said, well, we didn't have Wi-Fi, and you don't need Wi-Fi to call the police on any phone. Any phone, you can pick a phone up out of the trash, and it'll turn on, you can hit 911 and you can get a hold of the 911 operator. So you're completely right about that, Charlotte. There's nothing. Tell us how to prove it was her doing the searches. Tell us how to prove it was Patrick doing the searches. Just because one is in one person's name and this account is in that person's name and that is Lindsay's phone and this is Patrick's phone, that doesn't mean they both haven't used each other's phone. They live in the same house. They're married. So what can be proven? Only the two places that we see him on video. And I would think if they had video of him traveling, you know how you can go to like intersections and stuff and get the video off of that kind of stuff, or stores and things like that. The prosecution would have put it out if they had that. Not that it would have made a difference. We still have those two, but we could have seen him at least what time he was, possibly traveling home after he leaves the restaurant. Oh, then we see him on this corner right here on this camera. Yes, that's heading towards home. Oh, and then the neighbor's ring cam caught him right here. Yes, we can assume right now that he is traveling home. This is the time. We'll give him 10 minutes to walk in the house, take his boots off, and start walking around looking for his family that he doesn't hear. And then boom, bada bing, bada bang, he is with Lindsay. Now, is that circumstantial evidence by trying to figure out the minutes it would take for all that? Yeah, but it's no different than what they've given us now to work with. Good to see you guys. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you guys so much. I don't know, you guys. I'm blown away. I'm blown away. I hope the defense closes this up, makes us, one way or the other, because I'm not sitting anywhere. You know what I mean? I'm for the kids. The kids died unnecessarily, and there's a lot of people responsible, whether they're the ones that wrapped the cords around those babies' necks or the ones that didn't take them out of the house when they should have. Everybody has blood on their hands that was involved in this case, from the doctors on down. I was thinking about this. Go ahead, Max.
No, I was just saying then. I was just typing in chat. I asked everyone their ages, because we use words and it can
Oh,
offend
yeah.
people. But you know
Yeah.
what? Some people just are offended by everything or anything.
It doesn't matter,
I'm
especially
glad
by
to
me.
say everyone here doesn't seem to be offended, and nothing is ever said to be mean or
No.
to be derogatory or anything like that. It's just we're old school. I'm 61. Leanie's how old are you? Like 50,
57. I just turned 57.
57, yeah, 57 the other day. So the baby of the group is Gemma, and Dolores at the minute is the elder of the group, which
Oh,
I'm really
wow.
surprised. I always thought Dolores was about 40 odd.
Oh,
So Gemma
TN,
is the papa.
thank you for saying this. I'm not meaning to get off, but I'm looking through um, people's chat about the phone. That's interesting. Natalie says, I was busy typing the same question about the Wi-Fi and then 911 call. That was bugging me. But then
Well,
Tim
I
is,
asked my husband about, can you send an email without Wi-Fi?
Mhm.
And he said, yeah, of course you can, but it's not, that's not the question. It's, you need internet. You
Yeah,
need
me
the
and Maggie are
internet.
going,
It's
what
not
the fuck
time.
is the difference?
I know. I was going, oh, fucking hell. Trust you to be going away now for 16 fucking days. I need you here to be able to, to explain to me about all this stuff. Because that's his job.
Yep.
So, um,
We're really
I'll have
blessed, though, to have so many people in our lives that do different jobs like that we can just go
yeah,
straight
it's
to.
absolutely brilliant.
Mhm.
It's brilliant. So we as soon as you've got something, we're like, oh, tell us this, tell us that. So you need the internet. You forget about the Wi-Fi. It's the internet.
Okay.
So that's as
But
we
wait
know.
a minute. I'll come back to that. TN says, where we were
I'll
talking about the
text them
phone
now
and
if I
stuff,
need to. So let me know.
this one's really good, and I didn't think about this, but TN said the area where they live, the cell phone sometimes takes time for a call to go through or connect. I didn't even think about that. That's true, Maggie. How many times
Yeah,
I mean, even have I hit the phone, and been out traveling, and I'm like, just fucking ring. You know what I
yeah.
mean?
Or sometimes I ring you and it says it's ringing, but I don't hear anything.
And
And then
it's
it
not
says,
ringing.
yeah,
Good call,
it's
TN.
crazy.
Good catch. Good catch. Thank you for reminding us of that because I didn't even think about that. Shirley
Mum said
says,
she
I'm
thinks she's 46. She thinks.
girl.
Oh my
Yes.
God.
Oh, Sharon's
I
birthday
don't
is
know.
Friday. Happy birthday early if we
Where
don't
is she?
remember
Why can't I
there
see
is
Sharon?
because there is a big possibility we're probably going to forget to tell you the truth. We forget I forget my grandkids, not that I don't love them, but I'm just like there's so many. Um
Why aren't why aren't I seeing Sharon's comments?
she's probably oh no,
Oh,
she looks like
okay.
she's in the
I'm
same
there.
chat.
I'm there.
There's Lunchy. She was in the wrong chat. She's there now. Uh
Lunchy.
Dolores says I'm the oldest. Age is just a number. I don't feel like it's a number because listen, I'm like,
I
heck
do.
yeah, I
I
can do
feel the
that.
same.
Yeah, but that's the way you feel. But then when you start doing it, your body's like, fuck you. Like, who are you
Yeah, but I
kidding?
still kid myself.
Yeah, I don't think our brains in that like when you walk past a mirror and you see yourself and you do that double take or you back up 2 steps and you're slowly looking back at that thing in the mirror and you're like, "Who are you? Where'd you come from?" And then you're looking around to make sure no one's standing behind you, and then you realize that's fucking you staring back at yourself, and you haven't seen it. It's like you haven't seen yourself in 20 years.
Oh, I hate it. I can't stand it. I swear to God, I still think I'm 18. I still talk like I'm 18. My son goes, Mum, you make me laugh. You make me laugh all the things you come out with. I went because I still think I know
Yeah,
if I went out and stood with all the kids there, I'd be one of them.
you'd
I
be fine.
could easily
Yes.
oh yeah, I can do the gang signs and everything. Yeah.
Oh,
Mary Jane
I
Doe
can
said,
talk with the
holy
best of them.
shit, Maggie, I didn't know you were that old. See, MGT,
MJ.
learn every day. You learn every, how old did you think? Come on, tell me, how old did you think?
Oh, mercy. Well, it's the thing. If you don't get any sort of dementia, prayerfully nobody does, but it does happen. If your brain is always intact, it's it's like you still feel like that. Sometimes I still feel like that little girl that wishes my mom was
Yeah,
here. You know what I
I
mean?
know. You still get
Sometimes
scared and things, don't
yeah,
you?
still you do still get scared. You still
Yeah,
get, you know, sometimes that song will come on the radio and you're all the way back in your teenage years again with the big hair. Listen, I still have the big hair. I always say the bigger the hair, the closer to Jesus. Y'all, I'm trying to say there, okay? But so I never lost my big hair. But you all remember, like standing straight up, spraying that Aquanet right there, or that Rave #4 hairspray that, I mean, if the wind blew, nothing, it was a brick, so your hair would stand
incest. We've
straight
got
up.
one like that called incest. I can literally tap the sides of my ear and it'll go. It's solid. It's not moving. Hurricane Katrina can be blowing your ear and it's not budging.
It doesn't go anywhere. Rave to me, #4 in the 90s was the jam. My hair did never come down. I mean, I was building a castle to the heavens. I'm not kidding you. But
It is,
it,
Misty. It is. Sorry, love. I'm going. I'm
no, it's
going to spend
okay.
a penny late. I won't be long. I'll try and be quick.
Okay.
Being old and that. See you in a minute.
Munchie says we still act 18. We learn life quick. I know I did. Okay, BRB, got to take my man his lunch because he's spoiled. Charlotte's 55, thinking I'm 21. Yeah, it's amazing what a smell or you're flipping through the channels and you see something from your childhood or your early 20s and it just takes you're just there again. You're automatically in your mind. You're that person and you're bebopping and you're dancing and you're doing the thing and then you're getting out of breath and your heart's beating so fast. You're like, for the love of God, I'm out of shape. So my body, for me, my brain can go to whatever I'm hearing and seeing and who I'm hanging out with. But then my body reminds me, knock it off. You're going to have a heart attack. Okay. Stop it. Oh, I'm going to mute her mic right there because I know she's talking to her baby child. Jenny, yes. Sorry. Thank you, Lisa, for remembering. Are you still in the hospital? It looks like you are. Are you improving? Good. Yeah. We're not trying to be all in your business, Miss Jenny, but we do care. And I don't always remember stuff. I try to, but I don't always remember. But I guarantee you, at least someone remembers and then can remind all of us. But not any improvement, not any worse either. Wow. Well, I will keep you in my prayers, and hopefully, pretty soon, you will start to see improvement very quickly. I think sometimes, well, I know for me, I was in the hospital a couple months ago, and y'all didn't think I was getting better, so I was dying for real. And I was having a mental breakdown because something. So I can get like hypochondria sometimes. Imagine that. And one of the doctors had come in and said something about intubation if I wasn't responding, if I was not gonna keep, if I was not gonna, if I was not going to start responding to the meds. That's how I'm supposed to say it. So y'all just freaked out, and of course started having panic attacks, started breathing hard, and asthma attack. It's all coming. I had to call my husband. He's like, "Can you come back up here? I think I'm dying." And he's like, "Yeah, I'm on my way." So he comes up there. Y'all, I'm walking that damn floor like because anytime I've been hospitalized, like I've always been so scared of blood clots and things like that, that the minute I feel like I can, I mean, the second I feel like I can, I am up and I am walking. And even if they tell me you're walking too much, I'm like, you mind your business. I got this. The minute my body tells me I've had enough, I will lay down. So I was up and I was pacing the floor. I was going from the hospital door to the hospital bathroom door, turn around, go back and forth and back and forth. And the lady was, one of my nurses was in there, and she's just watching me. And she had seen me in the emergency room when they had brought me in. And she just let me go on about my tangent and have my little freak out and all that. And she said, you know, you're getting better, right? And I just looked at her like, are you fucking kidding me? I can't breathe. And she just started giggling at me and she said, do you remember the day they brought you in an ambulance? And I said, yeah. And she said, I was in the emergency room. Do you remember that? I came and treated you. And I said, yes. And she said, you couldn't even talk a sentence to me. That's how much you couldn't breathe. You couldn't say a sentence because it was taking your breath away too much. You couldn't talk. You couldn't get out of bed. You couldn't lay down at all because it was stopping. It was making it more uncomfortable to breathe. You had to sit straight up. And she said, look at you. You're blessing yourself out and throwing a fit and having an anxiety attack, walking back and forth. And you want to tell me you're not getting better? And I was like, oh, I didn't think about it that way. And she's like, yeah. She said, I know you feel like crap. She said, I know you're still struggling and you're going to still struggle for a couple days. She said, but when you're doing this, she said, I just can't help but to giggle because you're not the same woman I saw in the emergency room. Y'all, that gave me great hope. It gave me, because I really did think I was dying, and it gave me great hope. Like, I may not be able to feel like I'm getting better and I'm frustrated, but I guess I am because I can walk and I'm in there taking a shower by myself now, and I didn't even realize that. So, Miss Jenny, I really pray that that is your case as well, that maybe you are getting better, but you just feel so terrible that um that you can't see the progress. So I pray that, because it really changed my mindset. And then after that, man, I still struggled for days, but I could feel finally when she pointed that out to me, okay, you're right. You're right. Let me change my way of thinking. Let me do this. And so I didn't tell her what had upset me, because sometimes doctors or nurses will come into the room and they're not really professional, and they say something to you that may not worry me if I was a patient, or they'll say something to me that may not worry you. Like if you heard the word ventilator, if that's a possibility. Maybe that wouldn't have bothered you because you thought, well, we still have so many drugs to go through to find out what's going to work here. But for me, automatically, I thought, ventilator, COVID, everybody dies. You know what I mean? So then I lost my crap. Got all kind of uh, mental in there, seriously. So I, I I didn't say anything what had gotten me upset, because it wasn't here nor there. It didn't matter. You know what I mean? What it was. I just have to learn, even at my age, to control my emotions better than what I do. I've come a long way, and I think it's only due to age, but there's still much progress to be done on what I allow myself to go through. Blair prosecution rest. That isn't that just the loveliest thing you've heard today? Prosecution rest. Oh God. And sometimes I love the prosecution, y'all. I'm not lying. So I'm not how some people like prosecutors better than they like defense, and some people, I'm not either. I just like a good old badass that knows his shit and that doesn't suffer people. He just does his job. And I'm sorry if this offends you, but I got a client over here that's, this is their life on the line. So this is going to get ugly. Strap in. Dolores said COVID never existed. If you look on the back of the Lysol spray can, it has set it there for years. You sound like my husband. Uh, my husband is is a complete conspiracy theorist, and I believe there was COVID. He does not believe it. He calls it, "Oh, do you have the flu?" Shut up. But anyways, listen, having had that stuff twice, only one time I was really, really sick. The second time it was like I was immune from it. But um, my husband doesn't believe that it was a real thing either. It was a flu. It was a type of a flu, but and it just didn't turn out the way that it was supposed to turn out. But that's a whole different thing as well. So, Lisa, I'm glad you came to your senses. If that was that a good case? Maggie, are you back, love bug? Because I need nicotine. Nicotine. I gotta get milk. I'll be back. Gotta have my Fruit Loop.
Sorry, I was talking and my mic was off. Go and have a ciggy, Gail.
Thanks, love. BRB.
BRB. Okay. So how
Maggie,
are we all?
do you think you can put up? Hey, Mags, you think you could put up a poll now that we have ended prosecution? Right, prosecution has rested. Now we're going into the defense.
Oh, hang
Can
on.
we? It would be really nice to have, knowing
This
what you
is-
know from what the prosecution put up, to have a poll put up as to where we stand right now.
All right. Well, I've never done it, and I'm sure I spotted it the other day and thought, "Oh my God, that's how you do a poll." So
Yeah.
I forgot. I'm looking
So you
for it.
just honey, open another tab and go into YouTube, our YouTube page,
Okay. Bear with
and
me.
and then go to where you put the
Go
chat
to
at.
our page.
Yes. And then you see the page scrolling where people are chatting all the way down at the bottom.
Hang on. Gordon Delaney. Oh, your message was cut short. Hold on.
Hey Blair, good to see you, love bug.
Okay, I'm going in now, Lee.
Okay.
Okay, I'm in there. So where am I going on this live?
Okay, at the bottom of the chat, you'll see different things at the bottom of the chat, and one should say interact with your chat, or it will say do a Q&A. There'll be some kind of button.
Welcome to the, I'm sure I seen it in StreamYard the other day.
No, you can't put it in
Engage
StreamYard.
with your audience.
Yes, hit that, yes.
Okay, start a poll. Okay, I'm on it. And what you want, ask a question. What's the question?
So the question is something like, I'll let you word it any way you want to. Now that the prosecution has rested, do you have an opinion yet of guilt by reason of psychosis or not guilty? You know what I mean?
An idea of where you are, basically.
Yeah, yeah.
Of where you're at.
I think it'd be interesting to see if things change after. All right, let me go get me a ciggy. So when Maggie puts that up, will you guys go and vote in the poll? It's going to probably be on the other live than the one we're all chatting in now.
So where you're at, so shall I put, should I just put postpartum /
psychosis,
yeah, and leave it there. How do you spell psychosis?
PSHY.
Hang on, P what?
PSHYCHOSIS.
PSHY. Psychosis. Okay. Or as, postpartum. Go and have a ciggy, girl.
Okay. All right.
God, I'm shit on laptops, you know. I'm on my phone all the time. I'm looking how I do the / girls. Oh, I think I found it. Oh, okay. But it's not the right way. How do I make it go the right way? Oh, got a clue. This forward slash is going the opposite. Oh, I found it. See? I get you now. I'm on it. Now the prosecution is rested. Do you have an idea of where you're at? Postpartum psychosis. Okay. Oh. Right, how do we do this now? Start poll, whatever. I used to say poll and got told it was a poll, so I don't know. Right, I've done it, girls and guys, so if you all head over and do it for me, please. Thank you. God, it's easier to see the chat in here because it's bigger. I think so anyway. So let's have a look. How do I scroll down that now? Oh no, there's the chat. So the last chat I'm seeing is saying, so up to now, Gemma is our baby of the group. Is that the last? Let me go into StreamYard. Is that the last one? No, there isn't. How am I only seeing that? Am I in the wrong chat? Oh, hey. Let's have a look. No, I'm definitely in this one. It says day 14. Why isn't that going off the screen? I've got welcome to the live chat, remember privacy and blah, blah, blah. So it's the last I can see is me saying about Gemma being the baby of the group up to now. Let's see if a chat will it go away. Let me just put anything. No, it's still there. Now I'm the last. I'm not getting it. I'm coming back to the other one because this is about 5 weeks out. Let's see where we're at. It's okay, I'll go from here. Prosecution. Lisa said, prosecution has to prove sanity and whether she knew right from wrong at the time. Then, my name is Blair said, I start getting excited to see it all now in the mornings. So much love. Thanks, y'all. Thank you too. We're all the same. It's like a little a group, isn't it, where you meet around a table and have ciggies and cuppas and stuff like that. Same Blair, Lisa said. I was ready for Monday. It's like a band of girlfriends. Oh, it's nice that everyone's good there, isn't it? We all get on. Because you do find a lot of these groups of women, they're not getting on. They're all killing each other. They're all killing each other. Now, I need to clean these glasses because they're on. So Laura said, oh, wow, I lost yous. Another channel said the cuts were a left-handed cut. And Lindsay was right-handed. And that knife, the way it was put down by someone who put it down with the left hand. Whether Lindsay or him, it was put down with the left hand. The blade was pointing to the left, wasn't it? Here you go. Sharon said, me too, don't watch TV at night now. Love the opportunity to be in a great group. It is, it's good to have a gap. It really is. My name is Blair said, here's where I'm confused over whatever ruling they go with. PPD wears off. So where does that put Lindsay if they go with insanity? Does she simply stay in a psych hospital jail for life, or is there parole? Well, I was thinking about parole, but I don't understand law anyway, and especially American law. So I really don't know. And Charlotte said, Sharon, I agree. So pleased I found this group. I'm made up. You're all happy being here. It's nice. Honest to God, we've got a nice gang of girls. They're not bitchy or anything like that. And we're all round the same age. Do you know what I mean? So that makes it even nicer as well when everyone understands what you're going on about. Because sometimes you talk about things and no one understands. And even though I'm in the UK, use it in the USA, and there's others in the group from around everywhere, we all understand each other. You're 42 on Halloween, Mama Grace. Oh, so you're the baby of the group? Oh, so Mama Grace. Now, I thought Mama Grace, because it was Mama, I thought she was older. See how we think things by looking at avatars, to be honest, I don't look at avatars. I only look at avatars when I realise someone's a man. Like Seg, there's no Seg that comes in, S-E-G. I thought Seg was a man. Seg's a woman. Her name's Sarah. Couldn't get over it. All that time I've seen Seg coming in and thought it was a man. Misty says, we have a bigger chat if you want to come one over. Oh, do you? How's that? Is that in, what chat's that in? I don't know where I am. I just end up in the same place every time. My name is Blair, says he's a lefty. Yep. Oh, is Melly going? I can see bye, Melly. Good night, Mel. Hope you have a good sleep, love. Take it easy, and I'll speak to you tomorrow. Love you, Mel. Good night. Oh, must be knackered. It's early hours for her now. The poll is over in the other live. What? Have I got to go back there now and have a look? No, it says it's still going because it's saying to me, hang on, end poll, and I'm not ending it, so I don't know how it's doing that. Let's see if I can get in the other chat. Okay. Let's see. Now I am in this chat now and I can't see any phones or anything. And the poll is over in the other chat. Now I like this one because it's big, this chat. I mean, it's larger for me to see. But let's have a look. I don't know where I'm at. I just know. When you click in StreamYard, you just hear the screen to me is landscape, you know. Here's the course. Here's the court, y'all. Lainey, court's back. You've got the sound off. Thanks, Mist. Lainey, you. Oh God, she can't hear me. Gonna be missing it. Lainey, does anyone know if Lainey's on the phone? Because I don't want to knock her off. I'll call her now.
Government rested their case just as they've done here.
It's on.
My suggestion to the court is that
Oh.
Yes, Your Honor, I passed it up to the court. I don't know if you have it in front of you. It's basically a Rule 25. It doesn't have any memoranda with it, but I would argue, and I would cite to the court the case that was decided of Commonwealth versus Brunette Silvera. It's BRUNETTE-SELVEIRA. It was decided towards the end of May of 26 by the appeals court in Massachusetts. It was a case out of the Boston Municipal Court where defendant was charged with assault and battery on a police officer. The evidence was presented that the defendant was acting erratically and that there was an awful lot of evidence that indicated that, brought out on cross-examination from witnesses, that the defendant was suffering from some type of a mental illness. Based on that evidence being presented, the government rested their case just as they've done here. My suggestion to the court is that the evidence that's been presented on this case against Ms. Clancy I would suggest does not rise to the level under Rule 25 of where even if you take the Lattimore standard and determine that the evidence would be decided in the light most favorable to the government at this stage of the case, I think the Brunette-Silvera case places, as they describe it, a negative obligation to prove a negative as part of their case in chief on the government. I suggest to Your Honor that the evidence that has been presented in this case is overwhelming, that this young woman was clearly and unequivocally suffering from a mental disease or defect, that it was occupying her waking hours, her life, that she considered all of her avenues. She attempted to go to these healthcare providers, using the term loosely, that she went to these people. She had medication after medication after medication. She was obviously acting, I suggest to the court, in a state that was observed by witnesses that, in fact, that she was suffering from mental disease or defect, and then ultimately this horrific incident. So under that Brunette-Silvera case, there's no evidence, I suggest, from the government that would rebut the fact that there is evidence of lack of criminal responsibility. So under Brunette-Silvera and the cases that were cited in that opinion, respectfully, I would suggest that a required finding of not guilty should be entered on the case. I also would argue to the court that I think that under the Brunette-Silvera standard and the evidence that Your Honor has before you, that the matter should be reduced down, if you will, from premeditated malice of forethought, cruelty, and atrocity to second degree. I'm not arguing at this stage Commonwealth versus Gray or any of its progeny as to manslaughter, but I think the court, certainly in its wise exercise of discretion, has the ability and the right to reduce the charge to second-degree murder or enter a required finding.
All right, counsel, thank you. Kamala.
Thank you, Your Honor. The case that defense counsel cited, there was a presentation of the Commonwealth's evidence. Commonwealth rested. Defense called an expert who said that the defendant was not criminally responsible, and the Commonwealth relied on a cross-examination of that witness and did not call any further witnesses. So the motion was filed for a required finding at the close of all of the evidence, which is what's required under Commonwealth versus Lawson, which Brunette-Silva cites and is still good law. An SJC case, 475 Mass 806 from 2016, in which the court says that a motion for required finding of not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility may only be brought at the close of all of the evidence, not at the close of the Commonwealth's case. In this case, as you're aware, defense plans on presenting experts who testified that the defendant was not criminally responsible, and then the Commonwealth will have a rebuttal case with their own experts. So I think the time and place for the motion would be at the close of all of the evidence and not now.
All right. Well, I had an opportunity to take a look at Brunette-Silvera. So based on that and based on the standard as described that I have to apply at this point, I'm going to deny the defendant's motion.
I don't think I have to object, but I will.
All right. As we say, duly noted.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Your Honor, could I inquire? Emily Thorndike is here and has been here. I'm just wondering, is the government ready for us to do the voir dire to see if she can testify? Because she is self-employed, she has patients and has canceled them day after day. I'm just inquiring if we're ready to go on that.
All right, so the question I think that we had put this over was in large part because of the records from McLean's. Do we know if those are in?
I've been inquiring with Madam Clerk if there's been any status from the clerk's office, and I've told they haven't received anything. We have a call over to McLean's. They've acknowledged the receipt. They were waiting for a call back from somebody at the office. They thought that the records were produced on Friday, but clearly that wasn't the case. So we have a call. We're waiting for a return call. I've provided people in my office the Madam Clerk's email address to get it expedited as quick as possible. So we are working to try to resolve the issue, and the hospital has acknowledged they received the subpoena. We just don't have a response yet. And I would just also remind that we discussed this last week and talked about doing this tomorrow on Tuesday in order to get those records and have time for everybody to get them and review them so that a proper examination of the witness can be done in a voir dire.
So, right. Well, let's do this. Let's do this before we start going at each other. We'll see if the records come in. All right. The records come in, then we got to determine how long it takes for people to review it and get ready. So if we can do that this afternoon,
okay,
great.
All right.
If we can't, I'll hear from the parties as to why we can't. We may have to do it tomorrow. But if we can do that today, I do understand that that witness has been here a number of days. But at this point, it's a question of the records coming in, which really is out of both parties' hands. So if the records are in, the parties can get ready. We'll do that voir dire. If not, we may have to do that tomorrow. Okay. All right. Ms. Reddington?
Ready? Ready for the jury, Judge?
Yeah.
All rise, please. Jury's entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy.
All right. So members of the jury, as I indicated before, the Commonwealth is rested. All right. So at this time, I'm going to inquire of the defendant if she intends or wishes to call any witnesses at this time. Mr. Reddington?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, please. I believe she's right outside.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and
Hey, good afternoon. I'm going to ask you if you can keep your voice up and speak into that microphone. Okay? Thank you.
I'm just going to say the same thing, so make sure that all the jurors way down here even can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Tell us your name.
This is Margaret Hamp.
And what town do you live in?
Stoneham.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a labor and delivery nurse.
Where?
At Mass General.
And how long have you been working as a labor and delivery nurse?
I started on our labor and delivery unit in 2012.
Okay, so about what, 24 years? No.
I started for the obstetrics department in 2006.
Okay, so 20 years you've been working for Mass General between obstetrics and labor and delivery, right?
Correct.
Do you know Lindsay?
I do.
How do you know her?
I was working on the labor floor when Lindsay first started with us.
So this would be the labor and delivery floor, and she started as a nurse, correct?
Correct.
You had already been working there?
Correct.
And she was about, what, 24 years old?
Roughly.
And came in as a young woman as a nurse, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us, to your observation, let me ask you this, how many years did you work with her?
She started, I believe, in 2015, and I worked until 2002 when she went out with Callan.
About 7 years or thereabouts. Did you know that she had a child, Cora?
Yes.
And did you know that she had a child, Dawson?
Yes.
And ultimately that she had a child, a baby that was born very, very recently, Callan.
Mm-hmm.
In the years that you were working with her, were you able to observe, I mean, did she like being a nurse? Did she want to work, or was she a good nurse? What's your opinion?
Lindsay loved being a nurse. She was really good at being a nurse. She was compassionate. She was kind. She was a patient advocate. She was the type of nurse that you wanted taking care of you or your loved one when you walked onto our unit.
Did you observe, for example, that on occasion when she would be involved with the delivery of a baby that she would become emotional?
Lindsay was often emotional during birth of complete strangers. She would cry and she would just say that was so beautiful. You could just tell that she really loved being in that setting.
Over those years, right up until the time of Callan being born, fair to say that you stayed friendly with her?
Yes.
And you're still friendly with her?
Yes.
Can you tell us, did you observe during the time you worked with her how she emoted or felt about her children, all three of them?
Yes.
Tell us anything that you recall.
So Lindsay and I worked the night shift together, and often on the night shift you get to have an opportunity to really get to know your coworkers and celebrate things that are happening in their lives or support them with things that are not going so well. Lindsay asked a lot of questions of her coworkers about parenting. Simple things as she would poll the nursing staff about monogrammed lunch boxes, right down to sleeping habits. What questions do you ask a daycare provider to make sure that you're in the right place? She was often asking her coworkers childcare, parenting tips.
When she had Callan, after Callan was born in the late spring of 22, did you see her after the birth of Callan?
I did not see her after the birth of Callan.
Were you aware that she had taken a leave of absence from Mass General?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with her by phone or text?
I briefly kept in touch through text. After Callan was born, I reached out to her and I asked her for her address and how she was doing so I could send her a gift. And then a few months later, she circled back to me to thank me for the gift that I had sent her.
Do you recall an incident on one occasion where she was looking or monitoring one of the children and the child was crying and you observed what happened after that?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Lindsay often checked in on her kids while they were sleeping at night. Again, we worked the night shift and she had the ability to look at her phone and see what Cora or Callan were doing in their cribs. And she shared that with a lot of us. There was one particular night that Cora was crying. She was probably about 6 months old. And Lindsay never let Cora cry. She wasn't at that point in parenting. And she was very communicative about that. And Cora was crying on the monitor. It was the middle of the night. And maybe after 10 minutes, she started to call Pat and he wasn't answering. And she got really worried that one, Cora was crying, but now Pat wasn't answering his phone. So in the middle of the night, she called the police to do a wellness check on her family.
Okay. And while you were working the night shift, is that pretty much what you both worked together all those years?
Yes.
Would that be through the pandemic as well?
Yes.
Would you say that that was quite a bonding experience, being in labor delivery up close and personal with patients during the pandemic at night?
Of course, it was a very challenging time as a healthcare provider.
Thank you very much. You can inquire.
All right, Como?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So the incident that you just told us about where Ms. Clancy was watching the monitor overnight, you were aware that the police responded and everything was fine, right?
Yes.
And you worked with her through 2022 when she went out with Levon Callan?
Correct.
And you never visited their house after Callan was born, did you?
No.
You don't know what was going on in her life, did you?
No.
And she didn't share any of her struggles with you via text or in any other capacity, did she?
No.
And as a labor and delivery nurse, and having been trained in labor and delivery, and you said you worked obstetrics before, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that you often have patients that come to you in both those areas that have some mental illness or are on psychiatric medications, right?
Sometimes.
And working labor and delivery, you have some training on how to handle patients that are on certain types of medications, right?
Limited training, yes.
Well, it affects how you're going to go through a birth plan or do a delivery if a person is on some sort of long-term medication, right?
Right.
And so you're aware that Zoloft is something that's deemed safe for pregnant moms and breastfeeding moms?
Yes.
And you've had patients that have dealt with bipolar issues before?
Yes.
And that they have to remain medication compliant in order to manage those things, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Brayton?
So your experience dealing with patients that have birthed a child, as the district attorney asked, and are on Zoloft and expressing issues of being a parent, were you aware of any incidents where Lindsay was with you and a woman did in fact express concern that she wanted to hurt herself or her child?
There was a particular patient that Lindsay was on staff when this patient arrived. It was a patient that arrived to the unit that had plans to harm herself while she was pregnant. And we had a conversation. Lindsay was brand new. It was the summer that she had just started. And we had a conversation about mental health in pregnancy and postpartum. And I asked her if she had ever heard of the Andrea Yates case, and she hadn't. And I explained that to her, and she cried. And she said, "How could a mother hurt her children?"
Thank you. All set.
Thank you.
Como?
No.
All right, let me sit down. Thank you. Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Ornska, please. Ornska, O-S-E-G-A.
Thank you. You may take a seat.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you, speak into that microphone, keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Great, thank you. Counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Tell us your name, please, and spell it.
It's Allison Ozga, Allison. Last name is Ozga.
You know Lindsay?
I do.
How do you know her?
Lindsay's my sister.
And can you tell us, are you close to Lindsay? Do you live near each other? Do you socialize? What type of relationship have you had with her?
We're very close. We have not lived in the same state for about 10 years now, but we do communicate, and I do think we're very close.
And do you text with her on a regular basis?
Yes.
And you talk on the phone, do you?
Occasionally.
Directing your attention to the fall of, well, actually heading into like Thanksgiving and Christmas of 2022. Do you remember that time frame?
Yes.
And did you have occasion to see your sister during that period of time?
Yes.
And let's direct our attention to, let's say, Thanksgiving 2022. Had you noticed any change in Lindsay's personality or any observation of how she appeared to you?
I will say on Thanksgiving in particular is when the first time I saw her in person after quite some time. I had known she had not been doing well via text message communication that we had. I think on Thanksgiving, she, her mood did not look good, her energy, she didn't seem very energized. It definitely seemed off from how I've seen her in the past.
And were you aware that that carried through from November into December around the holiday season if you had stayed in touch with her?
Yes.
And can you tell us what you observed about her around the holiday season as it related to her from your observations and your texting and your communications with Lindsay? How did she appear to you at that point?
The beginning of December, it seemed like she very much decompensated. I do remember her saying at one point at the beginning of December, something along the lines of, I'm in a really tough spot. And knowing what she had shared with me previously about how her mental health had been struggling, I had this gut feeling that something was off and that she was really struggling. And I asked her if she was safe.
What did she say?
She said yes at that point.
And you knew her husband, Pat?
Yes.
And you knew the kids?
Yes.
Obviously. Do you recall around Christmas itself and perhaps a little bit thereafter that you spoke with her and that she indicated basically, I'm not doing okay?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you observed about her demeanor or her symptomology when you said she was decompensating around that time? What were they symptoms in your mind of?
Based on communication with Lindsay, and I started communicating with Pat directly at that time, she was reporting her mood was worsening, as she described as depression. She was having more suicidal thoughts. Insomnia continued to be an issue. She was really not feeling like herself.
And did you know that during that period of time where she was telling you about the suicidal thoughts and the issue of depression, that she was seeing doctors?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about seeing the doctors and if she was on any medication? And if so, what effect did they have on her?
So the first thing she said about the doctors was back in October when she said that she saw a doctor for Zoloft and had a very awful reaction to that Zoloft.
Would that be Dr. Tufts?
I don't believe she shared that specific with me.
Share the name? Okay.
No. And then I think throughout our communication over the couple months of October to December, she did share with me that she was going to doctors, she was getting different prescriptions, kind of all the things that they were trying and different treatments they were looking at.
And do you recall when you were talking with her about her symptoms towards the end of December that she had, in your words, decompensated significantly and stated to you that she felt nothing and that she was scared, things of that nature?
Yes.
What else did she tell you, if you recall?
At the end of December, so I think it was more along the same of, that she is really not feeling well. Her mood is down. She's feeling numb. She's feeling hopeless. I believe at the very end of the month, she told me she had suicidal ideation every day for a month.
Do you recall towards the end of the month around New Year's that she voluntarily admitted herself somewhere?
Yes.
Do you know where she admitted herself?
McLean Hospital.
And while she was at McLean Hospital, ultimately, do you know how she got out of McLean Hospital?
It was my understanding that she was weaning off of some medication that she was on, and then was eventually discharged 5 days later.
Now, did you see her or talk to her after she left McLean Hospital trying to wean herself off of whatever medication it was? Because you don't know what the medication was, right?
I believe it was Seroquel.
Seroquel.
Yep.
Did she tell you anything to the effect that when she got out of the hospital that she felt as though this was a step in the right direction? Did she seem as though she was trying to be positive about her life?
Yes.
And tell us about that, because up until this point, you had observed her decompensating and having these symptoms and suicidal ideation and depression and feeling nothing and scary. When she got out of McLean, what did she appear to you and what did she say to you?
I believe she said she felt that was a good plan and that she was starting to feel better.
So was your sister, in your opinion, granted she's your sister and you're biased, obviously, but was she a complainer?
No.
And obviously, she didn't share with you in detail her doctors and medicines and things of that nature. Is that fair?
No.
But you were aware of the struggles and the hurt that she was going through.
Yes.
And then through the month of January, did you have occasion to see her, or were you? Because you still live in different states.
Yes. Yes, I did have an occasion to see her in January.
When?
We went to Cora's birthday party.
And that was at the trampoline park?
Yes.
How did she appear at that?
I think she looked like she was going through the motions of putting together a birthday party for her daughter. But she looked tired. She looked like she was still struggling.
So there was a difference in your observation of what you had known your sister to have as a personality.
Yes.
And then, of course, the horrible day, were you aware, or did somebody call you and tell you that the children had been killed?
Yes.
One of them still survived and ultimately passed.
Yes.
And do you recall who told you that?
Yes.
Who was that?
My mother.
And as a result of getting the call from your mother, what did you do?
I jumped in a car, packed a bag, and I sped up to South Shore Hospital, which is where I was told she was.
Did you see her in South Shore Hospital?
No.
Did you know that she was then transferred to another hospital after South Shore?
Yes.
And what hospital was that?
I believe it was Brigham and Women's.
And were you able to visit her in Brigham and Women's?
Yes.
And did it take some time before they would allow you to visit with her?
Yes.
How long, if you know?
I think it was approximately 2 weeks.
Okay. And then you were able to see her pretty much on a regular basis?
Yes.
And where does your mother and father live?
In Connecticut.
And are you close to them?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury, from the time of this incident in January 24th of 2023 up until now, 2026, where has your mother and father been living?
My parents have been spending the majority of their time up here in Massachusetts.
Why?
So that they could visit Lindsay as much as possible.
Almost on a daily basis?
Yes.
Was that on a bed and breakfast or a bed and bath, or was it a hotel, or where were they staying?
They've been living out of hotels.
Thank you, that's all. You can inquire. Come on.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Now, when Lindsay was at McLean Hospital and she was discharged, did she tell you that she asked to be discharged early to go to Cora's birthday party?
I can't recall.
And do you recall speaking to the police on January 25th, just a day after this all happened back in 2023?
Yes.
And do you recall telling them that you saw Lindsay 2 weeks prior to the 24th, roughly around the birthday party time, and that she seemed okay?
Yes.
Do you recall telling the police that you spoke to her in phone calls many times after she was discharged to McLean, and that her tone of voice in those calls seemed better?
I did not speak to her on the phone. Most of our communication was via text.
Okay, so you don't recall saying that to the police, that the tone of Lindsay's voice in our phone conversations was better the last couple weeks since she had been released from the hospital?
I believe when I said that, I meant her tone via her text messages.
And so her tone in her text messages was better?
A bit.
And do you recall telling police that you spoke to Lindsay on Thursday, January 19th, 2023, and she seemed okay?
Yes.
And that was a phone call, correct?
That was text message.
Text message, okay.
Yes.
So when you were saying spoke to the police, you were referring to text messages?
Correct.
And so in that text message, she seemed fine?
She seemed okay.
So she had just been released from McLean Hospital at the beginning of January, and all of your communications after the birthday party were text messages, is that correct?
I think the date's wrong.
I believe so, yes.
And just so we make sure we have the date correct, after she was discharged from McLean in January of 2023, up until January 24th, 2023, all of your communications were via text?
Yes.
Did you visit her at her home that month?
No.
You didn't reach out or call her at all, correct?
I reached out and called, yes. I did not visit her at her home, no.
When you called, did she respond? Did she answer the phone?
I'm sorry, let me backtrack. I can't recall whether I made a phone call. I can recall the majority of our communication between January 1st and January 24th was via text message.
Okay, so there could have been some phone calls.
I cannot recall any phone calls.
You are a licensed social worker, correct?
Correct.
And you're a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time between January 1st, 2023 and January 24th, 2023, did you have enough concern about the safety of the kids or the safety of your sister to file a report as a mandated reporter?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Ray?
Oh, yeah, Judge, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me step down.
Your Honor, I would call Paula Musgrove, please.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'm going to remind you, like I remind everybody else, just speak into the microphone if you can keep your voice up, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Afternoon. Tell us your name and spell your name, please.
My name is Paula Musgrove, Paula-Musgrove.
And this is Musgrove. Fair to say that you are Lindsay's mother?
Yes, I am Lindsay's mother.
And your husband is here as well in the blue shirt, correct?
Yes.
You've been here for every day for the trial. Is that correct?
Yes.
I just have a few questions for you. Obviously, you tell us about Lindsay when she was a kid. Was she a good kid, good student, that type of thing?
She was a very good kid and an excellent student. Very excellent student all through school, through high school, college. Yes, excellent.
Ever been in trouble, law enforcement or schools or discipline or anything?
No.
Were you aware of her husband, Pat?
Yes.
And obviously, you knew when they got married, when they were dating and things of that nature, right? Went to the wedding, obviously.
Yes.
Fair to say that you were close to your daughter and Pat?
Yes.
And you knew, obviously, the grandchildren?
Yes.
Tell the jury how you interacted and felt about your grandchildren.
I loved my grandchildren with all my heart. And you never know what it's like to love a grandchild until you become a grandmother. And it was the most beautiful thing. I love them with all my heart.
Now, did you have occasion to see how Lindsay reacted and treated her kids as a mother?
Yes.
And granted that you're her mother, so you're obviously biased. Tell the jury what observations you made of Lindsay as a mother through the years after Cora was born, and then Dawson, and then, of course, baby Callan.
Lindsay was a very loving mother. She was dedicated to her children. She was a fun mother. She was always doing things for her kids. She always wanted to be a mother, have many children, and I felt it was the best thing that ever happened to her. And she would do anything for her children. She was just a loving mother.
Now, in 2022, Callan was born. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with Lindsay and Pat during that period of time, the spring into the summer of 2022?
Yes.
And how often would you see them or talk to them, or what would you do? You go to cookouts, or would you have parties, or how would you socialize?
Myself and my husband would travel from Connecticut to Duxbury at least 2 or 3 times a month, as well as them coming to Connecticut to visit us.
And would you agree that in the summer, for example, of 2022, that Lindsay and Pat were active with the kids and were pretty happy?
Very happy, yes.
Did you observe in the summer of 22 any changes at that point in her personality and the way she was acting with her friends and in society?
In the summer, no.
And they were having a fairly good summer.
Yes.
Did you notice at some point a change in Lindsay's demeanor?
Yes.
Tell the jury when that was.
It was sometime probably around the second week of October.
What happened that you noticed?
I noticed that she had become very anxious. She told me she was anxious about going back to work because Callan was having trouble taking a bottle and she didn't feel right about leaving him.
And as a result of that, did she tell you that she was going to put off going back to work?
Yes, she told me she was applying for an extension.
Now, did you know at that point that she was going through any issues involving depression or anxiety or having any suicidal ideation or anything like that?
At that point, no.
At what point, if any, did you become aware that your daughter was suffering from this symptomology?
In late October.
And how did that come about?
She sent me a text message.
And do you recall when that was?
Yes, that was on October 20th.
Now, Your Honor, the government has introduced into evidence the entire of the phone dumps, if you will, and I think they put it on a disc, and it's probably thousands of pages, but I do have the text thread that deals with that time frame in October. I'd like to offer that so that it's apparent what I'm referring to rather than having to search through thousands of pages of a disc.
No objection.
Okay. They may be admitted.
So approaching, let me after this thing.
276.
Now, the text message that you're referring to, would that be on October 20th of 2022?
Yes.
And do you have that on your phone right now?
I do.
Can you just pull that up for us?
I can. Just give me a moment. Okay, I have it.
Kelsey, do you have a copy maybe that she could look at?
Oh, I have a copy.
Yeah, that might be easier for the witness.
So I'm going to approach you with this board and ask if this is a copy of the text that you're referring to.
Yes, it is.
Would you read that for the jury?
Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
You want to write off this?
Objection. It's already in evidence.
What do we mark it for identification? Is that text within the?
I'd rather have
trust?
it in the board.
Well, I know you would, but we already have the.
They want a little training. Can I just talk to the board?
No, we're going to mark that for identification. The text that is been referred and read to is within Exhibit 276, which was just off.
I'm sorry, which is what?
I think it was within Exhibit 276, which was within that thread that you just offered.
Okay, so I will then, that would be 276, yeah. So that will be over here. As a result of receiving that text, did you then come up to?
Hold on a second.
Exhibit W for identification.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So as a result of that, did you come up to Duxbury?
Yes, same day.
And tell us about that. What happened that day at the end of October?
Lindsay had been, I believe she went to the emergency room that day, and she had come home. She was feeling a bit better. She told me that she couldn't sleep. She was very anxious, and she was afraid.
And how long did you stay with her?
At that point?
Yes.
I believe at that point I stayed for about a week.
And was your husband with you?
He came later. He didn't come directly with me then because he was still working, so he came later.
I never asked, what did you do for work?
I worked for Weight Watchers.
And you're retired?
Yes.
How about your husband? Is he working now?
He recently retired.
And what was the nature of his work?
He was in photography.
What kind of photography?
School picture photography.
For yearbooks and things like that?
Yeah, and school pictures when you had your kids' pictures taken.
And he just recently retired?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that during the month of October into November, into the holidays in December, that you and your husband would stay with Lindsay and the kids?
Yes. I stayed more than my husband because he needed to go back home to work.
Sure. While you were staying with Lindsay, can you tell us your opinion as to her condition? Was it decompensating? Was she getting better as time went on through November and December into the holidays?
Through November into December, it was not getting better into the holidays.
And you knew she was on medication at that point?
Yes.
You knew she was seeing doctors at that point?
Yes.
So tell us, is there an incident that came to your mind that you recall that occurred on one evening that indicated to you how seriously she was suffering?
There were many. One particular evening that was disturbing to me was that, she was afraid. She was afraid to be alone. And she actually asked if she could sleep with me.
When was that?
That was late November, early December.
And did she indeed sleep with you on that occasion?
She did.
Continuing on through the holidays, did you guys get together for the holidays, Christmas or Thanksgiving, if you recall?
Yes. I was down there probably most of December through Christmas Eve. And then I left on Christmas Eve to come home to see my other daughter and her family. And then Lindsay actually came to my house later the day on Christmas Day.
Was she with Pat?
Yes.
Okay, and the kids?
Yes.
During that period of time, did you make further observation as time went into January? Oh, back it up. At some point, she voluntarily went into McLean Hospital?
Yes.
You knew that?
Yes.
How did you know that?
I was there.
What do you mean you were there?
I was at Lindsay's house staying with them.
You take care of the kids?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that Pat's parents, mom and dad, also stepped up, taking care of the kids, helping out during this period of time?
They were there, I guess, when we weren't there. I didn't really see them, but.
Right, because you guys would be different time frames.
Right.
But you all were pulling together as a family, is that
Right.
correct? January, leading up to January 24th, do you recall, and can you tell the jurors what, if any, observations you made of Lindsay and her condition?
Lindsay had lost a lot of weight. She had become, during this whole time, paranoid about different things that really she shouldn't have, really weren't logical to become paranoid about. She would mention that this wasn't her mind. She would say to me, this isn't me. I've never been like this before. And I would agree because she wasn't. She was attempting to go through the motions of her day, take care of the kids as best she could. She didn't want to drive. So at times when Pat didn't go pick the kids up at school, I would drive Lindsay to pick the kids up at school because she was afraid to drive.
Did she express to you concern that in this time frame that people at the school, teachers and other people would be able to know what she was thinking and would think that she wasn't a good mother because she was sick?
Yes. She said, the school knows something's going on because I'm not driving my car. They see that I'm not driving my car to pick the kids up.
Do you recall the end of January that she made a statement to you about the medication, in her opinion, what it was doing to her mind?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that she couldn't remember anything. The medication was pretty much just destroying her mind, and it wasn't her. She said, this isn't me. I just want to feel better and enjoy my kids again.
Now, I know that this is difficult. In December of 2022, do you recall the time that you were in the kitchen with Lindsay and Patrick and she made a statement about her state of mind to her husband, Pat, and you were there?
Yes.
I know it's difficult. Just tell us what you remember.
I remember her being very nervous. I remember her saying, I just have to tell you guys something. And then she told us.
What did she tell you?
She told us that she had thoughts of harming the children.
Thank you very much.
Why don't we take the afternoon recess at this time? We'll come back for cross-examination. All right. So, ma'am, you can step down.
Thank you.
All right. So, members of the jury, we're going to take the break at this time. We expect to have you back about 2 o'clock. Okay?
All rise, please. Jurors exiting.
All right. Counsel, can I see you just for a second, just kind of time-wise?
Y'all know what that beep means. That means that they don't want us to hear what they're talking about. Hi, everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here. Maggie and I appreciate you guys so much. We are so grateful for the people that we have met during this trial. Listen, if anything good, because I don't see how anything good can come from it either way, but something good did happen. We have met more of our tribe. Have we not, Maggie?
Definitely. We've all met, I tell you what. It's like we've known them for years. They're just
Mhm.
brilliant girls,
Yep.
a lot of them.
Yep, and I'm so grateful that listen, we're not everybody's cup of tea. Sometimes you just got to spike the hell out of your tea with some vodka or something. I don't know. And then we're funnier, y'all. We get real funny when you spike your tea or take a hit of something. Poor Mary Jane Dell, one of our mods here, she has to stay high in order to listen to me and Maggie and put up with us. But we appreciate her doing that.
Yeah,
But no,
definitely.
in all honesty, I just love watching chat. I love the people that are interacting with each other. And you know what? Even the ones up in the bushes that may not feel comfortable yet about coming down and chatting, because there are quite a few people on YouTube that are embarrassed to say anything, and we've all been bashed in somebody else's chat for saying the wrong thing. Listen, that don't happen here, but we just don't put up with any disrespect. Everybody's welcome to their opinion and our view, even the chat's view. They'll be happy to listen to your opinion. It's all about being an adult. It's all about, presenting it rightly without bashing somebody else in chat. And there's just going to be times that we're not going to agree. We're just not. We're not going to come to an agreement. That happened to me, on Thursday or Friday with one of the subs here. And I just said, I concede because we're not going to get anywhere. I think my way, you think your way. We can't come to the middle. So let's just let it go. And that's what we really do try to. Yeah, that's what we really do try to put do here. I mean, and
You
then
know
the
what?
ones being assholes, they have to leave. We don't put up with that. No.
Yeah. Listen, something come to me the other day, totally off the subject.
God, you're
And you
making
were
me hungry.
talking.
What are you eating now?
I'm having my dinner. It's 6 o'clock here.
I know, but what are you having?
I'm having my dinner. I'm having soup again.
Oh, I gotta go get me some soup.
I'm
Okay,
having
I'm
soup
sorry.
and
I just like to know what people
seedy
eat.
bread. Seedy bread,
Okay.
all different seeds and nuts in it. And I've got my tangerines and my apples ready.
So what you were listening the other day and what
Oh
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
I was listening in to you, and you were saying things, and when you were saying, like you just said, we've got to let it go. I'm going in my head, let it go, let it go. So so I said we should have a game one time. We just do a normal panel, everyone talking, not a serious one. And let's see what people say, and don't mean to say like, or just between me and you. You don't realise how many songs you say. I know that's totally off, but you've had loads of songs and I keep wanting to sing them, but I can't because it's serious.
I know. Before we started getting in trouble from YouTube, just us over here minding our own business, not bothering nobody. But YouTube watches us like a hawk for some reason. It's just like
Yeah.
Nancy Grace. We know Nancy Grace is watching because
She's
she's my
watching.
boo thing.
Yeah.
Because
She
there
gave
have
me,
been many lives that she has
she gave
done,
me,
and I,
she gave me
Swanee,
a life.
the night before, we have done that same live. And so, Nancy, it's okay, honey. We get some of our ideas from you, and we play you. You're my boo thing. I
I
love
know
you.
she just
And
hides
so,
because she doesn't want to go in because just chat will just, go thingy with her, be made up, but she'd be overwhelmed. So she just stays in the bushes, she said. But she gave me a like, when I was on my own doing the live, I got a like off Nancy Grace. And then she messaged me on YouTube and she just went, shh. And I give her a wink back. That was it.
I'm trying to figure out.
I believe so, yes.
And just so we make sure we have the date correct,
Is
after
this?
she's discharged from McLean
I
in
just
January
heard
2023,
this come
up
on,
until
and I'm
January
trying to see
24th,
if it
This is
is
2023,
just looking
that.
all
back
of your
because
communications
it's
were
got
via
that on the
text. Yes.
screen. You
Did
don't
you
have
visit
that.
her at her home?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
No.
So,
Did you
yeah,
didn't reach
and
out or call her at
I
all,
had a
correct?
dream,
I reached out and
and
called,
I
yes.
was at
I did not
crime.
visit her at her home, no.
I
When you
think I was
called, did
at
she
Crime
respond? Did she answer
Con,
the phone?
and
I'm sorry, let me
Oh, I'll
backtrack.
be this.
yeah, I was at Crime Con. Why can't I stop them from talking? Lord of mercy. Okay, there. I had a dream, I think it was last week or the week before, and I was at CrimeCon, and I saw my boo thing sitting over there signing autographs. Y'all, I'm not an autograph girl. I'm not gonna ask anybody for an autograph. I mean, I could write your name myself and tell everybody it's your autograph. I don't care about that kind of stuff. But I had gotten, what do you call that when you get, like, your voice gets caught in your throat because you're seeing someone who means so much to you or that's famous? What is that called again? I got that
You
when I saw
starstruck.
Prince. Yes,
Starstruck.
I was starstruck, and I'm watching Nancy, and then she, like, waved me to come over there, and I went over there. I was like, "Can I just take a picture for you?" And she said, "Yes." And so I took a picture with her, and I was so excited. I was like, "Maggie's gonna love this." And then she pulled out this little card, like, from behind her back, and it was, like, about an 8 by 10, and it said it was a white card, but in black marker, she had wrote, "Maggie, you're my favorite," and made me take a picture with her for Maggie. Like, I was like, I was hurt. I was like, "Nancy, you're my boo
Blessed
thing."
all day, guys. Too blessed all day, she was.
I was like, "Maggie loves Chris McDonough more than she loves you, but you are my true, like, I fangirl every day, like 4 or 5 times over you." And she didn't care because Maggie was her favorite, but I'm used to that. I'm used to that. Maggie's a very sweet girl. Listen, God smiled on me.
Yeah, but you're my favourite, Lee. I
No,
look at you like I do at Nancy Grace. Shut up, I do.
well, I wasn't done being nice to you, so let me be nice first.
You're never nice to me. Everyone on here knows that. You picked on me.
That's what they say about
You're the
me.
talk of YouTube for it.
I know it. But anyways, Max, listen. God smiled on me, and I mean this with my whole heart, with my chest pumped out, my boobies standing and saluting you, that
Well, I'm eating tangerine,
God
looking at you the same way.
smiled on me the day that Maggie walked into my life, because I'm telling you, if
Hi,
you do not
Blee.
have a
See you
Maggie
tomorrow,
in your
girl.
life, if you do not have a Maggie in your life, you got to get one. You just can't steal mine. I mean, I'll share her, but there's been people that actually try to steal her from me. Those were fighting words. I was like, what the hell you think you're doing? She don't have time to mess with you or your channel. I've got her busy over here. All right, back up, back up. Listen, it's going to be a fight. But anyways, no, in all seriousness, the Lord smiled at me when he brought me Maggie and these mods and my friend group. And I mean, it's really almost believable, and half the people probably just don't believe me. They're probably like, "Okay, this is YouTube and you have lifelong friends and you've never met them," and because even my kids are like, how does that work where your best friends don't even live in the same state, much less a country? And I was like, because it's about a heart to heart thing, like
It's
we're
unless
non
someone has experienced it themselves.
yeah, it's so hard to, I
It's
think I
fucking
would
hard
call
to
you guys
understand.
crazy before I understood it, because I think I would call people crazy for that too, and like question it as well. But when you find your tribe, and they get your humor, and they get your sadness, and they get your happiness, and we celebrate
I love you.
grandbabies, and we celebrate marriages, and we celebrate, and we curse our marriages, and we're all going through menopause together, or been through menopause together, or bringing on the ones that are fixing to go through menopause and tell them they're going to live through it. They're just going to think they're
Having
dying.
bad memories, everything.
Everything together. We share everything, and not one person ever judgment. Not one person.
We
I
were
mean,
sharing bowel movement yesterday, weren't we,
yes,
Lee?
yes. And listen, I had to try on a shirt for Maggie, and I didn't like it on me. I didn't like sitting there with it on me, and it was just me and her on FaceTime, and I just
It
took
was
the thing
size
off.
8 to 10. It fitted her
I'm
perfect, but
no, it
because
didn't.
it was fitted, she couldn't cope.
And so I took it off, and I'm just sitting there talking to Maggie in my bra. I didn't care. But you know
I
what the
don't care.
true
Who's seen my boobs
I have seen her boobs. Uh,
on the floor?
the real test to friendship to me is this. If I can go to you and say, y'all, I really think I screwed that one up. I mean, really, I did. And they're like, you did. You messed that up. Yeah, really bad. We were glad you closed that down. And you need to apologize. Or you know what I mean? Like, they don't blow smoke up my butt just because they think that's friendship. You know what I mean? Like, it's just
No, I tell it all the time.
we tell each other exactly how we feel, and you need someone. I think you always need someone in your life, and for me, I've got quite a few that just tell me the truth. I remember we have our matriarch here at the channel. She was my very first um, um, Melly Jo was my first subscriber, and Ma Barb was the very first person who bought a membership here, and she was our um, oldest person here, and she's so full of knowledge, and she keeps us women in line, and she loves
Hello,
all of
Bob.
us like we are her kid, like she just is that person. And and I mean, I can't tell you how many times she's she's busted her. I one time I couldn't get in touch with anybody, so I got in touch with her and I was like, I feel really bad, just that sucked, that live sucked so bad. And she was like, better luck next time, chickie. She wasn't like, oh, Lena, it was fine, honey. Everybody has bad days. She was just like, yeah, you sucked completely. That's how you know you have a real friend. Really? I mean, to me.
And me is, I said, look at my neck. Everyone goes, nothing wrong with it. It's fine, Maggie. Honest to God, you don't know. It's you. You're more critical. I went, Lee, look at my neck. Just look. She went, yeah, I
Hmm.
agree. And
Yeah.
I was like made up. I thought, oh my God, finally.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you my family tells me things and I tell them the same thing I told my mom, same thing my mom told me, like, you're obliged to tell me that I'm one of yours, you're one of mine. There's a bias there, so you don't want to hurt feelings. But, and I'm still that way with my family, unless, like, they're dressing like straight up trash and they look like straight up trash and they're acting like straight up trash. I'm just like, look, read the room. Okay, you dress the way and you talk the way, even though no, I act like I'm not good at that, but I am very well good at that, and I deserve the Nobel Peace Prize for what I don't say that my brain tells me to say. So, and I don't. I'm really using filters now. I cannot believe I'm growing up. But your friends, I think I just think there should just be like no judgment. And they're telling you not what you want to hear, but they're telling you the truth because they love you. So when Maggie showed me her neck and she's like, I'm getting this fixed, I was like, you need to go, girl. When ever since she sees my eye, she's like,
And to be
"Mm,
honest with you, if I wasn't going to get it fixed, I wouldn't have asked Leanie because I know she'd tell me the truth. I'd have been, oh, I'm not asking because that's seal the deal and I'll know it's bad. So,
mhm."
yeah, I'm getting it done, so it's all good. And
And
she
Mag,
asked me about her eyes. I said, go and get your
yeah,
eyes done. For 2 years. She's been
yep,
saying,
for
yeah, I
two
will, yeah, I will,
years,
yeah, I will. But she is now,
yep.
aren't you?
And so, yeah, it takes me a little while to get over fear, and it takes me a little while to work things out and decide, well, my son might need this, so I'll save the money for that. Or my grandbaby, I've got 10, like something's going to come up. But at some point, you just kind of look around and you're 57 years old and you're like, damn, you're ugly. And you used to not be. So,
You're not.
congratulations. And then all of a sudden, you're just like, you know what? No, I'm going to be selfish for the first time in my life. And I'm going to get something done that makes me happy. And I realized that that's okay. It took me a long time to realize that. Um,
Me too.
yeah, so we've raised our children. I've helped raise my grandchildren, and I mean, I've got 17-year-olds all the way down to a newborn, and I've been in their lives. There's nothing that they've ever wanted. They call Mammy, believe you me. Mammy's going to make sure it happens. And just like you guys would. Um, and so I just talked to Beefcake about it, and he was like, look, you've done for everybody else. Go make your, if that's going to make you happy, then do it. Do it. And then he told me, yeah, get your eyes. So when I told him, I was like, Maggie finally talked me into it. I'm going to get my eyes done. I'm going to feel better about myself. He's like, I really want you to do it because if it looks good on you and the doctor does a good job, I'll make an appointment. I was like, you son of a bitch. So if he messes me up, you're going to be like, nah, keep my bags. Y'all, what kind of man does that? Usually they'll take the bullet first. No, he's like, no, you go take the bullet. Okay. Hey. New.
I needed them talked us out of it, guys. What that tell you? Right? My husband never took me out of it, nor does his.
Oh no. And
Oh,
then when I
says it
got
all.
all my teeth pulled out, the dentist thought that going to get my husband was going to make him talk me out of it because
You're
nobody
going
knew.
all funny, Lee.
It's because I'm talking with.
Like
Can you
that.
hear me? Can you hear
I
me
can
now?
hear you, but you're like all crackly.
It's because I walked away too far outside. But it's like I didn't tell my husband I was going to have all my teeth pulled. And then when I told the dentist, he went out and got my husband like he was going to be able to change my mind. And he was like, look, you better just go ahead and do what she asks you to do because she's not going to stop till she gets a dentist to do exactly what she wants to. So you might as well take her money. And so he's
And
like,
guys,
okay.
I'm dreading when she does get her teeth because I'm dreading it because I love the gummy smile she gives me when she gives me this look. This honest to God face is so funny, cute. I don't want it to go. She's gonna now look gorgeous. But forgot what I was gonna say.
I'll take out my teeth for you every time I call
Okay,
you and just
but
give you
now
the
I'm
smile.
scared in case she gets them and then starts complaining, going, I can't bear it, I hate them. You've got that used to them being in your head. How long is it since you've had teeth?
It's been 3 months since I've had them because I'm having
It seems to come
custom
on,
made.
Delaney.
I know. And Maggie that's one thing you did tell me was do not take that off my teeth. Just get the bridge done that I needed done. I needed 4 teeth removed. And they were
Waste of
going to
time.
the bridge. And I was like, no,
Waste of
I
time.
just want them all done. And she's like, there's nothing wrong with your
Nothing wrong
teeth.
with the teeth, guys.
And
Nothing
then
wrong.
3
I need to go and get a photo of you smiling.
And then whenever after 3 days when I could really start talking, but my jaw still hurt really bad to open and close, I called Maggie and I was like, Maggie, for 3 days I've been looking at pictures of my smile. My teeth weren't that bad. She was like, oh, fuck off, Lainey. I've been telling you that for months. You don't listen. But you know what? Now that it's done and I'm in the home stretch and within 1 month I'll have teeth back in my mouth. Listen, I have a tooth in my head. Don't nobody tell me Lainey don't have one tooth in her head because I do. It's underneath my cheekbone. It never came down. It's a wisdom tooth. So I have one tooth in my head that belongs. But anyways, I'm telling you,
Why did they call it a wisdom tooth?
I don't know. It didn't give me any more
Does anyone
wisdom.
know?
I hated
Go
school.
look it up in a minute.
But no, seriously, I am so glad. I wished I'd have done it 10 years ago and saved myself the
She's
hatred
saying
of
that
my
now,
smile.
guys. Wait for it. Wait for it. That's all I'm saying.
No,
She's
when
gonna
you
get
hate
on.
something,
No, Maggie, I fucking hate these teeth. I'm gonna
no,
go. Leave the teeth in. Do not take them out. If you don't get used to them, you're never gonna have them, Lee. You've got to
no,
keep them in. Get used to them.
I just don't think I'm going to hate them because they're going to be perfectly straight. Every day it's going to look like I just left the dentist's office getting a cleaning and a
It'll be
bleaching.
beautiful every minute of the day.
Yeah. And that's all I ever wanted. That's all I ever
too.
wanted.
Me too, Gail.
The first time I ever got a cleaning, I think I was like 17 years old or something. And I went to go I was super excited. And I guess it was the old way of cleaning your teeth where I don't know what they did. But anyways, I would see other people come out and their teeth would look like white and just beautiful. I always look at people's teeth because I hated mine. And And so I thought when I went in there that like they would come
We're
out like,
listening to real life stuff, Elvira. We're listening to real life stuff. It's good. Yeah, she'll have to get used to them. That's the rough part. Supermom said. You tell her, Supermom. She's got to stick with it.
I'm going to stick with it because I'm going to be Hollywood. Listen, the lady tried to talk me
Oh, yeah.
from
You've got a
getting on.
dentist daughter, Natalie. Natalie Mackie, dentist daughter here. It's because the wisdom teeth come later when a person should be a bit wiser. Ooh,
Oh, makes sense.
thank you, Nat.
I did not know that because I didn't get any wiser. In fact, they had to pull my wisdom teeth out with the rest of my teeth because they came in perfectly, except for the one that stuck underneath my
Yeah,
cheekbone
but
that
yours
never
is still
came down.
because you're still learning, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm still teachable. I don't really want to
Mm.
learn a whole lot though, because the more you know, the more people want you to do. And I'm like, oh, negative. I don't know how to do that.
Hey,
So if you learn
Lunchy,
how to do it, then you're screwed.
getting them bleached, do you not find that you pay for to get them done as soon as you drink a cup of coffee or eat something like, or drink wine, whatever, they just go back to that shitty colour again? Don't you find it's a waste of time? I did.
Beefcake gets his teeth done, I mean, religiously every 6 months. Him
We
and
do.
my kids love going to the dentist,
But you know
and
what, can I
I'm
just ask
scared to
you,
death.
Lee? Has it changed in America now? We used to have every 6 months appointments. Now they give you 12 months.
No, my beefcake goes every 6 months.
I was shocked by that. I couldn't believe it. I thought I couldn't live without going to my dentist to find out. So I went, a year? So she went, yeah, just keep doing what you do.
No,
And that
even
was
my
it.
parents go every 6 months. I think it just here in the state, but you guys don't have medical care like
It's
we
only
do.
just started though. We've forever, all my life gone every 6 months. And
I
now
don't
it's
see that
changed to a
happening
year.
there. I don't see that happening because there are dentists everywhere here, and as long as you've got insurance, you're going to want to go to the
Well,
dentist, and
this
they're going
is
to want you to
private.
come.
This is an NHS. We have to pay because
Okay.
in lockdown, I kept calling them to see if they were open. I was getting paranoid. And she was going, no, we're not seeing patients yet. And that's all I kept getting all the time. I must have not rang them for about a month. And when I called back, she said, you're not at NHS appointments anymore, neither is your son a patient anymore. And I went, what? And she went, you haven't been in here for a year. I said, because you haven't been seeing patients for a year. I said, I've been phoning all the time. She just said, well, it's pay now. Or
Wow.
there's only a few NHS patients now. Everyone has to, 9 out of 10 of people have to pay a year now for dental
Well,
treatments.
so like even in the military, it used to be that everything was free, right? Like your medical was free, your dental, all that was free. It's not like that anymore. You have to pay not as much as people that are civilians have to pay, but like
Mm,
Beefcake's job too, he pays medical insurance and he pays dental insurance, and then there's
yeah,
our eye insurance as well. So
yeah.
the lady tried talking me out of getting the real white ones like you did, Maggie. And she said, you're going to look like you have chiclets in your mouth. They're going to look so fake and plastic. I was like, I don't care because I don't hide my crazy. I was like, I'm telling everybody these are fucking fake.
And they'll be
Okay.
like that to you at first, but you'll honestly get used to them because I thought, oh, I've made a mistake.
No, I loved
But you'll
them the
get
minute
used
you
to them,
had them.
girl.
Oh,
I love mine now.
I did go back just like you told me because you told me don't get the whitest white, get that one. So
Yeah.
the last time I was at the dentist, I got to pick the color, and she was like, "Are you sure?" I was like, "Is it the whitest white?" And she said, "No." I said, "Then go with that one. That's what I want." And so
You
she's
should
like,
have
"You're gonna
said BL2, I told you.
we don't have. It's not the same thing, though, Mags.
Well,
It's
all
not
the
because
dentists here and abroad. Why is in America?
I don't know.
The
I just looked at
dentist
all of the
daughter,
colors.
Natalie, here there, dentist daughter, Natalie Davey. Can you ask your dad or your mother, is BL1 a colour on the dentist for dentures or crowns or whatever. BL1, please.
And
Let's see.
she brought me like the color chart teeth colors, which are like kind of like real teeth that are, they look like teeth and they're all different colors that you can pick from.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is not the ones that I saw coming in. I saw the real white ones. And she's like, I don't think we have those here. I was like, yeah, you do, because this is where I was when I saw them. And it's because she did not want me to go past like a natural, like white color. And she's like, you're going to look like you have chiclets. Your teeth are going to look fake and plastic. I was like, girl, there's no shame in my game. I put all my
You should
crazy
have
up
said
there. I
to her,
tell
show me what
everybody.
you look like then.
I was
Show
like,
me. Oh,
I'm not
Natalie,
paying for
I'm
you to
sorry,
win.
love. Oh, sorry, Nat. Sorry about that, love.
What happened? I'm
Oh.
sorry.
She said I was asking Maggie, but he passed away, sadly.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry, Nas. Trust
Sometimes we insert foot and we don't mean to. We just say the wrong thing sometimes. We don't
me.
mean to,
I
though.
never even thought of that,
And let me tell you guys, when I get my bluff surgeries, my appointment is November the 4th to go in and have my consultation done. And then like a week or a week after that, I'll be right into surgery. Don't think I'm not camming up here and let you guys see my black eyes. Both at the same time. Both. Yep.
You bitch. I want to be with you so badly. Do you know that?
Well, they won't let you be in there because they're going to put me to sleep. Yes.
Oh, yeah. You get me sleep?
I have to. They won't. He said, because I asked him, look, even when I had my hysterectomy, I was like, look, you don't have to put me to sleep. People have babies every day. Wide awake.
You're nervous, though. That's probably why.
Well, he said, babies are not being cut away from you. He said, I'm cutting something away from you. And then you're going to see it coming towards your eye. And your first thought is going to be to slap my hand. And he said, so I don't want to spend an hour and a half, 2 hours in here doing a bluff surgery. He said, I'd rather knock you out for 45 minutes, be done, and go to the next person. And I was like, right on. I don't care how you do it. Let's just do it. But the insurance is going to pay for the top left, but the bottoms is just pure vanity, you guys, and I'm taking it.
Go for it, girl. Go for it. You're just going to feel a new woman. I'm telling you now. You'll get up every day, look at yourself thinking, oh my God, can't get over it.
I know I'm going to be plastic. Y'all had to call me Barbie.
Do you know what? When I first met Lady, we were
Barbie.
talking, and I was saying, oh, Liverpool, they get their eyebrows, they have lashes, blah, 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 blah. And she went, oh, Maggie, we're not like that, that age here. We, it's so different here. Nobody gives a fuck, basically. And I went, oh, no, I'm not saying it. So she might think I'm saying, why aren't you like that? So then she's got to know me. She's getting her teeth done.
And my lips. I was already going to have my lips done.
And Maggie said, I said, don't get them done straight away. Get used to your teeth first, because you won't know what way to move your mouth and it'll look hysterical with big lips.
Yeah, so I decided to hold up, but it's going to be all, I am going to be from chin up as plastic.
On the same time, Lee.
As plastic as I can be before Christmas.
In a Barbie world.
That's going to be me.
Super Mom. She had hers done at the same time. Like you.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited about it all. What did you say? I didn't hear you.
Super Mom said her doctor did both of hers at the same time.
Both of what?
Her eyes.
Oh, yeah. Do you love it? Tell me about it. Do you absolutely love it? I'm on a group. I've been on a group for like 3 years about bluff. And there's not many people that aren't happy with the results. Most people are very happy, and they show their befores and afters. And I'm like, oh my goodness, that's going to be me.
I've had the uppers done, and I absolutely love mine.
Looks completely different.
To be honest.
Completely different. Her eyes are beautiful, and she has a really pretty color too. And I'm not saying that because she's my friend, because if she was ugly, I would just like, she's
Funny.
precious, y'all. That's what I'm like, Maggie's
They'll
precious.
all be terrified you're going to call them precious.
If I call you precious, it's just because I don't know what to say and I don't want to hurt your feelings because you're not looking your best today. I can't
I said to
really.
her one time, I said, you see me looking like shit, haven't you, Leanie? She went, yeah, one time I did. I went,
Maggie,
all right.
there are some people that wake up really pretty, and Maggie does. She does.
No,
But
you don't
I
see
will be
me straight
honest.
away.
But I will be honest. It's because like yesterday we were together and I think there was a couple of us together and you were putting on you were dyeing your eyelashes. So when you wake up, it's like you already have like mascara on. And
Yeah,
then your eyebrows are what are
already
microbladed
done.
already. So they're
Yeah,
already perfect. So that's what I mean
that's what I'm
by
saying.
like
When
you
you
already
get
look
that
like you have
done,
your face on.
you feel better when you wake up. It makes
Mhm.
you look so much better. Trust me. Anyone who's even thinking about it, go and get your eyebrows microbladed. I got mine done years ago, and I had them touched up once, which I shouldn't have done. A girl, she's she never did them like the strokes of her hair. She just like sort of like a powder. It wasn't a powder, but it's called powder. They just put more colour into it, and it's just like it's tattooed me skin if you get so you don't see the strokes.
Yeah,
So
it
that's
doesn't
what
look
it
like
is getting
strokes.
on now. No.
No. But you know what? I want to
Oh,
get the tattoo that so
how lovely it's been yours.
I've got 3 tattoos and one of them I did um on a whim on one of those crazy s-
As she
like
does.
I was emotional and I put a tattoo emotionally on me and I wished I never had and I won't say which one. Lunchy, you know what's funny though? When I saw Lunchy a couple weeks ago, I mean, everybody that sees my hands on camera, they see the tattoo, right? But nobody really knows what it says unless you're really looking at it. And Lunchy knew exactly what it said right away. She has been the only person. She was like, "Lainey, that says," and then I just looked at her. I was like, "How'd you know that?" She said, "I could see it plain as day." But the way I had the tattoo done, I wanted it to where it just looked like not words, but like a symbol or something like that.
Symbols.
She knew right away what it said, and she's the only person even when I came home and Beefcake saw it, he didn't know what it said. Nobody knew what it said. Nobody knew what it meant. Lunch lady knew exactly what it meant and why I had gotten it, and I could not believe it. I was like, "Freaking psychic." I mean, it's amazing how you become so attached to someone in your lives kinda line up even though you don't know each other from Adam and you've never met before. If I could tell you how many times I um, passed through Lunchy's town
I
back
know,
and forth,
MJT.
but I wanna
Sorry,
get
carry on.
that too lasered off and then put something else there. And they got a couple places in Indy that'll do it.
Yeah, we have here, and I'm really tempted to go and get my eyebrows done again. Oh, imagine them taking it off there and saying come back in 3 months and I'm ballsy.
But
Because
you
they
know
only got
what?
off her eyebrow on the right.
I watched it a couple of times, Maggie. I researched it to get this one off, and it's so much quicker than putting a tattoo on. It's just like
Oh, I know, I've seen it. I watched it on YouTube
oh, it's so
and Instagram.
interesting.
It's like a pen and you go,
Yeah,
I'm showing you. You go up and down like that and you see it gone. Like they're
yeah, and
rubbing it out.
yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing.
But it's
Now,
how long you've got to wait in between.
yeah, and some people do have a scar there, but people put
I don't
tattoos
know.
over scars all the time
All the
that
time.
don't let it look like a scar, you know what I mean? So I want to get something else there. I don't care if it leaves a scar. I mean, it's already a scar. It's tattooed.
Dolores has got to go to work. Keep notes.
Dolores, we love you. Have a good day at work, love.
See you, girl. See you tomorrow. Mary Jane Joe said, sure, if you like the smell of fried skin. Does it smell
Listen,
like that? Like you're burning?
Yes,
It can't smell any worse than being cauterized when they're taking the skin off the
that's
top of your
exactly right.
eyes. And they said,
'Cause
we're just cauterizing it now, and you smell the burning.
you smell the burning, and because they had to take um, a melanoma off of one of my hands,
Not the
and
same.
God, I mean, first of all, the shots were terrible, and I
Oh,
forget what it.
yeah.
Oh, his name was Matt something. The doctor's name was Matt something. I don't remember what his last name was, but he had given me like 50 shots in it, and not waiting until anything numbed up. I was like, okay, Matthew. And he was like, look, okay, because you don't know how I have to get this out of here. So once I'm not, I don't, it doesn't gross me out to sit there and watch stuff be cut off or a hole or nothing like that bothers me. So I'm watching him cut around it, and cut it out. So I've got this hole in my hand, right? And they send that part off to um, pathology to see what type of cancer it is. And then he takes literally what looks like a soldering iron and they burn all the inside of the hole.
Yeah,
And then you
that's right.
smell, and I was like, "Oh my god, that smells terrible." He says, smells just like barbecue to me." I was like, "You're
Mhm.
disgusting. You're more disgusting than I am." And I was like, "That's gonna freaking burn whenever that stuff wears off." But did y'all know it
Yeah.
didn't even burn? It didn't,
No, it
Maggie.
doesn't. No, listen, I never had one pain from the minute I went in that, only the needles in my eyes to numb it. The last needle was a killer. The others were okay. I don't like needles, but they were okay. The last one I went, and they went, just breathe, take deep breaths, take deep breaths. I was going, it was horrible. And then that was it. And then they started, I said, oh, let me know when you start, and let me know when you start. And she went, we've already started. And the
That's
skin that they moved from the top of my eyes looks like two pieces of pork.
it does. It's gross. It's really gross, and I don't get grossed
I
out.
could bring it up and show you. It's like two pieces of pork and it's got hairs on it. And I was fuming. I thought I paid £15 the day before to get them waxed, and look at all the hairs on them.
You guys, are they back or are they still?
No,
Is this lunch? We are on lunch, right? No, we're not on lunch. Yes, we are on lunch. Okay,
yeah,
we're on
they're not
lunch.
back
That's it.
hardy.
Okay, no,
No,
that's just okay. I
no.
can see it. But
I've been watching it, so
it does. It looks like pork, and I'm not grossed out by much at all.
it
You guys,
really
but
does.
I really do dig dead bodies and grody stuff. It's just, I don't know. I'm just like, I'll do that again. Let me see. But every time I see her nasty ass eyelids, oh, it is so gross. I don't want to see mine. I watched a thing on TV where they were doing, because I would like to get my stomach taken off too. Um, I watched a thing on TV about people like losing a lot of weight and then getting the skin taken off of their stomach, like their apron or whatever, and then getting it liposuction and then pulling the skin all the way down and the skin all the way up and your hoo-ha's up here now and your belly button's changed and all this other stuff. I just found it so incredibly it was so good. I watched the whole thing. And then the doctor held up the skin. Y'all, it went all the way like from the bottom of his chest, not down to his belly button, but the bottom of his chest over his head. He was holding all that skin up. And he said, "This is heavy." And you just don't imagine because like I couldn't pick up a 40-pound box. First, I wouldn't even try because of my back. But, like, at this stage in my life, I'm like, "That's just too damn heavy. I don't wanna do that." But we carry that around all the time. You know what I mean? And we don't think nothing of it until you lose that 40 pounds and you're holding it up there. But I thought it was so interesting, that skin that he was holding up. So if I ever get, like, if Beefcake gives me enough money or I make enough off of Whatnot, I think I would go in and get my stomach done. Not for anything else. Nobody sees me naked. Look, I don't care if they cut me in the forehead to get the skin off of my stomach. Nobody cares.
I'm not
Nobody
even
sees me.
bothering with that. I just took it in my knickers.
No, mine. I've got a lot of skin, a lot. But I had 3
I have.
babies at 18. I mean, I wasn't done
I've got
growing.
a lot of skin as well.
It's so gross. It's so disgusting. I can't stand myself. That's why I have to get all this work done. So, anyways, I think I wouldn't want to take it home, but I would love to see my skin that they take off. I want to see all of it. Y'all, it's one of those
I
days.
thought you'd gone off then. I was listening intently thinking, hang on, she gone off or she... I didn't know whether you were going to talk. What's that? It's our biggest talk. 7,000 books worth. Oh my God.
What? What did she say?
My
What? I
daughter
missed it.
did cut from hip to hip.
Oh, yes, I want that too.
7,000 books worth.
Yeah, because the insurance won't pay for it because they said I mean, it is cosmetic surgery. It's just being vain, and I am vain, and I've gotten more vain because I've been hanging out with a scouser. Because everybody in Indiana don't give a damn. No, nobody's trying to impress anybody in the flyover state of Indiana, okay? And then I meet the scouser, and I'm like, I want to look pretty like her. Anyways, I got all
she's
vain and
mental.
all. But yes, that's what I want. I want that like cut from like side to side. I don't care if they cut up and down.
No.
In
You'll
fact,
have me doing it now.
listen, I think the best way to do that, and I think about this at night when I go to bed. So you lay over at night, your skin falls over to the side, right? Mine does. And I'm like, why do they cut it like the way they cut it? Like I would have someone lay on their side and then just cut from the sideways all the way down and then sew that bitch up. But people don't want the up and down scars. I wouldn't give a shit.
I wouldn't.
I would not care, but I would be willing to pay $7,000 for it. I mean, because I know I would be that happy. I know and I bet she doesn't regret it, does she, Dolores? I'll bet she don't. I bet she's so happy. I think she's nuts, but she's happier. Yeah, because she had rashes from hell underneath the flap.
You do. Get so sweaty, it's horrible.
The good news is that I don't sweat. If I sweat, it's always between my boob and it drips down into my belly button. And that hardly ever happens. I wish I sweat. I don't understand why I don't really sweat.
Don't you sweat now?
No, I know. Every great now and then I'll feel like something pop on my forehead, like these little weird things, and I go look and I can see where these little bubbles have come out of my skin.
It's a sweat. Wow.
And that sweat, but that's only happened to me like 3 or 4 times, and it's the most awesome feeling to me. But no, I don't sweat. I think something's wrong with me. And the reason why I think something's wrong with me is not because I'm being a hypochondriac right now. It's just that one of my son-in-laws, he has overactive sweat glands, so he over sweats. You know what I mean? Like he wears a bandana around his head a lot. He's always got like a bandana with him in his pocket or something so he could wipe the sweat. He's got and he's a war veteran, y'all. He's been in Iraq twice. And could you imagine how much he sweated over there? I mean, but so I think if you can have overactive sweat glands, I never looked it up, then you probably can have underactive sweat glands. And I think that's what I got because I really don't sweat. And so that means I'm carrying, because sweat is getting rid of toxins in your body, right? Isn't that what it does?
I thought so, but it's out now.
Well, yeah, I'm carrying all these damn toxins in my body. I got to start taking supplements. And I'm not going to
that up now. I'll look it up now.
I mean, I know sweat also cools your body. Maybe that's why I don't sweat, because of my thyroid, and it doesn't hold temperature. My body doesn't hold temperature, so that's why I'm always cold, hot, cold, hot, cold, hot. I wonder if that has something to do with it.
Wait, let's have a look.
Tell me all what you know, Mandy.
You sweat to get rid of toxins. No, you do not sweat. You do not sweat to get rid. You do not sweat to get rid of toxins. Sweating's main job is to cool your body down.
Okay.
Your liver and kidneys do the real work of filtering and removing waste from your body.
Okay, then I'm
Facts
not
about
dying of
sweat.
toxins.
Now, facts about sweat. Water content. Sweat is about 99% water. Other parts, it also has tiny bits of salt, protein, and urea, whatever urea is. While scientists can find tiny amounts of heavy metals in sweat, the amount is too small to matter. Liver changes harmful chemicals into waste. Kidneys filters your blood and sends waste out through your urine. Digestive tract moves solid waste out of your body. Good things about sweating. Cooling down. It stops your body from getting too hot when you exercise or sit in the heat. Skin health helps clear dirt and oil from your pores. If you want to know more, I can tell you. What you want to
Nice
know
of them.
anymore?
No, because I really thought that
All right, I'm going to put
helped
why
clear.
don't I sweat?
Yeah, put that in there. But I think
Why
I think it has to do with my
don't
thyroid.
I sweat?
Aren't y'all sick of hearing me talk about my thyroid? Like it's a big deal in my life. It's caused me more trouble than anything.
Not sweating, known medically as anhidrosis or hyperhidrosis, means your body cannot cool itself down properly. This happens when your sweat glands do not work, your nerves do not signal them, or your pores are blocked. It can lead to dangerous overheating.
I don't
Nerve
overheat.
damage. Listen, conditions like diabetes can harm the nerves that control your sweat glands. Skin damage, burns, scars, radiation, or rashes like psoriasis can block or ruin sweat ducts. Medications, certain drugs, especially some used for mental health or high blood pressure, stop you from sweating. Genetics. Some people are born with rare conditions that stop sweat glands from forming. Dehydration. Severe lack of water stops your body from making sweat. Warning signs. Feeling very hot and flushed. Dizziness or weakness during exercise or heat. Muscle cramps. Lack of sweat over your body or over your whole body or just in small patches. If you feel dizzy or overheated when you cannot sweat, you should talk to a doctor.
But I don't
Oh, no,
feel
no.
overheated. I mean, you watch me. I put on a sweater
Yeah,
and then take off the sweater. Put on the sweater,
yeah,
put on a
yeah.
robe, take off the robe. I'm always hot, cold, hot, cold. So I don't think that I don't think that it's that. And I've always been this way, so it can't be any of the medication that I'm on. So maybe I was just born this way. Shit. I was born this way. I blame the eclipses that keep happening over my head and fucking with my life.
Oh, listen, I haven't told you yet, only because I haven't had the chance to, but I'll tell you dead quick. So, not last night, the night before, I noticed a little cat roaming around the streets. And I thought, oh my God, where's that cat roaming around the streets? And then these people come out the house and they were walking and the cat was following them like a dog. And I thought, oh, it must be one of these. But then I looked over again and the little cat was huddled outside on the floor. So I couldn't sleep all night worrying about this cat. I was going, should I go and get the cat? Oh my God. Anyway, so 6 o'clock that morning, my friend Julie came out of her door and the cat run to her. And
Oh,
she's so friendly. She rolls on the floor. She rolls on the floor, lets you tickle her belly and everything, which cats normally go for you when you do that. So
yeah.
she took her in. She advertised it on Scouse Pets on Facebook, a picture. Someone got in touch and said, it's Bella. She was the woman who had it, won't let it in. And no one's seen it for a long time, talking March and April. So she's been roaming the streets. She's had 6 litters.
Oh,
She's had 6 litters. So they've said to Julie, they can't, she's got no chip. They can't do anything with her right yet. They've got to get in touch with the owner who reowned her to say she'll sign it over, even though she didn't want it, to sign it over so Julie can then get the care she needs. So I'm working on Alec to see if I can keep her. She's gorgeous,
Oh,
Lee. She's gorgeous. I sent a picture to our friend with the cat, Lizzo.
oh, Maggie, you have to go get her.
I
See, I
want
can't.
it. I've got
If
to
she's
send
not,
you.
if she's
What?
not chipped, man, I just take that cat home.
Well, no, they said that's what I said. But to get a scene in the vets, and she's got no
Oh,
chip. She's got to prove she's the owner,
oh,
and they
okay.
won't do it if she's unchipped. She's got to
No,
prove it then. So
no.
wait
All
till you
we say
see.
was
I'm going to send you this. You get
we
it.
just say we found it on the
Beautiful.
side of the road. I mean, they're just thankful someone's bringing it to the vet and taking care of it. They don't look into it that deep. I mean, they'll run the thing over it to see if there's a chip anywhere on them. And if there's not, I mean, there is no questions asked because, there's so many stray animals out there. If I saw a cat out there, Swanee, I would bring it in, and Paul would just be
Oh,
like, "Oh,
definitely.
please don't bring any more animals
Thank God it was a
home."
really warm night. She's beautiful. She is beautiful. But she's hungry all the time. She wants to eat
Oh,
because she's not sure of when she's getting the next meal. She thinks, when she's been living rough outside, like feral. So that'll calm down when gets it into her head. She's going to be fed regular. But she needs weaning as well. But they don't know whether
mhm.
she's pregnant again.
Oh, God, that makes
So
me so sad.
they're waiting to get it into the vet to put a full health check. And
Yeah,
then she's
because the
going
way
into
you
a
were.
foster home, but I'm going to take her if I can.
Well, see, why do women have to ask their husbands if they can have an animal?
Oh no.
I always think it's easier to get forgiveness than permission. Although I was looking at getting another golden, and I was gone the whole week, so he had my dogs for the week. And not that he doesn't help out with them, but they're my babies, so they stay with me at all times. And when he when I got home, he's like, "Oh my God, 3 golden retrievers are so hard." I was like, "Yeah, when have you had it hard?" And he said, "The whole time you were gone." He said, I kept my door closed and they would be whining. I was like, "Why didn't you open the door?" And he said, "Because every time they move on the bed, then I wake up and I got to be at work at 4." And I was like, "That's funny because I was looking at golden retrievers from Ohio to here to pick up another one." And he said, "Why didn't you do it?" And I said, "Well," I miss my babies and I wanted to come home to them, and Laramie is still less than a year old. And I said, "So I just want to wait just a little while longer." And then our baby child, when he knew I was looking for another animal, he's like, "Mom, you're just trying to replace animals with the children because we
Mm.
all left home." And I was like, "You know what? You might be right. Maybe that's my problem." But I've always wanted to have 5 golden retrievers. I've wanted a pack,
Oh.
and every color I could find them in.
Well, I've
So
sent you that so you can see.
I take a look, see.
Gorgeous.
Well,
It's
is she
absolutely
sweet?
beautiful.
She's probably starving for attention and
Oh,
starving
she
for
loves it.
food and
She
just,
jumps on you and she rolls over. The first thing she does is roll over on her back.
oh my
And she
goodness,
wouldn't
go
go
get that
asleep.
baby.
She wouldn't shut her eyes or nothing, and you could see how tired she was because she's never been kept in.
So wait, who's got her right now?
My friend over the street,
Okay,
Julie,
okay.
she's like us. She's a cat. She's an animal lover. She took her right in. So I sent all the stuff
Oh,
this morning. I bought her a scratch post, a little tunnel to run through, and toys and a
oh my
bed.
goodness. How is Julie saying she's acting now that she's inside the house?
Yeah,
Is
she said she settled a bit more today. She's still crying a lot for food. She's got to be careful with the worming in case she is pregnant. She's just waiting, she said. Hang on, this is what she said. This is the message I had this morning. So, oh God, where's the message I had this morning? Bear with me. Okay. Sue from the RSPCA, which is an animal charity, is going to let me know as soon as possible. Legally, she belongs to somebody else, so they have to sign it over. She will get everything and more as soon as that happens, and she will go into foster care right after. If she needs any operation procedures, then they are experienced, and it could get really expensive, especially if she's having kittens also. I just can't wait to get home to her and enjoy the time we have left with her. That's because she had to go to work this morning. When she got back, the cat was running to her and they were playing. I'll be surprised if she gives it up.
I'm so
I'll be,
happy for that cat. Oh, that is
did you
just the
see her?
saddest thing. I'm trying to bring it up, but I'm telling you, ever since yesterday, my phone's been acting weird, and so has the
Alex telling me now. He's telling me now. I said, shut up. He said,
he
I've got a
doesn't
cat
tell
allergy.
you.
I said, well, just go and take a tablet. Shut up.
Take a tablet and
He's
shut up.
going, look, lol, no.
Listen, I think half the people, especially men, that say
You
I
need to
have a
wear.
cat allergy are freaking lying because they just don't want a cat.
He told me he had an allergy with the dog when I got a puppy at first. Never had a
Mm-hmm.
mark on him. He
Mm-hmm.
does when he get a cat there, he does get marks. He scratches underneath his chin, but I don't care. You can take a tablet, can't he? You can take a tablet, he's not going to
Take
die.
a Benadryl and shut the hell up.
Yeah, fucking shut up, you take that. I don't care. My poor little Bella. She's coming out. She sleeps
See,
like my Jessie. It's a sign.
it is a sign. I can't even get over to my Facebook page. I don't know what's going on, so no, I can't see it. Let me turn the phone off, see if that'll
What
work.
Facebook page?
Isn't that where you sent it to me for Messenger?
No, I sent it to your messenger.
I know, but I go through Facebook to get to Messenger.
Oh, I've never heard nothing like it. I don't use Facebook.
I thought that's what you had to do.
Oh.
Messenger is on Facebook.
Well, I just see Messenger and WhatsApp, and that's it. Anyway, I've just sent Lizzo the new pictures. I think Lizzo should take her for me at you.
No,
A little me.
no. Listen, I feel like
No, they'll kill each other.
Lizzo met her match with Maya. And I just think that we can't torture Lizzo anymore with two of them. So, but I love it so much that Maya gives Lizzo hell. I love it. I can't stand it. It's so good. So good. And then, I don't know. Would they get along? I mean, eventually they learn to get along, right? Laramie learned to get
I know,
along
but it's the
here. And
stress of it, isn't it? It's the
yeah,
stress. I'm worried about taking Bella. Thinking I'm doing the right thing. I'm jumping in too quick because I still cry so much for Jessie. And I come in looking at a picture and felt so guilty. And I said, I'll never love anyone like I love you, Jess. Don't worry. And I kissed her on the nose.
sometimes, and I'm not telling you what to do, Maggie, and I try to stay out of that. I just try to support you with whatever you think you need to do. But sometimes, an animal chooses you to heal your heart. And
That's how I got Jessie.
so,
Of course, yeah, definitely 100%. And I know if I got it wouldn't be the same because you don't have to
no.
do the same things for a cat. A cat likes to take itself away and go to sleep.
Hmm.
You play it a few times with it in the day, it'll either curl up at the side here or it'll go somewhere else. They always find their place.
Hmm.
And because we've always had cats and dogs together, and the cats just like to get off and do their own thing, or come in and groom the dog, and or that vice versa. So, but I would love a cat, but I just don't, I'm just worried, especially with me going away. But I said to Ryan, if we get that, it's up to you. It's up to you if you want it. It's up to you to remember to get up. At least you don't have to worry about anyone taking it out, because that didn't happen.
Oh, Maggie, she's calico.
Yeah,
Oh, she is so pretty. Oh my goodness. I would
she's
change her
lovely.
name to Patches.
She's gorgeous,
Oh
isn't she?
gosh. She needs love.
I know. I
So
didn't want to
happy
put it
she looks.
in a thingy majiggy. I didn't want to put it in.
She just kind of flipped her
I
head
just
over and
got
laying
it.
on that pillow so
I
comfy.
know. It looks like she wants to turn right over, but she's just doing her
Uh-huh.
head, but she's still unsure. Oh, how could you just throw them out and leave them to
I
survive? Oh,
I will never
we don't know
understand
whether
that.
she's had an operation at some point. The one who took her in didn't know. Well, no, the one that's given the information, one of the neighbours is giving the information to Julie, said she didn't know whether it got run over or being attacked or it
Oh,
had been done by humans.
Maggie, I
But she
think
had to
she's
get an
pregnant.
operation. Do you, Leanie?
She's either pregnant or she's got worms. So, tell Julie that, listen, because you guys know I'm the animal whisperer.
I've already
No,
told her about worming and you can get safe ones for the kittens, but you've got to get them from a vet. She's one of
no,
these.
she
She
just
does everything through. She goes alternative, like she uses different things herself.
tell her to use hamburger meat with a little bit of raw garlic in it. It is a natural. It will get rid of the fleas. It will get rid of the ticks, and it will get rid
Let
of the
me
worms.
tell her that now.
Yep. And the only reason you use a hamburger meat is because you hide the garlic in it. Eventually, they're going to find it, so you
So
kind
we
of have to put it at the
big
back
meat
of
is
their
mince,
tongue.
what we use, isn't it? Mince
Mhm.
meat.
You
Hang
just
on.
put it at the back of their tongue and make them swallow it, and then give them like a little treat.
So just
But
raw.
just a raw piece of garlic before they had all this other
No,
junk.
I mean raw meat. Don't cook it.
No, I mean, the only reason I say hamburger meat is because you could hide. No, don't cook it. The only reason I say hamburger meat is because you could hide just a tiny little piece,
Okay.
little corner in it. And if she would do that once a week until, because she'll see she's got worms,
But
she'll
I'll
see the
just say
worms coming out.
garlic. How much garlic?
Just, you know how you get like a clove, like you break the
Yeah,
garlic and then you get like one clove? Just
yeah.
cut like, just I would say cut it into like it's not gonna hurt her at all, right? It might mess up her tummy if you give her too much. That's why I say just take that one clove and peel it and all that, and then cut it into like an eighth, cut it into
Six
8
or something,
pieces.
6
Yep,
pieces or 8
and
pieces,
then
yeah.
just put it inside a little
1
ball of
clove,
hamburger meat and put it
1
at the back of
clove,
her throat.
1 yeah, okay. 1
Do that
clove of
once a
garlic.
week.
Clove. She probably knows this, 1 clove of garlic cut into tiny pieces. And that is a natural wormer.
Mhm.
And flea
And ticks.
repellent,
I don't know if y'all
natural.
have ticks there.
And that is we do, cut into tiny pieces, and that is a natural wormer, flea treatment, and ticks.
No, pretty, cats can eat, they can eat garlic, yes. When I was growing up, I mean, before they came out with all this other crap, and even if they had all that crap, my dad would have been like, negative. We're not using it. I mean, we brushed our teeth with baking soda for God's sake. So he believed in all the real kind of stuff. And my parents, once they got rid of, because we took in a lot of strays, and once they got rid of the worms, then it went down to just once a month of doing that, and never had any problems with fleas, ticks, or which the part of California I lived in, we didn't have ticks, but we did have fleas. But our animals never had them and never got worms again.
Right, I've sent that. Hang on, I'm just going to send it now.
No, dogs can eat it too. Dogs can eat it too, because my parents, that's just how they did all of our animals. And I mean, yeah, they do tell you that about, that if a dog eats chocolate, it's going to die. Well, I guess if the dog
There's a
would,
lot of it there.
yeah, they would need a shit ton of it, because I
Yeah,
can't
I
tell
have
you
to bet that.
how many pieces of chocolate these dogs have had. And I first got freaked out, called the doctor, like,
I
think
did.
he's gonna die, and he's like, he's not gonna die. Believe me, if you had dropped a whole bag of candy kisses and they sat there and shared that whole bag, they may go outside and have the runs for a little while, but it will not
Yeah.
kill them.
He said to me when Jessie one time, she was a puppy, he says, look, she's after this a lot to kill her, so stop worrying. She's probably just going to get a real upset stomach. That's what they said. Just watch, we don't encourage dogs to eat it. We don't want you to think that, because it isn't good for them. But don't worry, she hasn't ate enough to kill her.
Mm-hmm. Brittany says, Google says that it's toxic to cats. That's why I don't like to give, I mean, I'm not a veterinarian. I don't like to give that kind of, usually I tell somebody, if they ask me stuff, get in touch with me on the side and I'll tell you how I handle that. But remember, the internet is made up of opinion, not always fact. And
Yeah.
we're not
Julie
only
will know
showing,
anyway. She'll always check, like we
yeah.
all do. You check it out, don't you?
I just know it works and it doesn't kill them, because
It's
that's
worked
how
for
I
you.
grew up.
Yeah.
That's how I grew up. So that's the only reason why I know it. So, but that's why I try not to give it, because some people, if they do read it, they're just like, because I was like that with the chocolate. I was like, oh shit, my dogs are gonna die. They ate all that chocolate out of the freaking stocking. And he was like, no, they're not. And so it is what it is. Mine get garlic once a month for fleas and worms, right? Because that smell gets
Oh
into
my
their
God.
skin.
Lisa said to Laura Swell, Izzy ate like 2 peanut M&Ms. She went limp, couldn't keep her airway open. Mum and I took her and turned into all night long, holding her head up 48 hours. Terrifying. She's fine today. I'm just putting the battery. I've got to put this battery on charge. Going to die. Oh.
All right, how long has this been? It's been an hour now.
Oh, we did 2 hours last year. What they did last time? Come
I
back
know. I
after
could be
an
asleep.
hour, and then the next thing they went, and then because instead of it's now when we'd sat for 2 hours, they've done it a few times in this trial.
Brittany, I totally understand. Look, and like I said, I'm not a
She'll check it out, Lindsay.
veterinarian.
Don't worry. She'll check it out. My friends will check it out.
To each their own, and some people just, I mean, they follow
She
everything
uses
that
alternative methods as well, but Julie
yeah.
will totally check it out.
It's like I took my dogs to, I take them to the vet all the time, and not all the time, but when they need to go, they go to the vet. And Cheyenne used to have the worst ears, you guys. Oh my gosh, her ears were always infected. She was always chewing her paws,
Yeah.
doing this, doing that. Then I found out she was allergic to chicken, and even after I stopped the chicken, like I she still struggled. It was miserable. She would chew her pads off her paws. And so I was taken to the vet to like every week, and they were checking on her and doing blood work and stuff like that. And he said, let's put her on a different kind. He asked me what kind of food, and I told him. And I was like, what kind of food should she be on? Because she's my baby. All my animals are my babies. And I said, and then I said, should I buy one of these? Because out in the front of his office, there's all these kind of like medical kind of kibbles that have different kind of vitamins and different kinds of foods in them for certain dogs that have certain problems. And he's like, he said, if it was me, he said, I said, what do you feed your dogs? Because listen, don't try to sell me a car if you're not driving that brand, unless you're a young kid who can't afford to buy a car. You know what I mean? If you're selling me shoes, I'm always looking at what you're selling me. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I'm just weird like that, right? So I said, what does your dogs eat? He said, my dogs eat what you would probably consider crap. And I was like, what do you mean? And he said, I forget what he told me. Was it Purina or something like that? And he said, this is the way that I think of it. He said, I see more problems with animals that come in here that are put on these specialty type of diets. Like some want to take away the meat from them. Some want to take away this from them. He said, animals, all animals came from the wild to begin with. And he said, they're used to running for rabbits and grabbing a bird and doing that kind of stuff. They're used to eating grass when their bellies hurt. They know, they're born with that kind of an instinct. And he said the dogs that have honestly lived the longest, and he said, I feed them whatever's been on the shelf for the longest. And I was like, you're kidding me. You know what doctors ever told me that? He said, I know. He said, I get money out there for every bag I sell because I'm a affiliate or whatever seller of them. So that company pays him so much money for every bag he sells. He said, but I don't worry about selling it. First, I don't need the money. And second, I just don't really believe in it. He said, now there are certain medications in those kind of bags. He said that they do need. Some dogs do get very sick and they need to be on those. He said, and I'm all for that. He said, but things like this, he said, nope. He said, tried and true. It's been around for 100 years. And he's right. Dogs are just like humans. We're living less and less and less time. And that's just what I believe. Here's a good one. My mother-in-law got in trouble with dog control because the dog control seen her feeding the dog chicken and bologna. When it got to court, the judge said, I feed my dog bologna, and he threw it. Who takes a woman to court for feeding their animals chicken and bologna? I'd be in jail every day of my life or court every day of my life if people were watching what I feed my babies. I mean, now I give them a lot of good food too. Thank God I got animals that absolutely love most frozen vegetables. I just take a bag of frozen California blend out of the freezer and they eat it just frozen like that. They love it. That's the little girl's favorite treat. And so, but I mean, like the last 2 nights, I had some a pork roast in there with carrots and potatoes that my husband made, but I can't eat it because of my mouth, and he was out of town. So I cut it up into small chunks and I mixed it, like a cup of it in with their kibble, and that's what they ate the last 2 nights. I mean, I'm not throwing food away. I'm not going to do it. As long as I know they're getting the kibble that my doctor told them to put them on, and they're getting all the nutrients from that, then if Paul, my husband, cooks a steak, he brings in the fat and he splits it 3 ways. It's just the way it goes. And my animals are not overweight at all. But then, like I said, every night, unless we're raining or snowing or icing, about 11 o'clock every night, I tell them, let's go for a walk. And right out that door they go. And my street is it's only got about 7 or 8 houses on it, and everybody's got an acre lot. So it's a long street. And they run from one end of the stop sign all the way to the other end of the stop sign. And I kind of live in the middle of the street. And then they run back to the stop sign and then they come home. And I just walk with them and let them run ahead of me and stop and smell the roses. And then we come back home. So, and then plus I've got an acre myself, and they've got 3/4 of an acre of a backyard that they're always out there with. And I'm telling you, at least twice a day, my husband throws balls with them. So, my dogs used to eat veggies, cornmeal, and meat. They were fine. Newt hates carrots, you guys. He hates them, even if they're cooked. And Newt is not picky. He's the oldest one. He's never liked carrots. Cheyenne loves carrots. And he's not a fan of broccoli, but if it's frozen, he'll eat it. He likes cauliflower, I think is his favorite, frozen cauliflower. And so, but the only reason, sometimes I'll just, because I always have baby carrots in there, and so I'll go in there and I'll get him a treat of carrots. And the only reason Newt takes it, you guys, is because little girl took one. And he goes and he lays in the living room. He'll lick it for a while and then he'll just eat it, but he never asks for seconds of that. And it's the same thing with banana. Newt does not like bananas, and bananas are so good for dogs. And but the only reason he takes that tiny little piece is because he's jealous that little girl's getting some. And I mean, he doesn't worry too much with Larry and me, but little girl and him have been together longer. My dogs eat what I eat, everything except for spices. Natalie says my dogs used to eat veggies, cornmeal. Yeah, there's nothing. I mean, that's how they used to eat, and that's what my vet was trying to explain to me. He's like, all this other crap. He's like, and it's not even real food. It's not like when they tell you, oh, it's chicken and it's this. He said, what kind of chicken do you think it is? What kind of vegetables do you think it is? What kind of nutrients do you think it is? The best is what you can give them off the land, and they know what their bodies need. Just like sometimes I feel like I need to eat more greens because I know my iron's off. I can crave it. And he said dogs are the same way. They know when they need to eat some grass because their stomach is upset, or they just need some greens. And he was like, that's why they go after birds. That's why they go after the rabbits and the squirrels. He's like, because it's a natural, that's the way God made it. They were here before we were here. So I believe him. I've got healthy dogs. They were just picking on my mother because she was a hoarder. So anything, oh, that's sad. That's really sad.
I know.
People just need to mind their own effing business. Geez, just do you. Shut the hell up. Seriously. I mean, if your mom was feeding them chicken and bologna, her animals were eating just fine. Just fine. I could just see showing my dogs their kibble and then, or do you want this chicken and bologna? Oh, hell. And that's what happens is because they get spoiled. So I purposely sometimes will only give them kibble because they'll turn their nose up to it if it doesn't have some kind of vegetable in it or a broth or even milk in it, or a spoonful of cottage cheese or something like that. They're just like, you're missing an ingredient. I don't know which one, but something that makes it taste better. And I'll go for 2 days and be like, no, because they get to where they just stick their nose up to the kibble. And so but I only last for, I say 2 days, but I last about 18 hours. And then I just give them some more vegetables. F and L, you guys, if they come back here and say, we're just going to go for the day, I'm going to have to go punch
That's
that.
exactly.
I hear it moving. I see it moving.
Didn't he do that the other day as well, Leanie, when you were here?
Yep, they did it last
honest
week.
to God, they do it all week and the week before.
Hold on.
I was fed. I thought we've sat here for 2 hours shattered, and they just go and say that, and you're like with your mouth open going, what? Don't tell me yet we've sat here for that for nothing. Put your sounds on, Lee.
I am. See, he's already put it.
This is what they do again. Go back to that. Why did they bother?
Let's see what he says. Hold on.
They were just picking on my mother, excuse me, because she was a hoarder, so anything they could find went to court, but I stopped at oh, I've got the hiccups. Ooh,
Means you're
why did he
growing,
do that?
Maggie.
Come back on.
I
Oh,
have no
well,
clue.
let's see.
Sidebar, Natalie, for sure, girlfriend. It's I've never seen so much.
Oh, it's a
There
pain
was
in
one
the ass.
trial. What trial was it, you guys? There was one trial where they had, like, I think a record sidebar thing in there. I forget what it was. It Alec Murdall's? I don't remember what trial it was, but it was a trial that
And
they
what
had
did they
done.
do?
They were just doing, there's nothing you can do. There's nothing. That's why a lot of people, they won't watch the trials like as they're happening, like they'll be a day behind or something like that. But you guys, I have serious FOMO. I have to watch it when it's happening, or else I feel like I'm missing something.
Oh, God. Oh, I do, because I won't get into it. And if I don't get into it, then I can't be bothered watching it. I just lose interest. It's like we put a film on in here. If I miss the first 5 minutes, that's it. All
Here we
right.
go. We are back at it. They did not close it, thank goodness. So I'm gonna
You
zip.
might
I'm
say now, we're going to close it for today.
no. They're
Oh,
bringing in
what
they're
time is
bringing
it
in
there
the
now, Lee?
they're bringing in the jury.
Oh, thank God.
All right, here we go, guys. I am zipping out for a sec. Well, until the
Zip
next one.
out, Lee. Zip out.
Back in session, you may be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and two jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Trudy Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Now, you testified in direct examination about the statements that Lindsay made in December about having thoughts about harming the children. When in December was that?
I don't exactly remember. I would say early to mid December, probably maybe earlier rather than mid-December, but I don't exactly remember when.
Okay. And when she made the statement that she had thoughts of harming the children, did either you or Patrick ask her what she meant by that?
I believe I remember Pat asking her if she felt like she couldn't be alone with the children, and she said no.
And after she made those statements, did you have any thoughts about committing her?
No.
Did you have any thoughts about having her come stay with you in Connecticut away from the children?
No.
Oh, my
Were you
God.
concerned for the children's safety at that point in time?
No, because I was there.
Okay. And you were asked about some text messages in October, and those are now an exhibit, I believe. Exhibit 276. And so you talked about the text on the 20th when she asked you to come and she was having a hard time, right?
Yes.
A day before, on October 19th, she had sent you a different text message stating, "Hi, Mom. Would you ever consider coming to stay with us for a couple days at a time to help with childcare so I can work?" And talking to a therapist and doing a lot of thinking, I actually think going to work will help me, but it's really hard with nurses' hours to get childcare that we need. I'm thinking if you could come like Sunday to mid-Tuesday, it'd be really helpful. Just a thought. Do you remember that text the day before?
Yes.
And did you agree in a text message that you said I can come and help out?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that next day is when she said she was having trouble and wanted you there then, and you went that day, correct? But you said you were there for about a week, but there's a text on October 20th that's not included in this exhibit, where on October 24th at 2:36 p.m., you send a text to her saying, "How are things today?" And she responds, "Good." You remember that?
Yes.
So were you already home at that point when you were asking her how she was doing on the 24th?
I must have been home at that point. I honestly don't remember. I was back and forth so many times. So the time frames are really jumbled in my head as far as how long I stayed any particular time.
And so You would go and help out when they asked you to, and then you would go home when things were calmed down a little bit. Is that right?
Not exactly right.
No? And she did say on the 24th that she was doing good that day, correct?
I don't recall, but if that's what the text says, then.
Here you go, if you can look at it.
Yeah. Okay.
So she told you at that point on the 24th she was doing good, right?
Correct.
You could have this page marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection? No. That may be marked.
277. Now, you talked about a time when you went to her home and you actually ended up sleeping with her because she didn't want to be alone. Was that October 20th visit?
No.
When was that?
That was, I can't exactly remember when. I'm going to say probably sometime in November, the latter part of November, maybe the early part of December.
Did she tell you why she was afraid to be alone?
She just said she was afraid to be alone. And one reason I believe she said she didn't know if she was going to be able to sleep, but mainly she was afraid to be alone.
And at that point in time, did you consider having her committed to a psychiatric facility?
No.
And did you feel the need to call 911 that day or get her immediate assistance?
No.
You mentioned that in January, you saw her and she lost weight. She seemed paranoid about things, seemed to be going through the motions of each day. How often did you see her in January of 2023?
In January, I can't exactly remember how many times I saw her. We were, again, back and forth.
So we have Exhibit 238, which have all of your text messages with Lindsay in January of 2023. And I just want to go through some of them with you. So on page 17 of the exhibit, this is on January 4th, 2023, so the day before she was discharged from McLean. And she sent you a text stating, "Think I'm coming home tomorrow evening, !" I talked to the doctor and I made up a follow-up appointment with my other psychiatrist besides Rebecca for Friday morning. So she said she'd be okay with me leaving Thursday around 5. Do you remember getting those messages?
Yep.
And were you staying at the home helping out with the kids at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
I did not. It was a children's party. I stayed home with Callan.
Okay. And do you recall when you went home?
I don't recall.
I'm looking at page 28, and there's a text from Lindsay on January 7th, 2023 at 7:02 p.m. to you where it says, "Make it home okay," and you said, "Yep." Does that make sense that you would have gone home on the 7th after the birthday party?
Yes, if that's what the text says, yes.
And then on page 29, we have text messages between yourself and Lindsay on January 8th, where you ask how things are going today, and she says, "Good, going to the Science Museum." You say, "Great, that will be fun. Sleep good last night." And she said, "I actually did, with less Ativan, so that was good." Do you remember that?
I don't recall the exact text messages.
Do you recall her texting you about going to the Science Museum?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you think looking at them might help?
Sure.
I'm going to show you page 29 and then page 30. Does that refresh your memory?
That's what the text says, yes.
And then on page 34, you ask how the museum was today, and Lindsay sent you some photographs and said it was fun. The kids really liked it. Do you remember that?
I don't really recall the Museum of Science experience or text, but if they're there in the text messages, then they were sent, yes.
Okay. Then on page 39, this is January 10th. You say at 9:48 a.m., "Good morning, how are you doing today?" And Lindsay responded, "Good, at the gym with the kids." You said, "Nice, still sleeping good?" And she responded, "Pretty good, yeah, not perfect, but enough." And you said, "Are you feeling any better during the day?" And she said, "So far, a little bit." They said a week off the Seroquel should make more of a difference, so a couple more days till that, but I do think it's helping being off. And you responded, "Okay, a little at a time." Do you remember that conversation?
So I don't recall the exact conversation. I think I probably texted back and forth to Lindsay almost daily during that time. So I don't remember the specific text messages, but I would say if they're there, then that's what we sent back to each other.
Okay. And then there were further text messages that day. Where you say, "How was your day?" later on in the day. And she said it was good, played with the kids a lot, were able to go outside, Kingsbury Club and gymnastics, kept them busy, and me too. So do you remember her talking to you during that time about going to gymnastics and going to the Kingsbury Club and things like that with the children?
I don't remember the specific text, but I do remember her doing things with the children, yes.
Then on January 11th, the following day, you sent a text, excuse me, "How are you feeling today?" And she responded with a photo of Callan drinking out of a Mary Lou's cup, saying, "We have another Mary Lou's fan." And you said, "Decaf looks like he's enjoying it." And then later on, you asked again, "How are you doing today?" And she said, "Hi, Mom, doing all right. Nothing new, really, just taking it day by day." You said, "Still feeling a little better." And she said, "A little bit." You said, "Sleeping okay." She said, "Not great last night because Cora was up with a bellyache." Do you remember that?
So again, we texted so many times daily, twice daily, maybe 3 times daily. So I can't say that I remember the specific text. I do remember the picture of Callan with the Mary Lou cup because that stands out in my mind. But the specific text going back and forth, we just did it so often that I can't say I remember the specific text you're reading back to me. Okay. But again, if they were there, then we sent them.
Right. And do you remember Lindsay talking to you about Cora having stomach issues during the month of January?
Yes.
Some belly aches off and on?
Yes.
And then January 13th, again, you're checking in with her. "Hi, Lindsay, how are you today?" She said, "Hi, Mom, pretty good today. How about you?" And you asked about the little ones, and she said, "All good, went to the gym this morning, just hanging out, and now they have no school today." And then the following day, again, you're checking in. "Hi, Lindsay, how's your Saturday going?" She said, "Hi, Mom, it's going well, just hanging out. It's yucky here." So these are like daily check-ins that you're doing, checking in on her, seeing if she's okay, seeing if she's feeling better, seeing if she's sleeping well, things like that, right?
Yes.
You also ask her that day on the 14th, "Do you feel any different since being off the Seroquel?" She says, "Not as much as I was hoping, going to talk to my psychiatrist about it on Monday." You say, "But some." She says, "A little, but I still don't feel like you," but then she corrects it to me. And you ask her if she's going to be able to get outside with the kids today, and she said she's going to try. So similar conversations to that where you're talking about medication and how she's doing on the medication?
Yes, I get.
Then the following day, on the 15th of January, you say, good morning. Is it a good morning for you today? She says, good morning. It's pretty good going to an indoor water park. And she tells you that it's at the Cape Codder. Do you remember them going to the Cape Codder water park?
I do remember them going there, yes.
And then on the following day, on the 16th, you actually texted her, how was the water park yesterday? She said it was fun. Cora and Dawson enjoyed. Callan didn't know what to think of it. Couldn't get any pics because it was too hectic, keeping track of them in the water and stuff. And it was busy, but it was a good time. Does that sound familiar, that they had a good time that day? And you asked her that day if she had anything planned, and she said Pat took Cora skiing, so she was hanging with the boys. Do you remember that?
Not specifically, I don't remember that text.
She, that same day, sent you some photographs of Dawson doing a drawing of a firefighter and Callan. Do you remember receiving those?
I do remember the pictures, yes.
Then the following day, again, you're checking in every day. You say, you feeling better? She says, a little bit. You said, still taking the same medication. She said, yes, about to have an appointment with her psychiatrist. You said, let me know how it goes. And she said, okay. And then she responds back after her appointment. She recommended another antidepressant since my mood is still very low off the Seroquel. You asked her how she felt about it. And she told you she just wants to feel like herself again, but she's up for trying it. And she just wants to get back to who she was, right?
Correct.
And she told you it was amitriptyline. Is that right? Do you remember that?
I don't remember the medication.
Okay. Then on the 18th, January 18th, again, you're reaching out, and she says, hi, Mom, I'm doing all right. How about you? And you say you're good. You're thinking about visiting that weekend. And she says, that sounds good. And you ask her about being able to get out and exercise, and she said she's been walking on the treadmill at the gym for exercise. And you asked her if she started a new medication and if she's feeling better. And she says, feel okay, just not great. I did start it 2 nights ago. You said, is that the one that takes a while to feel the effects? She said, yep, weeks. And you said, is the okay that you're feeling now better than what you were feeling a few weeks ago? And she said, yes. Do you remember that?
Again, I don't remember the specific text, just remember texting back and forth daily about how she's feeling, about, what's different medication-wise, but I can't say I remember that specific text that you're reading me. But again, if they're there, then they were done by us.
Right. And so on the 19th of January, again, you're checking in and say, how are you feeling today? Can you tell if anything's different with the new medication? She says, I'm feeling all right. Nothing new really yet because it takes weeks to really work, but I'm okay. You asked if she's still sleeping well, and she says decently. And the kids get up a lot. So again, more of the same check-ins daily, seeing how she's doing, seeing how she's sleeping, right?
Correct.
And then on the 20th, you reach out, is it pizza and movie night? She says just pizza and playing. And you tell her you're leaving at 9, bringing dessert for the kids. And she says, sounds great. So you're talking about your visit that weekend. Is that right?
Yes.
And in these texts prior to the visit, you say that it's been a while since you've seen them. So it sounds like from these texts, you're checking in with her every day from January 7th, 2023, all the way up to your visit on January 21st, 2023. You're checking in with her. So you're at home in Connecticut from the 7th until the 21st.
Correct.
And then on the 22nd, that Sunday, Lindsay, Pat, and the older kids, they go to the Carney's house for that bonfire and get together, and you stayed home with Callan, right?
Correct.
And then after After they get home, you and your husband left, is that correct?
Yes.
And on the way home, you texted on January 22nd, 2023 at 7:55 p.m., enjoyed seeing everyone this weekend. Nice to see you doing better. Is that correct?
If that's what that says, yes, that's correct. I don't exactly remember the text, but yes, if that's what it says, yes.
So from your text, not saying she was doing great, but she was doing better than she was, according to your text, or appeared to be.
The text from me was meant to encourage her because I didn't think it did any good to discourage her. So the text was meant not necessarily what I actually observed that weekend, but it was meant to encourage her because I was encouraging her to do things with the kids to kind of try to get back to normal. So it's not necessarily a representation of exactly what I observed that weekend.
But that weekend, she was able to go to a friend's house with the older kids and Pat and spend a few hours there, correct?
Correct.
And she was able to do activities and hang out with you and your husband. There's a photograph and evidence of the two of you sitting on the couch smiling and hanging out together. So you were able to interact with her, correct?
Correct. The photograph was taken by Cora because Cora wanted to use my phone and take her picture. So Lindsay and I were going to put a smile on our face and let Cora take a picture. Yes. But again, there was other observations I made that weekend, but it was not, I didn't think it was in Lindsay's best interest to discourage her or point out those, because she was making every attempt to feel better and to do things to make herself feel better. So as a mother, I was encouraging her.
Well, you didn't say, I hope you feel better, or you're going to get there, or you're doing it. You actually said, nice to see you doing better, correct? That's what you wrote?
Those were my encouraging words, yes.
And from January 7th up through January 22nd, Lindsay repeatedly told you she was doing okay. She was feeling a little bit better. Not completely better, not 100%, but she kept telling you, I feel a little bit better, I feel a little bit better. You even asked her, is the better you're feeling now better than a few weeks ago? And she said yes, correct?
That's correct, without my observation of her.
And what she was responding to you in text, correct?
Correct.
You also spoke to the police on January 25th, 2023. Do you remember that?
I do.
Do you remember telling the police that Lindsay seemed to be improving since leaving McLean?
I do not recall. I remember speaking to the police. I had just found out what had happened, and I was pretty much in shock. So anything I remember, honestly, I remember two things I told the police. Anything else that you have there, I must have said, but I don't recall them. I've been going through my mind. I can honestly recall two things I told the police during that interview. I was pretty much in shock.
Okay, so do you remember telling them that she seemed brighter lately?
I don't recall.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
What do you want? Oh, you mean the ones that you didn't want?
Yes.
Oh, this was one.
That's all right. I can check later. Just looking here through the exhibits, district attorney stood up and said to you that I had introduced into evidence and showed you Exhibit 276, which would be a list of text dated on October 19th. Do you remember that? It was the black one. It was the copies. It wasn't green and blue. You recall that this was introduced into evidence? Do you recall her questioning you from this?
On October 19th?
Yeah, this is the one that I had introduced, was Exhibit 276, and the date would be October 19th, your text thread.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
And then she said, well, there's something missing, and went up and said to you, this text, which would be 277. You recall that? I'm going to show it to you.
Yes.
Okay. So what I had introduced was a text thread from October 19th up through and including October 20th. Is that fair to say? Right there?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I introduced this is because we had introduced earlier, like a whole lot of pages text. And I wanted to focus on the text thread where she said, Mommy, can you stay?
Objection.
Sustained.
So when the district attorney suggested that there's something missing, like I left it out or something, is it fair to say that Exhibit 277 is a totally different date? Look at the date. What is the date that the DA is talking about? You see it on there?
10/23.
10/23. It has nothing to do with the text thread that I introduced, right? It's a day or two after that, right?
Right.
If you know.
Yes.
Now, we had introduced into evidence also the Celebrate record as Exhibit 238 that the state police for the district attorney's office had printed out. That is only the month of January. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And then I introduced into evidence, or tried to introduce into evidence, all of the texts between you and your daughter, right?
Yes.
I think, Your Honor, that's what's, thank you. Okay. This was, I attempted to introduce it, it was objected to, I believe, and it was marked for identification. I would now like to re-offer this in its entirety.
Let's see counsel sidebar, please.
Oh God, here we go again. Here we go again, guys. Right, let's have a look at the chat. Oh, I'm having a bit of a hot moment, girls. Oh my God. Oh, I'm burning up, going on fire. Oh. Oh my God, isn't it horrible? I'm having a moment. I'm having a menopause moment online. Oh. Oh, I'm fanning myself and everything here. Oh God, don't you feel like you're going to combust or go on fire?
Go put your head in the freezer. That's what I used to have to do.
Jesus, I'll have to get this off me. I'll have to go on quiet a minute, Lee.
Okay, it's all right. Don't pass out. Thank you guys so much for being here. We appreciate you guys so much. Another sidebar. Listen, if you know that you're lying, or no, I'm sorry. I was trying to play devil's advocate here, and I can't, because I believe that the prosecution was lying when they tried to say that the messages that that the defense had brought up was a certain date, and then he just now came back as a rebuttal and showed that it was a completely different date. I mean, don't you think they're going to catch that? Why lie about it? Why? Is it just to put doubt there? I mean, what happened? Lisa says, sidebar sounds like the name of a bar near the courthouse. It should be. That's a great name. Supermom says, I'm behind, but my Lola eats everything. Her favorite is Mexican food. Nice. Natalie says, I love my mom dearly. Charlotte says, wow, choosing only what they want to hear. Harriet Welcome says, why wasn't Lindsay offered ECT? I don't think I know what you're talking about. Can you explain that to me? Or maybe somebody in chat might know what that is, because I don't know what that is. JB says, Mom wanted her to be fine. She's in denial. Yeah, because, I mean, if your grown daughter, look, I used to go get in bed with my mom before she passed away. Like, I'd be having a bad day. And sometimes I just needed my mom, and I knew my mom where she was, and I'd show up there and I knew she'd be in bed watching her or reading, listening to a reading book or something. And she'd say, come on, because she knew I wanted to climb into the bed with her. And I would just lay there and cry and feel sorry for myself, And I'm talking as a grown woman. I mean, this went all the way up until my mom passed away. And so I think there's times that you need your mom, but I also know my mom well enough to know that she would have said, you need help. My mom was very good at consoling me, but she also knew that I was her only kid that had pretty severe anxiety, and that if I didn't control it or try to get it under control when it was happening, I was going to go into an asthma attack, and those scared her more than anything. And B, I was going to go into a full-fledged panic attack. So my mom I used to call it tough love. She used to have me she would hug me, and then she would listen to me, and then she'd get onto my butt. She would be like, Blondie, she'd just start telling me what I need to do, and I need to have more faith in Jesus, and I need to do this and get to the doctor and blah, blah. And I usually did what she told me to do. That was the truth. So, it doesn't surprise me that, Lindsay would want her mom to come over. But what does surprise me is if my mom saw me in that bad of a way, my mother would have had my husband in there going, you need to get her to a hospital. Something is wrong. I don't know what's wrong, but something's really wrong here. And that's what I would do to my kids. Let's see. Natalie, same. Mine is 89. I stay with her. She's a feisty Irish woman. I'm trying to take care of her like she cared for me. It's a circle of life, isn't it, ladies?
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
All right.
And when you were asked about Exhibit 271 and the text messages on October 23rd and October 24th, that was to establish when you left the home that week of the 20th, correct? Because you said, how are things today? And she said good, implying that you were no longer with them, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Anything on that, Counsel?
Oh, no, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Please sit down. Thank you.
While they're waiting on the next one. Thank you for telling me about that. I know what that is. I just didn't know that's what it was called. Do they even use that anymore? I don't know if they use it anymore. Morning, Trashy. Sharon says my mom left me because of depression. That's really hard. I can imagine. What's going on now, guys? What's going on? And what's all these exhibits here in all this and all this boxes back here? This all belongs to the defense. I want to know what's in it.
Good afternoon. We saw this with the testimony and the evidence you should Thank you, sir. You can have a seat.
All right, good afternoon. All right, Mr. Rankin, why don't you hold off? I'm going to give an instruction.
Oh, sure.
At this point.
Yep.
So, members of the jury, I just want to give you an instruction. It's one I probably should have given a little bit earlier in the trial as well. It's going to apply to this witness. It applies to a number of witnesses who testified earlier, and it's going to apply to a number of witnesses who testify after. And it's in regards to expert witnesses. All right. So generally in cases that are tried in our courts, witnesses may testify only to facts that are within their own personal knowledge. Right? That's things that they've personally seen, heard, or felt. However, in a variety of cases, issues arise that are beyond the experiences of laypersons. In those type of cases, we allow a person with specialized training or experience called an expert witness to testify, and to testify not only to facts, but also to opinions and the reasons for their opinions on issues that are within that witness's field of expertise and are relevant material to the case. Because a particular witness has specialized training and experience in their field, does not put that witness on a higher level than any other witness, and you are to treat the so-called expert witness just like you would treat any other witness. In other words, as with any other witness, it's completely up to you to decide whether you accept the testimony of any expert witness, including the opinions that they give. It's also entirely up to you to decide whether you accept the facts that are relied on by the expert, and to decide what conclusions, if any, you draw from the witness's testimony. You're free to reject the testimony and opinion of such a witness in whole or in part if you determine that the opinion is not based on sufficient education or experience, that the testimony of the witness is motivated by some bias or interest in the case. You must keep firmly in mind that you alone decide what the facts are. So if you conclude that an expert's opinion is not based on the facts as you find those facts to be, then you may reject the testimony and the opinion of the expert in whole or in part. You must remember that expert witnesses do not decide cases, juries do. So in the last analysis, an expert witness is like any other witness in the sense that you alone make the judgment about how much credibility and weight you give to that expert's testimony and what conclusions you draw from the testimony. All right, and I'll go into that a little bit more at the end when I go into the more extensive instructions that I'll give you at the end of the trial. All right, Mr. Reddington.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you tell us your name and spell your name?
It's Michael Wolfovich. It's V as in Victor, U-L, F as in Frank, O, V as in Victor, I-C-H.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm an emergency medicine doctor. I work full-time at Newton Wellesley Hospital.
Newton Wellesley?
Yes.
And can you tell us are you board certified, sir?
I am. I'm board certified in emergency medicine.
And that would be by the American Board of Emergency Medicine?
Correct.
And how long have you been practicing emergency medicine?
I did 3 years of residency, and this is my 13th year as a full-time attending.
And you're presently employed, where is it?
Newton Wellesley Hospital primarily, and then I do some additional shifts at Emerson Hospital in Concord.
How about medical school? Where'd you go to med school?
St. Louis University School of Medicine.
And what year did you graduate?
2011.
Obviously licensed in the Commonwealth.
Yes, sir.
In the course of your training and experience, sir, do you work full-time in a particular field of medicine?
Just emergency medicine. So basically we see any and all comers, anything from ankle sprains to traumas.
Okay. Did I ask you to review some documents regarding this particular case involving Lindsay Clancy?
You did. You asked me to review the...
what you reviewed.
Oh, sorry. You asked me to review the photos from the crime scene and then the emergency medical records from South Shore Hospital, Brigham and Women's Hospital, and then the records from her hospital stay at Brigham and Women's Hospital.
So in reviewing all of those various hospital records, sir, you're aware that on January 24th of 2023, she initially was transported to South Shore Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors what's treatment she received at the South Shore Hospital briefly?
So she arrived with a GCS of 10, meaning she was not really very responsive.
Let me interrupt you just because what did you say, a G6?
GCS, Glasgow Coma Scale.
Okay, slow down. Because I don't understand. What is a GCS?
It's a Glasgow Coma Scale. It's a series of things that we look at to determine how responsive somebody is whether their eyes are opening spontaneously, whether they're able to speak on their own, and whether you're able to understand what they're saying, and then how much, if at all, they're moving, whether they're moving spontaneously, whether they can follow commands, that kind of thing.
Okay. So the Glasgow Coma Scale GCS of 10, what does that tell you as an emergency room doctor?
Tells us that she was not very responsive on arrival. It sounds like she was not speaking intelligibly, and the doctors at South Shore Hospital were concerned about her ability to maintain her own airway and made the decision to intubate her, which means putting a breathing tube down her throat into her lungs and placing her on a ventilator and sedating her.
Was she also what would be, I guess, referred to as hypothermic?
She was.
What does that mean?
Means that her body temperature was below what's considered normal. So in her case, her core body temperature was, I believe, 82.1 degrees, which would put her into severe hypothermia.
And did you note that she was tachycardic and hypotensive?
Yes.
What did that mean?
So it means that her heart rate was above 100, and hypotensive means that her blood pressure was below what is considered normal.
And South Shore Hospital, were they able to stabilize her?
It sounds like they were able to stabilize her by placing a breathing tube in her neck, in her throat, to help with her breathing. And then they basically proceeded to obtain a bunch of imaging, started her on medications to sedate her and artificially raise her blood pressure. They started working on rewarming her. And then in conjunction with the trauma team there, they made the decision that she would be better served at a hospital with a higher level of care.
Okay. And can you tell us what the injuries were that she presented herself with to the South Shore Hospital?
So there were multiple injuries. She had lacerations to bilateral wrists.
When you say lateral, what does that mean?
Bilateral, both sides. So she had a laceration both to her left wrist and to her right wrist, and then multiple superficial lacerations as well. And then she also had multiple superficial lacerations to both sides of her neck, the front of her neck, and 2 deeper lacerations to the sides of her neck.
So when you say superficial lacerations and then deeper lacerations, do you recall what's the standard? What do you look for in something like that?
So it's tough. Everybody will describe them a little bit differently. In her case, I would describe multiple superficial lacerations, which would typically mean kind of scrapes on the surface of the skin, nothing that actually gets through the full thickness of the skin. And then she also had full thickness lacerations, meaning that she made it all the way through the skin into the subcutaneous tissue, the fatty tissue. And then you would need to describe it further if any additional structures were injured, which in her case they were not.
Now, in your experience for a number of years in the emergency room, have you had occasion to treat people that have tried to commit suicide or successfully committed suicide by cutting their throat?
Multiple times.
Multiple times. And can you tell us, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, sir, as to whether or not this injury or these injuries that you observe were consistent with what you've seen in other suicide attempts?
Sustained.
Well, can you tell us, did that look like an effort to pretend or fake a suicide?
Sustained.
Well, when you looked at the injuries, did you make a determination that they appeared to have some impact on the human body of Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
What was that?
They were consistent with self-injurious behavior. The intent, I can't gauge, but...
Anything further?
Okay. Yep, thank you. How about the wrist? What did you observe about the wrist injuries, sir?
So she had 2 full-thickness lacerations, one on the left and one on the right.
What does that mean?
Means that she made it all the way through the epidermis and the dermis, which is what makes up the skin in the wrist, and into the fatty tissue, which is the next layer.
Okay. Are you familiar in your experience, sir, with hesitation wounds in a suicide attempt?
Yes, to some extent.
What does that mean?
Means typically that they're more kind of subtle, weaker attempts to hurt yourself, not necessarily anything that's going to be deep to the structures of the skin, but more just scrapes along the surface.
Okay, and you noticed some of those on the neck area as well, is that correct?
There were multiple of those on both the neck and the wrists.
As it relates to the injuries to the wrists, did you observe any vascular structures or penetration of the cervical, the fascia?
There was not.
Okay. What other injuries did you recall from reviewing the medical records?
So she also had multiple fractures in her cervical spine, which are the vertebrae that make up her neck, including what's called a burst fracture of C1, and then other fractures of C4. She also had fractures of multiple levels of the thoracic spine. I believe she had multiple transverse process fractures on both the right and left.
What does that mean, transverse fractures?
Transverse processes are lateral projections, basically projections that go sideways off of the bone that allow the ribs to articulate, connect with the spine, and they also allow muscles to connect, and they help support the basically overall ring structure of the spinal canal.
And was she then transported by med flight or life flight to a Boston hospital?
She was.
What does that tell you as an emergency surgeon when someone's transported by med flight or life flight?
Typically means that her injuries are felt to be severe enough that she needs immediate intervention and further treatment, that the hospital that is basically necessitating the transport is saying that they cannot provide at their facility.
She was then transported to what hospital?
Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston.
She was admitted to what unit?
Surgical ICU.
And you had a chance to review all those medical records as well?
I did.
Did she suffer a particular event that night that you recall from looking at the records?
She did shortly after arriving in the surgical ICU. It sounds like they were moving her, and when they moved her, they noticed that her blood pressure dropped, her pulse became faint, and subsequently she actually suffered a complete cardiac arrest and required 2 rounds of cardiopulmonary resuscitation with compressions and medications before she was able to be revived.
And she also, to your knowledge, had suffered significant hemorrhage and had to have a fairly massive blood transfusion?
Yes, they placed chest tubes, which are basically plastic tubes that go into the chest cavity on both sides, and had about 300 cc's of blood come out from each side. And there was also noted to be significant hemorrhage around the spine and into the mediastinum, which is the portion of the chest that houses a lot of the organs like your esophagus, your trachea, blood vessels, that kind of thing.
Now, if there's a fracture or a serious fracture to, I believe it's C1, does that interfere possibly with a person's ability to breathe?
It does.
And how does that work?
So if you have a fracture that affects the spinal cord above a certain level, typically above the 3rd cervical vertebrae, it basically removes your ability to initiate breathing on your own. Your 3rd, 4th, and 5th cervical vertebrae, the nerves that lead from there, are the ones that are responsible for telling your diaphragm to go up and down and help you breathe. And so if you lose the ability to send that signal down to your diaphragm, you lose the ability to breathe.
Now, as it relates to your review of the medical records and review of the history, are you aware of the mechanism of the injuries that she suffered that you just described for the jury?
I am.
Tell us what that was, to your knowledge.
That she went out of her 2nd story window.
And going out of the window, obviously, did she strike the ground? Or
she did.
And that caused the injuries, the mechanism of injury?
Yes, it's consistent with all of her injuries.
Now, with your experience, sir, with, as you indicated, dealing with people in the emergency room and treating people that have been involved with sequential acts of self-harm, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as an emergency board certified physician as to the effect of the combination of the multiple sequential injuries that you saw?
Objection. Can I see counsel sidebar? I'm just.
I can withdraw it, Judge. I'll withdraw it. Just thank you very much.
No questions.
All right. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
I like how he says withdrawal.
Right. Counsel, now could I see it sidebar? Okay.
I like how he says withdrawal because he says, I withdraw it. It's got an R. I love it. He's like, look, I don't need this shit from her. Okay, I'm just going to withdraw that. Okay. And then he just waves her off like, you're so stupid, bow girl, bow head, bow thing. They're all taking me to court according to Lee. Everybody's a paid witness. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you guys so much. You shut up, Maggie, and check the back chat before I punch you in the throat. Oh, I'm not supposed to say that. That's offensive. Misty says they don't want him to ask if, in his opinion, was it a serious attempt? Wow. I didn't think about that. Wow. But an opinion's like assholes. We all have them, so the jury can just decide whether they believe them or not, right? All right, guys. Give me just a little while. I have to step out for just a few minutes.
You've gone off, Lee.
Yeah, the dog's
She's got to step out. She's got to step out. She's got to go to the post office. And I'm looking at the cameras on my house because someone's credit card's been robbed out the car. But I can't see anyone. I'm playing detective. I want to watch my own child. Done in with these neighbours, you know. I love them all, though. I love them all, especially Nora. She's my fave. Apart from me mate Julie. Like you're interested, do you know what I mean? Like you're wanted even now. What are you saying? Let's have a look. So they didn't want, Misty said they didn't want him to ask if, in his opinion, was it a serious attempt. I want to know what way she felt. Charlotte said, sounds serious to me. Misty said, but he was happy to withdraw because the doctor had already answered. Lisa said, you caught that, eh? So did the jury. Great catch. See? Great catch. I missed a lot because I'm looking at this camera. Good God. I have to turn that off now. How do we do? Right, so I've recorded 3 minutes 30. Share a new one there.
The jury,
Here we go.
I told you it was going to be stop and start, right? So we're going to start.
They're going to stop it.
Now, but we're going to stop now for the day for
Yep.
you. I'm going to come back. I'm going to talk to council about setting some things up logistically for tomorrow. All right. So tomorrow, the plan would be hopefully we'll start right at 9 or right as close as we can, and we'd hope to have a pretty full day in regards to the witnesses. All right. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow at 9.
Don't talk about it. Don't say nothing. Don't look it up.
Talk about this case. Don't read anything about it or anything about any similar cases. Don't do any research. Don't listen to anything. Don't post anything. You kind of know where I'm going, right? So I'm going to ask you to follow those instructions again. I'm going to give you those questions, and I hope you have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay? Thank you.
All rise, please, Your Excellency.
All rise. All rise in the chat, please. Oh, Leanie, are you still there? Freaking hell, how do I turn Leanie's thing off? Uh-oh. I don't know how to, I don't know. Oh, let's see. Have I muted that? Yeah, never had to do that before. So I absolutely missed the last half an hour of that because everyone decided to text me who I know at that time. Everyone. Text after text after text after text. Pictures and pictures and someone from a wedding. The cast I've had loads. So I'm tired today, as you know, guys. So I'm glad it's ended now. And as I say, I missed the end. So I'm going to have a little catch up while I make a cup of coffee and watch the last 10 minutes. I'm wondering if she went feet first or head first. So well, that's what we've been wondering about Natalie. Lainey was saying she wants to know and what way she went out that window. It doesn't look like we're going to find out because we thought, well, at some point they'll talk about that. But maybe on Monday, tomorrow. Misty said, to be honest, you haven't missed much. There's been more breaks than court time. I know, I've never known anything like it. and the long breaks as well. Tell you what, I wouldn't mind being a judge, the money they're on. Wouldn't mind. So guys, I'm going to close this down then till tomorrow. Thanks for being here. Please hit the like if you haven't already. And if there's anyone here who kindly sub up to the channel and help us grow, it'll be amazing. Thank you so much. Yeah, see everyone tomorrow. All take care. And we'll be back together tomorrow. So, how about that? So, I don't know how to get a thing off the screen, but let's have a go, eh? Let's see if I can. Oh my God, I'm so clever. I didn't know I could do that. I made up. Getting there. I'm getting to be a co-host after 2 years. Woohoo! Oh my God. Oh my God. Let's play some music, hey? Let's play some music. Is it this one? Yeah. It's on Juice. Lovely.
Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles. And
Maybe once in a
you
while.
need a break from the mundane. So come back
You
to
come
see
back
your
to
friend,
me.
or she'll wonder where you've been. According to Leanie, she appreciates you and all that you do. You need her, but she needs you, and that's the beauty of according to Leanie. So thank you for your time. You are a friend of mine. I'll be happy to see you again on the next According to Leanie. Be good at it until next time. Love Leanie, love Leanie, love Leanie. Next time, love Leanie, love Leanie. Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles. And every once in a while, you need a break from the mundane. So come back to see your friend, or she'll wonder where you've been. According to Leanie, she appreciates you and all that you do. You need her, she needs you, and that's the beauty of according to Leanie. Be good at it until next time. Love Leanie, love